Grab your pancakes, grab your coffee, get ready. It's time for the online tournament number 5 finals. Kerminator, aka Kermit. Actually, it's the other way around, but you know the drill. Virtual Farmer to my right, cast by Copter on my left. And Copter, we're, I think, in for another exciting finals today. There's, a lot of points up for grabs, some movement in the standings to go with only one regular season tournament remaining after this one.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, definitely the bracket for today looks very exciting. We're going to be having a look on that a little bit later. But like I said yesterday, I mean, Fermir's Flamboyance, they are looking very strong. They have shown some new tricks, and I'm really excited to see. This could be the tournament when we actually see Trelleborg maybe facing an enemy which they cannot defeat.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Alex, what do you think about that comment? Anything
I was going to say, I agree with that. Fermi's showed yesterday that they are perfectly adaptable, that they are very able to take whatever another team throws at them. And I think they're a team with a lot to show and a lot of promise. So if there's anybody who could take on Trelleborg today and knock them out before the finals, it is them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we say this, and it's easy for us to sit here and say it, but when it comes down to it this season, Trelleborg have just been unstoppable. They have lost a few games here and there, but as of yet have not lost a single matchup, and they've won all 4 tournaments so far. They would break their own record if they can go on and win today's tournament. And of course, they're looking really good for that first seed going in to the finals in November. So we're going to have the introduction video so you can learn about the FSL right now. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
There you have it. That's how the FSL works, in case you guys aren't aware. So, Alex, we have today Fermir's Flamboyance against Team Charlie to kick things off. Astragon versus Trelleborg follows that. So, Fermir's and Trelleborg, if they face each other today, it will be in the semifinal stage. What do you think? What kind of message would a potential knockout for Trelleborg before the finals send at this point of the season?
I think it'd be an interesting one. I think that it would show that there's another team coming up, like we had Vultra last season, who were just killing it towards the end of last season.
Right.
Fermi is coming up, and they've just been playing really, really well the last few tournaments. And them coming up and beating Trelleborg today really would go, we're here to stay, and we are not messing around. We are very much looking to win this.
So, Maddie, we're going to see the circuit points. Yeah, here's the circuit points, guys. And Maddie, Agrol are going to be added to this list. Of course, we're only seeing up until 8th place. There's a few teams not showing as well. But Agrol made it to today's quarterfinals. So at the minimum, they're getting 30 circuit points. So what do you think about their chances? You know, they had a pretty good showing yesterday, I would say, against Lindner.
Yeah, yesterday, I mean, the game was definitely quite intense. I mean, Lindner was kind of like struggling a little bit there. We know that Lindner is a very strong team, so Agrol, in a way, I mean, they surprised us. And it might be a little bit question mark, like what's going to happen later. They probably have faced these teams on the earlier tournaments, on the earlier stages, which haven't been streamed, for example. But yeah, I think that some of the teams who they might be facing might keep them as like an unknown opponent a little bit, like the strategies and how they play. So it's not certain how it will fit together with the other teams. So that's what I want to see. Like, will they have the surprise element as they had yesterday as well? And that might even take them to the semifinals, and who knows what can happen. So, of course, a great showing so far. But we're going to be having a look on the bracket, so we'll actually see who's going to be facing who. And then I think Alex can maybe speculate what's going to happen on each of the matches.
Right. I would like Alex to tell me what he thinks about My Insanity's chances, because they're at the bottom of the bracket and they knocked out Bednar, who were tied in 3rd place with them yesterday in the play-in. So My Insanity has to be heavily favored to make that final today, don't they?
They do, especially coming up against a team that hasn't made it through to the finals before. But that could work completely the other way. We saw a great showing from Agrol yesterday. And My Insanity, it's going to be a little bit of a wild card, a little bit of the unknown for them. So you never know. That has tripped up teams before, and very well could prevent My Insanity progressing through to that quarterfinal.
Yeah, and Cortiva are in the bottom half too. And like the last few tournaments, they've just kind of started to, show that they're here to compete at the highest level. Their game has really started to improve over the course of the season. And of course, going back to last season, we were accustomed to seeing them, right there in the winner's circle, especially early on in season 3. We saw them in there a lot. So yeah, lots of talking points to talk about. There's plenty of action to come still today. You'll have myself and Alex and Maddie with you on the call through various times. We'll be doing our little rotation and such. So we're just about to get things underway. I personally would not be surprised if we saw Trelleborg against My Insanity in the final again. That's at least how it looks on paper, but you never know, because teams seem like they're starting to get more used to this client and this season. There's a little bit more competition beyond the top 2 in the table. So we'll see how the circuit leaderboard looks after today's event. Maddie, do you expect any like major shift in the standings, or are we going to just kind of be where we are after today?
Well, I don't expect anything major to happen there. Of course, I mean, some teams they can surprise us. They can jump on the circuit points. But like I said, I mean, I'm still looking forward to see what's going to happen with the Trelleborg today. Will they dominate? I said maybe earlier that maybe Vermeers have a chance of beating them. And of course, the whole Agral mind sanity situation is interesting as well. But yeah, that's about it. I'm going to be taking a small break. And these two handsome fellas next to me are going to be leading you to the first game.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit, Maddie, and kick back, have your pancakes and your coffee, and enjoy this first matchup as Alex and I will handle the call for this one. Vermeers Flamboyance against Team Charlie. And Alex, I mean, if you're going off of previous performances this season, you have to heavily favor Vermeers Flamboyance here. They have to be the team that you would say are the most improved in this season. They are just, showing time and time again that they're one of the best teams in the league.
Absolutely. And the absolute amazing ability to adapt that they showed yesterday just makes them such a formidable team to come up against at the moment. Team Charlie are going to have to work really hard to disrupt what Vermeers are doing in order to win this. I think going play for play against Vermeers, they're not going to win, and it's always up to the luck of the drops when you play, when you just do a play for play game. You've got to try and disrupt, and Vermeers are a very difficult team to disrupt.
Yeah, and we're actually going to see Unstoppable picked here by Team Charlie, which it's good to see some mix-up. We're not going to get to see the telehandlers in this match, but it was nice to see those telehandlers making quite a few appearances yesterday. We take it for granted not, getting to see them. So whenever the telehandlers are in play, I always get pretty excited. Team Charlie coming into this weekend, on the other hand, they were already on that circuit point leaderboard. They're at the bottom end of the table coming into the weekend, tied for 11th place, which is currently the lowest standing in the table. There's a lot of teams coming into this weekend that were tied for various places, like 3rd place and 8th place and 11th as well. So for Team Charlie, at the minimum, they're going to double the amount of circuit points that they already had coming into this weekend. But it's a really good chance for them to test themselves on the broadcast, on this kind of a stage against Vermeers Flamboyance, who is sitting in 2nd place behind Trelleborg and has been one of the standout performers of the season. So we'll see what wins out here. Bottleneck against Unstoppable. Otherwise, it looks pretty similar in the setup. The larger vulture for Vermeers, Alex, the smaller one for Team Charlie, really the only discernible difference here. What do you expect? I mean, yesterday we saw Big Hall in play too, but it does seem like Bottleneck still reigns supreme when it comes to team perks.
I am very much liking Team Charlie's play here. I mean, coming out with Unstoppable instead of Bottleneck is an immediate disruptive move, because it means it limits how much grain Vermeers can deliver straight from the get-go. And it just disrupts the entire gameplay. Whereas I always see Bottleneck as a bit of a minor inconvenience in comparison. It doesn't make as big a change to the game, and yet the two perks are the same number of points to buy them. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how Vermeers adapt to this problem, this wrinkle of not being able to deliver all the grain, and whether they'll change their strategy as a result. I'm interested to see where Team Charlie take this.
Yeah, good start for the first bale here for both teams. This looks like it will be pretty even. We saw a few crashes and things like that around the barn last night. Bringing this bigger tractor in is always going to be tricky up under the conveyor belt here. Looks like Team Charlie's going to go with the safer approach and not attempt the flick. A little bit late even on unloading it. So 131, not too bad. And they're actually going to have a few points difference here, assuming that Hayden will be able to get this in without too many issues. We usually see Vermeers go for this safer approach with the first bale delivery. So actually 11 points difference. That's less than one bale, but a good start for Team Charlie.
It is. They're getting those points on the board early. They're making sure that they're that little bit ahead. They're taking every advantage they can at the moment. Very difficult at this stage to tell exactly where the teams are in as far as getting themselves set up. But you can see Team Charlie very much getting there for that first bale. They've got both teams actually freeing up their overloaders very quickly and making it easy for those big tractors to get them, which is very, very useful because you don't want to be losing time having to drive through fully grown crop with those large tractors. And yeah, both unloading nice and early. Not seeing any of the reverse combine unloading going on yet, which we saw yesterday. But I'm fairly sure that will turn up at some point today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a little crash there of Haydn hitting Tita, hitting the header of the ideal there, but not too big of a deal, just going to delay them by a second or two. I wonder what you think, Alex, because for me, it seems like Season 4, there's a lot less lulls in the round. Like 15 minutes goes by. It sounds cliche because it's always been the same length, but it seems like it goes by even faster now in Season 4. And you are seeing teams, like you said, they've got to be ready to unload almost straight away after they deliver the first bale. And then we're starting to see teams bring in the grain to the silo earlier. We're starting to see teams bring bales to the barn earlier this season. It really is important to maximize every moment in Season 4. Would you agree with that?
I think I would. I mean, we've just hit the 12-minute drop, and it just seems no time has gone past at all between the team starting off and and that drop hitting. And then we talk about what they need to do at the 8-minute drop. That hits really, really quickly, and we normally have teams having done 2 unloading of grains at that point. And yeah, I don't know about you, but it really is so quick that it goes, and
very much so.
And they seem to be getting more grain in that time as well. We saw this a lot yesterday, where teams are emptying out this overloader, coming back at the 8-minute mark, which is only 2.5 minutes away, with both a full auger again and 2 combines worth. Teams are getting very, very good at maximizing their grain, and I'm not sure where they're suddenly getting it from.
Yeah, I mean, there were some changes, right, coming into the season, like the straw yield was increased, the size of weed patches were reduced, the speed of the equipment itself also was increased, so you can get a lot more done in that time span. We just saw both teams in the 12th minute, they picked up herbicide. I really like to see that drop in the 12th minute because we don't really see herbicide as a team perk used anymore in Season 4. So to see it used as far as the drops go, it's a nice one for the 12th minute when you're out there running 2 combines. You end up with a lot straighter lines for the teams, and I think that just will, in the end, lead to the potential for more bales. And scoring bales, Alex, has always been the key, really, to winning the Farming Simulator League. Of course, there's so many other factors like your multiplier and such that goes into it too. But to score your points, there's only really one way to do it, and that is to get the bales into the barn. And we're just seeing like that anything under 40, once you get to these stages, could spell the end of your tournament run at this point. So maximizing the amount of bales you can get is the most important thing.
Absolutely, and I don't think that this match we're going to see the combines turn up at the sell point because of that unstoppable. If the teams take their belts too far, it's going to cause their belt to stop. So I think we can see it here now. Fermiers have delivered too much grain. Their belt has stopped because they're at 2.7. They're going to have to do
what we saw yesterday.
What they did yesterday.
Yeah. Our brains are on the same wavelength there.
But this is why it is so disruptive to pick unstoppable. because it just
Right.
means teams have to really watch how much grain they've delivered. Otherwise, they have no belt. And a 2.7 to 1.3 multiplier means nothing at this point because Fermiers cannot score the points unless they drive up that conveyor and put them in the top.
I think they're more than
So, I
happy to
don't know
do
if-
that, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think they may well go, right, let's throw this all the way to 3 times. Our opponents may not actually come and put any grain in because they think, oh, we've got a 3-point advantage or a point
Fermiers
a multiplier advantage.
Fermiers should go for the silo closed right now. It would be a huge moment, and it would give them a chance to drive up that belt with some bales if they were to go and grab it. Because as of this point, Team Charlie have not delivered their second load of grain. They were preparing it at the silo. Silo closed and speed up were the 8th minute drops, but I'm not sure that Fermiers is going to spend the time. And in fact, Fermiers is now, here comes Hayden to grab it. Meanwhile, they've increased the multiplier all the way to 3 to 1, and Team Charlie has not delivered any of their grain. So now for 111 seconds, Fermiers has every chance to get those bales in and drive up the belt. It was Tita yesterday that we saw, and we see the ghost mode. He's coming in now. This takes some skill, but we see trying to drive up the belt, 2 bales on the front, it looked like. And you don't need the belt. 30 points per bale. It's 200 to 180 now. I mean, I love this, Alex. It's always great to see teams innovating.
This is the only thing Fermiers can do is just take it to the point where their opponent's belt is useless. Putting stuff on their belt is useless, and at the same time, driving up there, and it doesn't matter if you're twice as slow as your opponent scoring points. You've got 3 times the points for every bale, and
it seems odd to say.
That you could. It does. And
it seems odd to say that their belt is shut down, but that Team Charlie's belt is working, but it's more useless than Fermiers because you're going to get 10 points no matter what. So why waste your time going up your belt to score 10 points or putting them on there? Tita, meanwhile, still has plenty of time and 3 on the front this time. Let's see if Fermiers can score some more end of the top with this little trick.
I mean, it's 90 points for every 3 bales he brings back. And he only has to get it in the next 13 seconds to get this 3 times before they score. And, he's a little bit there. Oh, wow.
That's a little tough with 3. There we go. Well done. And that gives them a 10-point lead for the moment. And now Team Charlie finally is delivering their grain. So Tita got those scored just in time as the silo close ran out. 5 minutes to go. Bale count is even. Fermiers has 18,000 liters of grain, but they don't need it. Look at that. They're going to hold the advantage at 2.4 to 1.6. So now their belt is working again, and they still have an advantage. Team Charlie just lacking in the grain production so far. And in fact, they're stopping their belt again.
Yeah. And this is the thing.
They don't care.
I was Team Charlie, I would not have put in... I would not have restarted Fermiers' belt. Because most teams, you restart their belt and they'll just start putting bales on there. I mean, with Fermiers, it doesn't matter because they're just going to drive up the belt anyway. But most teams would be in trouble because you would have a 1.5 advantage. Fermiers is just not caring, and I love this. This is
my
the
favorite
most
thing,
amazing
to be honest.
play. Yeah,
we've seen teams drive up the conveyor before, but never with it off.
But not
We've
like
never seen
this.
teams really. Yeah, and we've got 20 and 33 bale points out as a super drop. We've got both teams kind of going for it here. It looked like Fermiers actually decided to just keep bailing, and they're going to let Team Charlie get this 33 points. And that's going to even things out a little bit. Looked like Fermiers was thinking about it and then made the judgment call to let's just get extra bales because we're scoring, 16 extra points per bale at the moment anyways. So why bother with these bale points?
I'm just looking at the way Fermiers play and kind of going, why don't they use Unstoppable? Why don't they
Oh,
immediately?
that backfiring this time.
That might
That's
be
not good.
why.
No, and that's something that I was going to point out earlier. You know, this is the danger with driving up that belt is eventually you could get yourself into a bad situation. Tita able to save it in the end, but that's a little moment for Team Charlie now to try to extend their lead with under 3 minutes to go. You never know what will happen. The bail count is in the favor of Fermiers. The multiplier is in the favor of Fermiers, but as of this moment, Team Charlie leads in the score. So what is going to win out here? Will it be the
This
innovation from Fermiers, or will it be the the classic strategy from Team Charlie that'll win this first round of the quarterfinals of tournament number 5? We're about to find out, Alex. It's been a good start, though.
It has, and this I love to see. And he's going up there again. This is going to put them in the lead. Oh, it's not quite, not quite. I don't know if I was Fermiers, I don't know if I'd be trying to put every bale in the top at the moment. I think that's a big ask because of the amount of time it takes. I mean, I know why they've gone and stopped their belt, why they've added that extra brain in, because to make it worth doing what they're doing at the moment, they have to do that. They have to have such an incredibly high multiplier, because then every bale they get in there just counts so much. But I think I would be putting bales in the bottom. I think I'd be putting, a couple of bales in the bottom every so often, just to keep those points coming up, so that if they do fall off, if they do have that moment where he's stuck on the side, they've got that little bit of extra points that they're able to come along with and go, right, that gives us this little bit of breathing space.
I liked what Felden said about what if Tita used Easy Stack. The only problem with that is that it does cost 1 point extra over the runner perk, which he's picked. And I'm thinking that maybe they don't want to sacrifice elsewhere to gain that extra point. But yeah, with Easy Stack and having that hitbox, the barn doors widen, it would make it easier to get 3 in at one time. They are now right on cue. Instead of cursing the caster curse this time, Alex, you've actually kind of foreseen the future, and now they will start to put some into the bottom as time starts to run out. Right now, though, Fermiers is looking like they're going to get this done in the first round again. I'm just curious, say that they beat Team Charlie here, Trelleborg goes on and wins against Astragon, and they end up against Trelleborg in the semifinal. I'm not sure this kind of tactic is going to work against Trelleborg, because you're sacrificing a lot of time that you could be scoring more bales, I think. And if you want to beat Trelleborg, it's going to come down to bale count most often.
Yeah, this tactic is only really usable against somebody using Unstoppable against you, and it really is a reaction to that rather than a tactic to use consciously against other people in general. It's not.
I mean, 26 bales delivered, and they won by nearly 100 points. I mean,
yeah,
we've been talking all weekend about how you need like 40 bales or so to win, but I mean, to their credit, they were scoring 30 points, 28 points, and 26 points for a lot of those bales that they scored. Only 14 into the upper part of the barn, but because they were scoring so many extra points compared to Team Charlie, that made up the difference for the lack of the amount of bales that they had. So yeah, I would be interested. I don't ever wish for certain teams to win. I don't play favorites, but if we were treated to a Fermiers and Trelleborg semifinal later today, I would be interested to see if they would try to go with a similar tactic or if they would switch it up, because it's hard to throw Trelleborg off their game, I think. So, but good job for Fermiers, and for Team Charlie, they need to find a way to bounce back now, Alex.
Yeah, I don't think that Trelleborg would use Unstoppable. It's not a tactic we've seen them go for, and when Fermiers are trouncing people so much who use it, I think Trelleborg would be unwise to take that tactic. Having said that, would not be the first time that Trelleborg go and do something and go with a particular tactic just to show that it doesn't matter. They can beat anybody no matter what they use. So
We've been
I
teased.
think we're going to see.
Go
I
ahead,
think we're
Alex.
going to see the use of bottleneck by Trelleborg. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And I want what I'm interested to see is how Fermiers then react, and if they win this second game, of course, how they would then react to Trelleborg doing that, and how they would adapt to Trelleborg doing that. I think those two teams coming together, two teams who are very good at adapting to what their opponents are doing, would be one hell of a match to see.
Well, we have already been teased by JK in the chat yesterday from Team Trelleborg saying that we may see a surprise from them. Someone else in chat pointed out that could just be a red herring from Trelleborg trying to throw everyone else off, planting that seed, and then they just come in and do what we're used to seeing them do. Apparently, they also have a viable tactic that they use with the skid steer. I don't know if we'll ever see that in an official tournament. They probably should have used that one against me on stage during the show match at FarmCon when there were no circuit points at stake, because that one sounds like a risky thing to pull out in the middle of a tournament. But what do you think Team Charlie has to do to be able to not go out straight away here and get swept through 2 straight games?
I think they have to not use Unstoppable. I think Fermiers has a great counter to it. Team Charlie are using Unstoppable so that they don't have to deliver so much grain. Fermiers have turned that on their head. They deliver as much grain as they can because they know they can score the points with it. And so, yeah, they're going to have to change up their tactics. Now we're going to find out because game 2 is about to begin. Fermiers 5 points versus Team Charlie.
Yeah, I think, Team Charlie, no matter what, it's been a great weekend for them to make it here. They're going to, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, they had 30 circuit points coming in. At the minimum, they're going to get another 30. So they've kind of doubled the points they had. If they can win this round and force the third of the best of 3, then they would put themselves within 1 win away of making it to the semifinals, which would be a huge moment. I'm sure that Trelleborg are somewhere quietly, or maybe not so quietly, but secretly rooting for Team Charlie to win here, because Trelleborg currently coming into the weekend sitting on 360 circuit points in first place, 120 points ahead of Fermiers Flamboyance. So Trelleborg pretty much already has secured that top spot in the season finals. But I'm sure that they're hoping, for a little bit of a disrupt here. We've seen Fermiers continue to be strong all season long. Team Charlie has banned the telehandlers again. And then we've had a couple of the smaller, like 2-prong front loader tractors with the bale spikes. This time, Team Charlie goes with Big Haul, which is interesting. Team Charlie kind of, going against tradition here for season 4, refusing to stick with bottleneck like most teams are picking this season. And I like seeing them try to kind of form their own identity here. Big Haul, though, Alex, let's talk about it a little bit, because it's really hard, even with the patch that changed the cost of it from 5 to 4. I still feel like it is very hard for Big Haul to be a viable strategy, partly due to the cost of picking it, but also because we've seen teams, even yesterday, as recently as yesterday, we've seen teams just be able to counter it by using the grain cart, the Horse Titan. You bring that in a couple of times and you've already canceled out the benefit of the Big Haul. So do you think that Team Charlie has gone with the right thing here by picking that?
It's a tough one. It's so expensive. You end up having to sacrifice something else in order to use Big Haul because of the amount of points that it requires. We saw one team ending up picking no extra perks because they ended up going with Big Haul. And in the case of Team Charlie have had to sacrifice having the ideal combine reserved in order to and gone with the case instead in order to afford Big Haul. Now the problem with that is if Fermiers is able to get both of the ideal combines, that's going to cancel out anything that Big Haul does. We saw it yesterday. We saw teams getting 15,000 liters extra because they had 2 ideal combines versus just a single ideal combine. So it is just it doesn't work if you can't get the right sets of combines. And it looks like Vermeers have gone with the New Holland rather than the ideal. I don't know if they have got that ideal. They've definitely got one of them, but then they reserved that. But it also looks like Team Charlie haven't got it either.
Yeah, they look like they're running a Case and a Massey maybe combine. Interesting setup. But for me, like I just don't know about Big Haul because the only real benefit that it gives you is that you can bring in a lot of grain at once. But if you bring in the Horse Titan twice, you get actually 1,000 liters extra grain compared to the semi-truck trailer that you get with Big Haul. And the problem I see with Big Haul is you can bring more in at one time, but it takes you longer to fill it up anyways. So in the time it takes you to fill it up once, your opponents could have already filled up the Titan twice in the same amount of time, and then you're actually down 1,000 liters of grain, which isn't a huge number, but for me, I'm just not really seeing the benefit in Big Haul. It's nice to see different team perks picked, and we've seen it picked a few times already this weekend, but I'm not sure it's that viable, especially at this stage. And meanwhile, last time Team Charlie actually were ahead in the first bale, and this time they're going to be significantly behind here as Nikolai is just now coming in and going to get 88 points. And that, I don't know what's happened at the start, whether they got beaten to a baler that threw them off or what happened there, but that is a huge gap for Team Charlie to have to make up here up against it. Alex, they have to win this to force the third, and now they're down by a significant margin. They're going to have to find a way to score several extra bales now to make this up.
I think the big difference between Big Haul and not having it is that you're able to, if you can bring in 2 loads from Big Haul, you don't need to bring all the combines to the sell point at the end, so you save time, which, as we know, time in the FSL is incredibly precious. You save time having to run back and forth with combines, and you actually deliver at different times as well. We've got speed limit collected by Fermiers and not by Team Charlie, who are miles away at the moment.
Wow. It looked like someone was dumping grain there for a moment too.
That would be weird. In fact, hang on, why are Team Charlie filling up the overloader?
We saw this yesterday too, where someone picked Big Haul and then didn't really use it. I like what Jenny said in chat, and my colleague at Giants, aka Jenny Giants in chat. The Big Haul also looks nice. Don't forget that. You're definitely right about that. It does look nice. It would be nice to see it a little bit more of a viable strategy because it is a nice piece of equipment. There's no doubting that. But yeah, Alex, why in the world are Team Charlie using the grain cart when they have Big Haul in play?
And that's not even a full grain cart that they're doing at the moment. So that's...
Do you think their plan is to bring in this load and then go... It looks like he's going to go get the Big Haul now for the rest, and maybe they're going to try... This is a risky play. Are they going to now try to fill up? I mean, they have 40,000 liters of grain at the moment, so they almost... Are they going to try to deliver like all 90,000 liters at one time? Because meanwhile, Fermiers has a 3-to-1 multiplier advantage. They don't have any bales pressed yet. but I'm sure that the bales will start being pressed soon. And if the 8th minute rolls around and a silo close pops up again, like the last round, Vermeers are definitely going to go for that, aren't they? So it's a risky play by Team Charlie, but it could pay off.
It's a very risky play by Team Charlie here. They are banking an awful lot on the 8th minute. I've got 2 predictions at this point. If Silo Closed comes up at the 8th minute, Vermeers are going to be on a roll because it's just going to give them a massive amount of time where they can score points at 3 times. Why are Team Charlie not using the ideal combine? Sorry, they've had that sitting there all that time.
Yeah, that's interesting. They must have tried to rush for something else. I don't know. And maybe they have something up their sleeve here because they are definitely doing something that we're not accustomed to seeing. But it could be high risk, high reward. And as of this point, it doesn't seem smart, but it could pay off. We'll see, I guess.
If the grain multiplier turns up at the 8th minute, I think Team Charlie are going to win this because they have just a massive amount of grain ready to take.
Maybe that's what they're hoping for. That's a good call, Alex.
But it is so risky.
It is risky to bet your whole strategy on a certain drop showing up. It could really work out for you, but if that's what they're going for, sure, if it shows up, great. If it doesn't, then it's going to be tough. But maybe after the performance in the first round, they said, you know what, we've got to take a risk here because anything else and we're going out at this stage. So if that's indeed what they're hoping for, it's a very good point you've made, Alex. That could pay off, but you're never guaranteed that drop is going to show up. So let's see what happens here. We should be just a few seconds away now from seeing what the 8th minute drops are. And the problem for them is Vermeers has almost the same amount of grain, and they've already delivered as well. So
there we go.
Crazy tool and silo close.
Gotta close those silos.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it right now, isn't he? Is he gonna hop out of the combine? Oh no, here comes Tito with runner.
Is he gonna wait? They've got to wait till the very last seconds to close those silos.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Team Charlie has anyone close either, so smart move, really, to wait.
There's nobody even up here either.
Now Team Charlie has someone nearby. Here comes
and here we go.
Here comes Loiku, and with 10 seconds left. And are Team Charlie going to miss out on this completely? I don't think Team Charlie is going to get either of these either. Is he going to get... he left that late? Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Way to give me... I think my heart skipped a beat. I was like, what are you doing?
So a minute and a half, Team Charlie cannot empty any grain. They're actually nowhere near doing it, which amazes me because there are only 6.5 minutes left on the clock. And Vermeers are going to start scoring points with a 3 times multiplier.
Team Charlie's up to 82,000 liters of grain, but at this point, you've got to stop harvesting and start pressing bales, don't you? Or you're all that grain you've harvested, you're not going to get it baled up and delivered. So they're still running 2 combines with 6 minutes to go. They're behind in the score. It's only the first bale points that have been scored up until a few seconds from now when these bales are scored. They're going to be 30 points per bale for Tita. This time, Tita doesn't have to drive up the belt like the first round. And this is going to be a huge lead when all of these go in. For Vermeers, meanwhile, Vermeers is still gathering grain as well. And really, I think if Vermeers delivers grain, then what Team Charlie is trying to do is not going to work at all because they're pretty much even on the amount of grain. In fact, Vermeers may have a slight overall lead because they've already delivered 30,000 liters. So they've got really 96,000 liters of grain that Vermeers have made in this round up until this point. And 5.5 to go. I'm kind of perplexed, Alex, by this strategy.
Still
but credit to Charlie for trying it. Yeah.
Fermiers are still harvesting. So this advantage that apparently is there for Team Charlie for all of this grain
Oh,
isn't
right
actually
into the
there.
building. Don't get it stuck now. That's the last thing you need.
Oh god. There's less than 5 minutes left, and Team Charlie have not delivered a single a single piece of grain, and only have 9 bales. So here we go.
Yeah,
They're
this
evening
is
things up,
interesting.
but there is grain just sitting there ready. Fermiers. So Fermiers are just going to answer this and turn
Yeah.
it straight back around the other way.
And meanwhile, Fermiers has scored bales with extra points already in the round. And Team Charlie are not going to have enough time here to take advantage of delivering this grain, because we just saw for the camera switch that someone for Fermiers is right in the area of the silo at the moment as well. So there it is now. Going to answer straight back. And this is just going to be... Team Charlie, 4 minutes to go, only has 88 points from the first bale. And they have a lot of
Team
catching
Charlie
up to do.
Also, they had a little bit of grain left in that trailer, and they
and then
kept
bale withering.
loading when they'd hit the 3 times.
Bale withering
Yeah.
picked up by Fermiers. That one bale now destroyed for Team Charlie. They are scoring points now, and they're getting 3 extra points. They're getting 23 per at the moment, but that's going to change any second now, I would imagine, with Loiku at the silo switching between the equipment to get all of their grain unloaded. And here it goes now before these two get in. It's actually going to be, I would say, a point disadvantage now by the time those go in. Indeed it is. So now they're scoring 19 points per bale. And I think for Fermiers, they are answering. The thing is, what Team Charlie did could have worked, Alex, if the other team wasn't prepared for it. Fermiers was very ready for it.
So good at adapting and just turned around and went, right, we'll get a third combine and we'll stay out there a little bit longer. I mean, it's cost them in bale production, but it doesn't matter. Because
you got to answer your opponent, right? And
yeah,
you don't have to have we've been preaching all weekend about, to win and be successful at the latter stages, you need high bale count. But if your opponents are going to try to score more points per bale instead, then really you just have to make sure that you're maximizing the moments, as we're seeing Fermiers do now, where instead they've had a lot more time with the multiplier advantage to score points. And now with 2 minutes to go and an almost 200-point lead, they're scoring 26 points per bale to Team Charlie's 14. So trailing already Team Charlie and getting 12 points less per bale is not a good recipe to force the third round here. Fermiers are looking good for the victory. A bale-tastic, meanwhile, has been scored for Fermiers, so it goes from bad to worse as Fermiers picks up 50 bonus points for delivering 10 bales in a row, and they're 4 away from getting the bale pressive now. And it looks like Nikolai's just going to put that one in to reset the counter. But yeah, for Team Charlie, all credit to them, Alex, for trying something different here, but it's backfired spectacularly, I think.
Fermiers have seen what Team Charlie are doing. They've turned around and they've gone, right, this is how we're going to adapt to this. And they haven't just gone, oh, we're going to score points when it's 3 times and not worry about it. They've actually turned around and gone, right, okay, what do we have to do to make sure that when they do deliver all this grain, we can counter that delivery and end up with a huge amount ourselves? And so they've adapted. And as I said, they've probably produced fewer bales as a result of it, but it does not matter because they've got that 2.6 multiplier. And we've seen teams be absolutely lost at a 2.2 to 1.8 multiplier. You know, that kind of advantage in the past has just sunk teams halfway through a match. Here, Fermiers are actually going for that big multiplier and trying to find ways that they can that they can set teams to it. And Team Charlie.
Team Charlie going with the Kerminator strategy. This is what I looked like at FarmCon during the show match. The crowd cheered for me, though, so I feel like I won at the end of the day. I can also say now that I've been beaten by Trelleborg, like most people can. Congratulations to Fermir's Flamboyant. So they move on, Alex, to the semifinal, and they will await now the winners of Trelleborg against Astragon. 25 bales to 17 this time. So very low bale counts in both of these rounds, really, compared to what we're used to seeing. But for Fermir's, you got to play the opponent in front of you. That is the main thing, isn't it? And they've shown that here.
Yeah.
They didn't get ahead of themselves. And Fermir's did a really good job, Alex, of disrupting Team Charlie and maximizing the amount of time through both rounds that they had with the multiplier advantage. Like whether it was the belt was stopped and they were scoring 30 points anyways without it, or they were shutting down the silo in the second round and scoring extra points too. Fermir's did a really good job of controlling that.
And I think Fermir's were doing things that were unexpected from Team Charlie. You know, Team Charlie did not expect them to go and stop their own belt and then score points by driving up it. And in the second match, they didn't expect them to come along and deliver more grain than them and answer the massive amount of grain they accumulated. So yeah, absolutely. It's Fermir's showing that they can adapt to their opponents and use what should be a disadvantage to their advantage to win. We are going to go on a break now, and I will be back shortly with Copter for the next match. See you then. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm once again joined by Copter. How you doing, Matty? What did
Well,
you
I
think of Fermi? What did you think of Fermi's showing in the last match?
I was just enjoying my breakfast. Unfortunately, didn't have any pancakes like you did, Alex, but I had a lovely sandwich from the local cafeteria nearby. So I was eating that and, of course, watching the game as well. So as we saw, Fermiers, they have had no issues beating the Team Jolly, and that is exactly, they continue at the same kind of like path, which they said yesterday as well. It was a little bit different set of games, so that doesn't, okay, it shows that they're definitely on point. But I think the question, at least still for me, and I know that I keep saying this a lot, is that how well they will be doing versus the Trelleborg if they will face on the semifinals. But that is just a question that's going to be answered later.
And we've got Trelleborg versus Astragon up next. Astragon have been a fairly solid team over this season and previous seasons, so we will see how they fare against Trelleborg. And it is one of those things where we kind of go, oh, it's going to be Trelleborg versus Fermiers, but we could always see an upset. There's always the possibility that Astragon could pull something out and surprise us here.
I mean, that is always an option, definitely. With Trelleborg, it's a very slight chance for that happening, but yeah, and especially if you have been following the chat, JK has been very active there. I mean, already yesterday, all the discussions or the chat messages he was sending, they were like full of self-confidence, and I think they have something special on their sleeves, as has been discussed on the past as well. But meanwhile, as we are wondering about the next day, we're going to be still seeing the replays from the previous game.
And so we can see in the first game here, this is Charlie picking up the unstoppable, trying to disrupt Fermiers as best they can, and Fermiers just taking it and running with it, having their belt stopped the entire time and just scoring points by driving up that conveyor, and making sure actually that their conveyor is stopped for most of this match so that they can score the maximum number of points this way, and taking a disruptive tactic from Charlie and using it to their advantage so much. Nearly came a cropper there, nearly ended up with their stacker on the side and unable to get up, and costing precious moments there, but Charlie just not able to respond with any kind of bales or even enough rain to come back.
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, I can't be without thinking how the next matches will go for Fermiers, because now with Team Jolly, it was a little bit different kind of a setup, and the match kind of like didn't follow the usual path, at least on both of the matches. So the question how they will do with a more established team, and how the strategy will work there, that is the question. But I mean, yeah, we saw some mistakes as well. We can see Team Jolly kind of like, finding that small barn or a shack on the silo area. And yeah, those things happen. It's nothing uncommon. And I mean, yesterday we even had a situation when both teams were doing the exact same mistake with the same vehicle at the same time.
And then this second match where Fermiers just came and they responded by putting as much grain in as they could to give themselves again that massive advantage in the bale multiplier. Fermiers just showing that they can take what is a perceived disadvantage with any given match and turn it to their advantage and use it against the people who are trying to put it against them. And I think coming into their next match, that is going to be massively useful to them and make it really hard for whoever it is they come up against, whether that be Trelleborg or Astragon.
On the next game, I mean, Trelleborg versus Astragon, this is maybe a game which the viewers have been waiting for. I mean, we have made a lot of discussion topics about the Trelleborg versus Fermiers Flamboyance already, so let's focus on this game. But I'm just wondering if this is the game where the Trelleborgs will be showing the tricks, because the opponent should be, easier than on the later stages today. So maybe this is the time, if they have something special on their sleeve, to be like a safe place to introduce something new.
It'll be interesting to see with this game if Astragon go for a different tactic than just trying to match Trelleborg. We've seen a lot of teams before coming in and just trying to play Trelleborg at their own game, and rarely do you see a team win like that. Normally, the way a team takes a game against Trelleborg is they'll come up with a tactic that is massively disruptive to them, and immediately I have questions because Astragon have very surprisingly used a point to ban a Baylor, which we rarely see.
Well, that is definitely
yeah,
something special. And there we go, another one, Crone, big pack.
This is, okay, immediately with this match, I am thrown off and I have no idea what's going on. So nothing new there. Okay.
I'm definitely. Oh,
no.
In the end, it's gonna be a switch. So we are gonna be. No, they're baiting with us.
They are banning the Russell Mash. Why are they banning the Russell Mash? The only reason I can see to ban the Russell Mash is that there are 5 combines, and if you ban the lowest combine, you are guaranteeing the ideal coming out. Why Astragon are banning the Massey Ferguson as a result, I don't know.
Oh, this is a completely different bans which we have seen in the past. So then the picks here, let's see, Casey's, Ideals, Unstoppable.
Oh no.
Bottleneck actually, so
yeah. None?
They are just baiting with it. We have this
oh,
the same
God.
thing was happening last tournament as well. They will keep us guessing. I think that the players and especially the captains, they do enjoy when the casters are struggling. So I'm pretty sure that they will have the stream at the same time running on the side, and they are just enjoying the moment when they hear that the casters are like, oh, what is going on here?
What is going on? I am not surprised. I'm actually with it not being banned. I am not surprised that the Manitou has been picked by Trelleborg. The Trelleborg toss is a definite possibility round here now. With that, I expect Astro and Trelleborg are working together to confuse virtual fabric cards back up there. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, we are definitely amused.
There are no team perks picked as well. So they've spent those extra points banning Baylors and Harvesters. Neither team has a team perk. Which is I'm
just exhaling very deeply here.
I'm so confused right now.
And then we have Runner, Alchemy, John Deere, and Massey Ferguson on the Astragon side picked. So that is, and then we have Manitou and Massey Ferguson on the Trelleborg side. So this will be definitely interesting. Let's see how the run to the pads is going to go, because this will be definitely deciding something. What of the utilities will be used in just a couple of seconds. We're going to be starting to run, and there we go. The gates are open. So the players are leaving. JK and Martin seems to be heading to the same direction. There will be no challenges for them, so they can just pick the ideal. We can see actually, no really any kind of challenges going on as we can see for now. So it's a pretty straight deal. We can see Roshi just going to be getting past that pad. We'll go for the Harvester, and we can see JK. And I do remember that there was a discussion that maybe we'll see that 150-point bail. First bail coming at some stage, and this is actually looking pretty good. I mean, it's still 30 seconds to go. They are already, I think the bail is already done more or less, so they can start. Yeah, now it's done, so they're gonna be leaving, and they still have 23 seconds to go with it. So now we're gonna be following what's gonna be happening on the Astragon side, but the bail for the Trelleborg should be going to the barn in any second now. And here we got JK still 14-10, and that's gonna be good. It's gonna be 150.
Oh,
there we go. They will keep the promise.
150. Oh, my Lord!
They said it that they have been practicing it, and I mean, the clock was looking very promising on that situation, and that's why we saw those two Trelleborg players running to the same direction and not going to be challenging anybody from the pads, because they knew that if they will get the utilities from that direction, then they should be they should be close enough for 150. So that is a great job. Astragon at the same time doing 136. That's not bad either, but the gap is 14 points, and I don't know how I'll convert that to the bails. but I'll be calculating.
It's about a bale and a half advantage that Astragon have at the moment. Depending on whether it's a bale and a half advantage at the bottom and a 3/4 of a bale roughly at the top. So that is, but a 150. That is JK coming out and absolutely stamping. I am in control here. This is what we're coming out to do. And the fact that Trelleborg have both ideal combines as well gives them this advantage. We saw teams yesterday ending up with 15,000 extra liters of grain at the end, simply because they had these two combines. And if there's a team that can take full advantage of that and can end up with more than the extra 15,000, it is Trelleborg. And so, yeah, I'm expecting big things from them with this game, with these kind of advantages they have right now.
Well, I made some calculations on my side, and I do have it. It's 0.7 bales. That's the difference. 0.7 bales. That is the that is what I'm going to call it as a bale count number. But anyways, we have these lovely split views which we had yesterday. We had it on the first game as well. So we can see JK just pouring some grain down to the silo. We can see Major Melon just heading towards the silo as well. And as we can see currently, both teams have been collecting grain. Astragon has been collecting about the same amount because Trelleborg has been already pouring it down. And now they're going to be getting the initial high multiplier. Are they going to go all the way to the 3.0? No, it's going to be at the same time also Astragon starting to unload it, and they actually have a faster way of doing it because, okay, Trelleborg has stopped doing it already, so they're going to be just evening the multiplier. They will not give any early advantage to Trelleborg, and here we can see Major Melon at the job.
I'm not seeing a huge amount of disruptive gameplay here at the moment from Astragon. They seem to be on the back foot most of the time, and Trelleborg going for the bale drop, grabbing an extra bale. And Astragon, I'm not sure, have picked up theirs. So looks like Trelleborg may have got themselves an advantage here. In fact, is Major Melon going for it now? He is jumping out. No, he's grabbing another tractor. So yes, I don't think they got that extra bale. Yeah,
well.
In fact, Trelleborg with 2 bales and Astragon with 0. So they have not picked up either herbicide or...
Yeah, it's not a huge difference so far, but the Trelleborg keeps pressing the bales. So the number is increasing all the time, as we can see. Now they have 5, soon they're going to have 6 as we speak. And of course, we're still, 2.5 minutes away from the next drops, and then we'll see how the game is going to be played. Meanwhile, Trelleborg, they have stopped with about 30k of grain. We can see Astragon now collecting more, and we can see that Trelleborg, they are just putting it in, unloading it, and then they can just move that one wagon right next to the silo and be happy with it when they will start unloading it. 10 minutes on the clocks, and the teams are just doing the work at the fields. We can see Major Melon getting some bales done finally for Astragon's side as well, so they know that they cannot really afford to be losing on any of the fronts to Trelleborg if they want to have a chance. So if they cannot find a strategy where they can break Trelleborg's whatever they are planning to do, at least they will have to keep up with them.
I'm noticing a big difference in gameplay here between this match and other matches. And we were talking earlier about how if you're playing against Trelleborg, you need to make sure that you have a lot of bales, because it's, Trelleborg are doing 40 bale games easily. And the part of the reason is we've seen other games today, people have no bales at the 8-minute mark. They haven't even started baling. At this point, both teams here already have, and there goes the Trelleborg toss for a 2.7.
And that is 54 points for them. Excellent. And I think it's the second one already, actually.
We weren't seeing teams even pressing bales, let alone scoring them at this point in other matches this weekend. And Trelleborg already have more than more than a dozen Bales are already scoring them, and this is why they score so high.
Yeah, I mean, from the points, okay, now it's 269, but after the Trelleborg toss, it was 256. So that meant that even before the Trelleborg toss, they did put some bales in, which we didn't see on the stream, and now they were just, both teams actually unloading the bales because he has to go kind of like reacting into it. They are also starting to put the bales on the belt. Martin's going to go for the second time. Is he going to be succeeding? Well, of course he's going to succeed, and that's a second toss worth of 40 points. That's, baby, how you do it.
This is why you don't give Trelleborg the telehandlers. Because if you do that, they just do that. They run out into the field, they grab bales, they toss them in the top, and they go out and grab more, and they just score points and points and points. And
I'm just wondering if they don't have the telehandler, when it's going to be the time when they introduce the Trelleborg toss without the telehandler. You can expect all kind of crazy things from Trelleborg. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have seen, for example, how the bales sometimes like bounce, like when they're pinched to the ground and they will just, flip to some direction. So maybe they'll find a strategy how they can, do that with a harvester or something like that. I don't know. That they have been introducing so many crazy gameplays on the past, and they keep doing the same. So I wouldn't be surprised. And Martin, he's going to go for the third time. So he is completely feeling that it's going to be boring to put the bales on the belt. We saw Tita showing the strategy that you can just, kind of like go up with the belt. And Martin, I mean, two teams are now showing that they don't need the belt at all. It's not needed.
At all, yeah. That's insane. And the thing is, so if you try and use Unstoppable against Trelleborg, it doesn't matter either. As long as as long as they get that telehandler, Trelleborg don't need that conveyor at all. I also want to say it's an 8-minute drop. I don't believe that Astragon picked up an 8-minute drop, but Trelleborg definitely did. They picked up Crazy Tool while they had 2 balers out there. It was insane. So they just got a massive number of bales with 2 balers out on the field, and you can see they're only 4 bales behind, or 5 bales behind now. But the reason they're 5 bales behind is because they're just scoring points left, right, and center with them. They have a 250 point advantage at the moment with over 5 minutes to go. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and Trelleborg, they already have like a more than double points which Astragon has, so they have been just slowly increasing it. It's not so many minutes ago when both teams had like a 200-300, but now it's going to be 256 and 531, so definitely Trelleborg nicely on the lead, and Martin's going to go for, I can't even count how many times he has done it, but he's going to go for the next run, and of course, I mean, he's going to be succeeding. Meanwhile, the bales of Astragon, they're just slowly getting there. And now Martin, okay, maybe I'll just do something normal as well. So he's going to put the bales on the belt. That's a very nice handling with the, as the chat's called, the trelle handler. So it's not a telehandler anymore, it's a trelle handler.
If Astragon don't immediately come out and ban both trelle handlers, I'm doing it now. At the beginning of the next game, I will be amazed because it's just given such an advantage to Trelleborg today for this first game. You can't let them have them because it's just too dangerous.
It is pretty dangerous. I mean, definitely when the Paul is going to be having some issues. Maybe he's just showing his skill. Yeah, he's. I'm like 110% sure that was planned. He was just showing off the skills, to be honest. Like, yeah, I can handle the drawbridges. It's not going to be a problem for me. If you can do the same, I dare you to show it.
Not even a rising drawbridge can stop Trelleborg.
Yeah, that was definitely planned. The 4-minute drop, it is going to be multiplier switch. Both teams having 2.0, not going to have any kind of effect. So Major Melon or the rest of the guys from Astragon, they don't get any help from the super drop and the score situation. Trelleborg, they are already about 300 points away, and there's no signs that anybody's going to be stopping them.
Here he comes again, lining up. They've got 700 points with 3.5 minutes to go. This is 1,000-point game that Trelleborg are playing now, which is mad. That is absolutely incredible. I'm just looking at sort of the play-in games yesterday. I don't think we had a play-in game yesterday over 900. No, there wasn't a single play-in game yesterday that reached 900 points. And Trelleborg are heading for a 1,000-point game.
I would love to see that do the calculations that, when you normally operate around the belt, let's say that we have a 2.0 multiplier, the normal belt speed, and then let's compare that somebody, even Martin, I would love to see the comparison that if they will just, with a normal tractor, they will put the bales on the belt, like 2 of them, like good stacking there, and see, count the time how long the belt is going to take them up, and see that if they will just take all the bales next to the belt, do that like a small run next to the river and toss them like Martin is just about to do. I would love to see the difference, like how much, which one is like, how much time is actually costed by the toss instead of putting them on the belt. So what is the actual efficiency ratio of doing that? It's definitely a nice way of doing it. It's a very a show-off kind of a thing, and it's definitely a great thing if your belt, for example, is not functional. But I would love to see what is the efficiency of that move compared to the normal good stacking around the belt. That is something that I still would love to see. Maybe somebody has done the calculations, and I wouldn't be surprised if Trelleborg already has those numbers available. So please share them in private, if nothing else, because that would definitely give us an understanding about the efficiency of the toss.
I think the big advantage of it, I think the thing that it really helps them with is when Martin is going out onto the field, grabbing bales and coming back, it means he doesn't have to slow down on his way back. It means he doesn't have to spend time lining the bales up on his way back as well. And he can just go out there, grab stuff, throw them in, and he saves time on doing that whole trip. And that's the thing. And here we go. I said it was going to be a 1,000-point game. There you go. That is the 1,000 points.
And there's still 1 minute to go.
And there's a minute left.
It's a minute to go, so it's going to be a very high points from this game. And they still have 9 bales, so we could see more than 1,200 points from this game. JK, he cannot, at least I'm hoping that he cannot do the toss with that utility, and Martin is blocking the way as well. And that one toss, which Martin didn't get the other bale, I think the bales at the fork, they were a little bit having an angle, and they were not placed completely well. I think the toss actually was a pretty good one. And meanwhile, Astragon is showing different kind of skills. Let's see if that's actually going to go in, because it might just fell on the last second, but no, it's going to go all the way inside, and it's 1,100 already. Bales are still there, 15. I think they want to do it. Paul is going to be coming with the harvester. He wants to reverse something in. Maybe they can shove the one last bale in front of the doors. It's going to be 1,100 Major Melon. Don't have the time. Tries to do something with the bales. JK, does he have the time? He's going to go all the way with the last second. No, doesn't have the time. But in the end, it's going to be Trelleborg, and they will claim it.
Oh, wow. Just 52 bales. That is the most bales we've seen any 2 teams produce this weekend so far. 52 bales. That's insane.
You said it, Alex. I mean, you said that Trelleborg, they can do easily 40 bales, and Astragon, I mean, they were able to match that, but they didn't expect that Trelleborg will be getting 52 bales instead, so that is definitely making a difference.
And that's and you look at that and you go, how do you counter that? That is Trelleborg coming out and giving an absolute masterclass on how to play the FSL and how to score points and that was beautiful to watch. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, I'm just wondering that. I mean, I have been talking about Fermius Flamboyance quite a lot already today and even yesterday. So I'm just wondering that Trelleborg Fermius Flamboyance is going to be one very huge game when it's going to happen. If it's going to happen, we still have the option. But I'm starting to second guess what I said earlier a little bit, because Trelleborg, once again, they're showing the dominance. I didn't see single mistake. Okay, maybe the Martin's toss where one bale didn't go inside. Maybe you can count that as a mistake, but it's it's a so minor one, to be honest. So these guys, they are just showing the dominance. I mean, quite oftenly people refer Trelleborg as the Borg, but these guys, they are not really like a conquering new worlds. They are not really, taking any new species in. They are just making sure that they will flourish as well as they can.
They are just. I am blown away, but I haven't even seen Trelleborg ever play as well as that last round went. Starting with a 150, going through and pressing. They had a dozen bales by that 8-minute mark. We've not seen teams doing that today at all. You can no longer go out there and spend ages getting grain trying to get that higher multiplier, because you've got to be out there pressing bales, and that's how they're winning. And now we're going to get to see if Astragon have any way of replying to this as we go into the second match.
I saw
don't
your
know what
picture.
Astragon are going to do.
I saw your picture in the morning where you had the pancakes as a breakfast, and I'm just wondering that could we maybe make some kind of a pancake multiplier for this? That every time Martin makes the toss, that's gonna mean that it's gonna be one pancake for you next morning when the FSL is run. So if he's gonna make 10 tosses, you're gonna eat 10 pancakes as a breakfast.
There were 5 pancakes on that plate this morning, and that was enough. I think he must have done 10 Trelleborg tosses in that last game. Astragon are mad. They should not be banning that Massey Ferguson. They should be banning that telehandler. And if they do not ban both of those telehandlers, they need to.
I mean, but it's not going to help. I mean, there's just one ban. And, well, okay, Astragon didn't ban them. And we'll see what the Trelleborg's going to be choosing. They're going to ban Ideal. Okay, I know they're just once again baiting with us. Let's see what's going to come out of it. Are they going to stay with the Rochelle Mush? Yes, they are. So there we go. I still got a comment about the pancakes. So the size is not defined yet. So maybe if you're going to end up eating 10 pancakes, they can be smaller.
Tiny pancakes.
Tiny. Yeah. Oh well, that is just a suggestion. We'll see what the community has to say, and of course, it's up to you, Alex. Are you up for the challenge?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd be sick. I think I'd be 10 pounds. And Snowegg will do it. I'll take them down to him in a sort of Norwich way, and he can eat them. We'll film that.
And of course, when Trelleborg's going to be hearing about this, then we might be seeing the toss happening more often. So that's the plus side of it as well. Anyways, let's stop talking about the pancakes once again. We know that we sometimes kind of like get drifted with the topic, but there we have the players' picks, and telehandlers definitely are coming to the play.
Astragon, this is not the answer. Picking the Massey Ferguson telehandler and trying to out toss Trelleborg is probably not the way to win this. I don't think. They've not done anything really disruptive, and they're just trying to copy. And I don't think this is going to work.
Yeah. Have we seen? I mean, we have seen somebody else doing the Trelleborg toss as well. I think we saw it like a couple tournaments ago. Was it Fermius Flamboyance who also made the toss once? So we'll see if Astragon will be able to do it. Maybe they want to, show off something if they don't find a strategy to match the points. But anyways, we're gonna be rushing for the first bell. We had 150 on the first game, and JK is gonna be getting the Baylor. Let's see what else we have. We do have Astragon going for the Massey Ferguson at the same time, as we can see on the background. Nothing that special, no challenges. Pretty a quiet run for the pads so far, probably because of the picks. And we can see Roshi is going to start collecting, and we can see Major Melon on the background. He's going to be going for the first bale, and we don't see Trelleborg really going that fast this time. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that high bale. It's going to be probably a good one still, but I think the 150 points is already out of the books because there's just 14 seconds to go, and you need more or less time than that. So it's going to be about 140 or something around that mark if they will be succeeding on the toss. And Major Melon, actually, he's not that far away from JK's pace, so this is going to be pretty equal. There we go, 140.
It's
exactly
at
as
140.
predicted. This is going to be a 130, maybe 3. I don't know. Let's see. No, it's not going to go
he's in the
inside.
wrong
So that's going to be
place.
something else. So it just needs to find the force.
That's not a good start from Massacron. They've got both ideal combines, so they've got a bit of an advantage there. But yeah, that not getting that first bail in right is going to cost them. JK running very nicely here. Another interesting thing for Astragon, for Trelleborg, is the fact that they don't free this up because they've got the care wheeled tractor. They don't have to worry about going round and harvesting around that overloader in order to get it out. They can just go in there with that care wheel tractor and get it out, and it means that they have an easier time of it later on with the harvesting. They don't have to then worry about harvesting around that area freed up.
Yeah, I was. Meanwhile, as we have the people working on the fields, I might be guilty of reading the chat a little bit too much today, but I noticed that people discussing about toppings, and probably me mentioning toppings as well. So of course, when you're talking about pancakes, you have to mention the toppings as well. But anyway, there we go. The grind starts, so we'll see just in a matter of seconds how this is going to be building. We can see about 32 of grain already for Trelleborg as far as I can see. And then we'll see how much the Astragon has been collecting it. But yeah, we saw in the previous game that the strategies with the grain, they were quite much the same. So there was like no huge changes on the multiplier. So in a way, I would love to see a game where we have a different multiplier and where the other team is going to be maybe counterfeiting that with some other kind of a strategy. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a difference.
Bale drop and direct delivery are the first power-ups. Not massively useful for either team, but Trelleborg immediately dropping their grain. I will say one thing about my pancakes this morning. I did not make enough bacon. I should have made more bacon. Astragon going for the Bale drop. And the belt is stopped on Astragon's side as well. And still a fair amount of grain sitting there for Trelleborg.
Yeah,
JK
about the bacon.
back out to the field.
About the bacon, I gotta mention that is something that I myself personally, if I eat pancakes, I eat pancakes. I don't eat the bacon at the same time. But that's a breakfast thing in the UK. I know it's definitely not a thing in Finland. I mean, it's more like an oatmeal kind of thing for us in the morning usually, and if we have some bread with it. So bacon is not usually, but it's definitely served at the hotel. So it's kind of like a rarity.
In all honesty, I was going for the American setup. I've seen so many American TV shows and everything that do pancakes with bacon. It was a little bit of an odd thing for me, but I thought, okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to make some nice, smaller American-style pancakes, and I'm gonna have some bacon with it and a bit of golden syrup on the top and stuff like that. It's really nice. I really recommend to anybody, if you have the smaller American-type pancakes and you have them with bacon, absolutely brilliant, really lovely.
Yeah, I think that I'm not the right guy to comment on this because I mean, you're from UK, we have Kermit from North America or the United States. So at the breakfast, how people are used to eat them, it's probably a very different setup. So someday I'll introduce you to Finnish breakfast, and we'll see how that's gonna go down on your show. But that's gonna be a different topic. We might even include some pancakes to help it on the way. But that's the breakfast talk for now. But okay, we can see the bales being pressed. We can see Trelleborg with 11, Astragon with 4 for now. The point situation hasn't changed, but when it happened on the last game, it actually happened very fast. It was like a very sudden shift when Trelleborg started to gain those points. They had their game plays with the grain and with the multipliers. We have seen that happening as well. Both teams, they have prepared another load of the of grain to be used at a later stage, maybe when the 8-minute drops are coming in.
And Martin coming in for a Trelleborg toss, and nice. In fact, that went almost over the top of the barn. It was a little bit high, that one. But he's coming in, he's clearing up bales now, and Trelleborg again delivering grain as well. So they're up to a 2.6 multiplier coming up to the 8-minute mark. 2.7 in fact. So really nice.
Yeah. Okay, Elite Coffee not gonna go for the toss, so he's gonna be just placing the bales next to the belt. And meanwhile, I can see the, I'm still seeing the chat discussing, and I think there's a very good point on the chat. You said, Alex, you said small American-style pancake. So how can they be American-style if they are small? Because everything is like a super-sized meal on America. So I think the normal pancake is about the size of a pizza.
I said small, so as opposed to a crepe, which is fairly big, I'm talking about the small ones. Yeah, they're not small. I used a pancake pan and it was still fairly big, but it's yeah. They're not quite as big as a crepe.
Anyways, at the same time, 8-minute drops are coming in. There is nothing that's going to be disrupting the grain game, so both teams will just unload what they have, and it's going to stay the same, 2.0 multiplier. So now it comes all the way down to the bales, and maybe if something's going to come from the super drop, Martin's going to go for another toss. And this other one might not go in, but no, I'm completely wrong. Martin shows that, yes, he can handle the bales, which are also with a slight angle on the fork. So they will just be collecting 40 points from that toss, and they will just keep going. That's going to be one more pancake for you next morning.
Both teams have picked up speed up and are going a little bit faster. Astragon for the next minute, whereas Trelleborg have it for another 45 seconds. Not going to make a huge difference to the situation, I don't think. Not when Martin is coming in and still doing the Trelleborg toss and just scoring points really, really quickly. And we've got Astragon coming in and carefully putting the bales on the belt.
Well, the gap is slightly increasing, so we can see about 80, actually 60 points, so it's not that big. Okay, now it's 80 points. But definitely, I think we see some similarities with the strategy as we had what we had on the last game. So Trelleborg, and there we go, another toss, and that should be 40 points as far as I can see. And yes, that is the case. They do have some bales next to the belt as well, but the tosses, they are collecting the points. So I think that they are just, every time when they have a chance, they will just go for the toss currently.
Over 100-point advantage for Trelleborg now, and they've got a bale advantage. They have 2 more bales than Astragon have. This is going to be very, very difficult for Astragon to respond to and come back from. I don't know how Trelleborg are doing it. I don't know how they're creating more bales constantly than their opponents. Scoring points, it's easier to see because they've got the Trelleborg toss. You can see that they are just masters of stacking them and getting them on there. Is Martin, but how they are constantly able to create more bales than Astragon just surprises the hell out of me. Astragon coming in though with a counter for a bale combo. Great timing from them, giving them some extra points. Unfortunately, it's now over 200 points between the teams. So that hasn't helped that much, but it has meant that Trelleborg has not pulled even further away, and JK's mistimed it! He is stuck on the bridge!
It's not gonna flip back, so this time...
It's not. He's gonna have to wait for that bridge to come down or risk disconnecting that baler. I don't think he'll risk disconnecting the baler.
It doesn't look so comfortable being inside of that while it's stuck at the bridge. And he's still there, as we can see. But still Trelleborg, because the Martin going for the toss. There's going to be some new bales coming from Paul. And that's a 20 points, so one bale is not going to go inside. We see the rare moment when the toss is actually not working. But still, even though they have one player just stuck on the bridge, Trelleborg is still leading with a comfortable 150 points about. So they have nothing to worry. As we have 4 minutes, we have the super drop coming in. Do you, Alex, see anything that could change the course of this game? How would Astragon win this?
If Trelleborg stopped scoring points.
Okay, yeah, just stop it right there. Let's have a break.
The other way. They've got 15 bales, so they've got they've got 6 more bales. That would be what? That's 120 points. The points difference is more than that. Basically, Trelleborg would have to stop producing bales and stop scoring points. There is no other way I can see that Astragon can win this.
Yeah, they have the bottom boost though, so let's see if they can use that. They still have some time. They actually have a quite long time of the bottom boost as well. That's going to be some points, and that's not going to help. Melon is trying to actually lift the whole building, it seems, and Martin at the same time doesn't care. I mean, I don't need the bottom boost. I can just use the normal way of doing it. I mean, we can almost call that a normal way at this stage. I mean, I think we have seen Martin tossing more than using the belt so far, to be honest.
So they've closed it to 40 points with that bottom boost, but Martin is still loading bales in there. They've only got 9 seconds left. And Trelleborg are just going to pull away again. As I said, unless Trelleborg stop scoring points and stop producing bales, Astragon can't keep up. You know, that bale advantage Astragon has now flipped the other way completely, and Trelleborg is still ahead.
Yeah. I mean, looking how Martin is placing the bales, are we gonna see a combo coming in? No, he's gonna just take them. I was for a while wondering that if they're gonna place them, that they can just put them in on the first floor to get a combo. But no, he's gonna be just placing them on the belt nicely with the telehandler. And now we can see Elite Coffee. No, for a while it seems that he's gonna go for a single toss, but that is not the case. I mean, he was like baiting us, to be honest. Like, no, we want to get you guys eating pancakes as well.
We've got a minute and a half left on the clock, and Trelleborg are at a 960. They've got enough bales just at their barn to make this another 1,000-point game.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely.
And that's 2 games Trelleborg have played this weekend and 2 1,000-point games. That is tough to come up against. When a team is on fire like this, you cannot hit the bridge.
Ooh, he's just barely getting out of the way. I mean, slight mistake with the steering, and then of course missing the bridge at the same time. So that was pretty costly. It was a minor mistake. I gotta cost some time, like 10 seconds or something at least, to get those bales. And they need every second. It's gonna be still like next to a mission impossible, but they will still try. And there's a slight chance, but yeah, with those 9 bales available, it's not gonna be enough. I mean, they can make about 200 points from those, and Trelleborg is already gone away, and as we can see, they are not delivering more points, so there's no chance how Astragon can actually make this work anymore. They can get the remaining bales on the belt, they can get the points, they can actually reach a decent amount of points. I mean, even though Trelleborg is winning both of these, Astragon has made a great job meanwhile with the points. I mean, they have scored a huge amount of points. I think they could have won almost any other opponent with this game.
I was going to say, Trelleborg could stop delivering bales with 30 seconds left to go and win, and they did pretty much. In that last 30 seconds, they delivered 1 bale and they still won. That is just... Vermeers have one hell of an uphill struggle going up against Trelleborg later on, because 51 bales again.
Yeah, the bale counts are pretty much the same. I mean, Astragon, they made 41 bales on the last game as well, if I do remember correctly, and Trelleborg made 52, so the bale counts are pretty much the same. Of course, we can see from the scores as well that Trelleborg getting 1,200 on the first game and now 1,100, so they're definitely on the move. So if as we will now already know that Thermiers and Trelleborg will be facing on the semi-final. If Thermiers Flamboyance wants to win that one, they will have to do everything they did yesterday, but they will also have to maybe find a way to make some more bales. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, it's a 10 bale deficit between Astragon and Trelleborg. Trelleborg are just on fire creating bales. They score points just by making bales and getting them in constantly. And they're scoring 1,000 point games. No other team has come close to that this weekend. The other teams are going to really have to produce bales a lot. I'm going to take a break now, and Kerminator will be back with Copter in a minute.
And welcome back. That was the Trelleborg now winning Astragon, of course, with the magnificent performance so far. And of course, Kermit is back as well, as we can see. What do you think about the last game, Kermit? Tell me your honest opinion.
No, well, first of all, the first round, we finally got what JK and the rest of Trelleborg have been promising us. They've been saying for a while now that they've been hitting 151st bale in practice. We finally seen it in an official tournament. It's now in the record books. 151st bale is the new record. Copter, they also came within mere seconds of breaking their own bale record too, right at the end. They just ran out of time and were one bale shy of matching it, two bales away from breaking it. But for Astragon, I mean, almost any other time, they probably would be moving on in this tournament with the performance they put in, too. Unluckily for them, they came up against Trelleborg, and when that happens, you have to be at like the top of your game and not make any mistakes. It's really tough to beat them, as we've seen this season, especially. But two really good performances by both teams. It was exciting to sit back and watch that one for sure.
Yeah, it was a very good series of matches. I mean, just a 2-0, of course, for Trelleborg, but still, just like you said, I mean, Astragon, they definitely made a great gameplay, and just like you said as well, that they could have won pretty much any other opponent, but the Trelleborg, they were just too strong this time, and of course, the single elimination bracket is quite harsh sometimes when you have to face
Right.
the toughest enemy in the earlier stages, but it is what it is. It is the same for all, and just back to the drawing board. They will get some circuit points still, so they will be still keeping their place, of course, amongst those teams who have qualified for the finals. But we're going to be seeing some replays in a matter of seconds, and then we'll see maybe some great performances from Martin, how he was tossing. Is there anything else, Kermit, you are looking forward to see from the last games?
Well, I want to see this right here. It's going to be the first clip we see. Of course, here's the action at the pods, and here is that 150 new record first bale, JK delivering it. You know, Trelleborg talked about this when I met them in person at FarmCon. It has to be the right combination of equipment spawns in the right areas. They finally got everything to go their way, and they had the execution, more importantly, at the barn to pull it off as well. So that new record is set. And it was actually interesting. Some of the bans, I think, that we were seeing them make were actually part of the plan to try to maximize the potential for that 150 first bale. Here we saw like Paul getting stuck on the belt, or on the bridge rather, and there were a lot of good moments. Martin, like you said, had a lot of tosses into the top of the barn. We're going to see one right here. Exciting to see. That's actually where he missed one, but he didn't miss them often. Often was getting both in.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of those happening when he had the bales like with the slide angle, a little bit too wide to go inside, but still, I mean, I think like a 90% of the tries there went in, so I have really nothing to complain, and we'll see if Alex gonna be kind of like up for the challenge, which we put out there about the morning breakfast. So we're gonna be discussing that later, probably in private as well after the tournament, and we'll see if we come up with some kind of a challenge and gives like a extra like bait for the players to be doing more of that kind of a gameplays.
Here, JK showing again that only the best players get stuck on the bridge, like myself at FarmCon when I was a special guest of Astragon. Astragon were a lot better without me, though, let's be honest. And they gave a great showing here against Trelleborg this time around. And as we mentioned, if against anyone else, they might be moving on. And for Astragon, they have to be really proud of their performance this weekend, Copter, but especially because there's been some shuffling of their lineup, and we've seen players like Bam Bam and Bauer Matza not available this weekend for various reasons. But Astragon, yeah, great showing. It's strange to say that a team that lost in 2 straight games played really well, but they really did. And at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough to beat Trelleborg. And later on, we're going to get our wish, Maddie, of Trelleborg against Vermeer's Flamboyance. The top 2 teams in the league will play each other in the first semifinal coming up later on. First and foremost, though, we have Diaka Ehrenfeld taking on Cortiva AgriScience, and then Mind Sanity against Agro will be the final quarterfinal of the day. So what do you expect from this next one? 7th place against 8th place we're about to see. This is a big one, Maddie.
Yeah. If you compare of course, the previous performances or the results from the teams, this should be quite tied situation. I mean, we should be expecting quite similar performance from these teams. It comes down to the strategy. We haven't seen these teams playing this weekend. They were not on the stream yesterday either. So I'm really much looking forward to see how they will kind of like what will they do, because it's going to be a tight series. And of course, I mean, either of these teams is going to be collecting more circuit points, and as they are currently about with the same place on the circuit points, the team who's going to be winning this one probably will take the lead or keep the lead on their internal battle.
Yeah, and Cortiva were great yesterday, and they have been steadily improving over the past 2 to 3 tournaments or so. So they very well could come out victorious here, but I am curious to see this one. There's not really a chance at the top end of the first two, like Trelleborg. They've locked up first place no matter what happens this month and next month. They're looking good for it, unless they just have an absolute disaster. In fact, they may have secured it already. We need to look at the math at the end of the day. But there is a lot of movement from like fourth place on down still to happen in this tournament. And the higher you're seeded, Maddie, the better off you're going to be when it comes to the season final. So this
Mm.
is a huge match for both of these teams. One team will move on to the semifinal, another team goes out here.
Mm. I haven't been much looking towards the season final yet, but I have been wondering that maybe I don't know how would, for example, a double elimination bracket change the whole situation. Would that make a difference? Would it be more fair? But that is something that of course, will be discussed later. But I'm just wondering that because we have these kind of situations when you have, for example, now Astragon, which was a very strong team, dropping to Trelleborg, and it's like immediate out. So.
Well, last
How that
season
could not change the situation.
it was double elimination last year. I would assume it's going to be similar where there's a losers bracket that you can drop into. So you do get a chance in the season finals to advance even after dropping one. You definitely, I think at this point, don't want to be the 16th place team. I mean, just getting there is important, of course. You're going to get prize money no matter what. But if you're in that 16th place spot, you're going to go up against Trelleborg and immediately be up against it. So more traditional picks in the team perks here, Maddie, with bottleneck picked by both teams.
Okay, there we go. The captain picks are done and the bands as well. And now we go for the player picks. Let's see if we have anything interesting going on here. Yeah, the telehandlers are both banned. And of course, the narrow tire tractors, they are available. So case is going to be chosen by both of the teams. So quite, I would say, standard picks so far. Also for the perks, as we can see, Runner, Archimedes, and Under Pressure being selected by the both sides. Valtra going to be picked by Bien and Cfix for DJK. So that is something a little bit different from the picks earlier, but otherwise it's pretty standard, and I don't see the Valtros going to be making that much of a difference here. It's just a different color to our eyes for now.
Yeah, opting for a little bit of a different approach, but it's pretty similar, as you said, across the rest of the board. Look at these guys like circling back to try to get that running start through the gate.
Yeah.
Timed it pretty well. It's always fun to see these battles for the equipment on the pods. And there's going to be a fight for the John Deere Combine, it looks like. And it looks like Deatka Ehrenfeld are going to come out victorious on that occasion.
Yeah, he's going to get it because JP going for the Baylor. Let's see what kind of a scoreline we can see. Definitely DJK going for the first bail here with JP and Folwy. So let's see how that's going to go. Rishi just now leaving from the pad. So that is... but yeah, he's not the guy who's going to be responsible from the first bail. We can see already the other members of the team, Lami and Rablix, working for it. And we can see Gepi actually getting away from that harvester in a pretty good time. So he is looking good for 140 points. If the toss is going to go inside, it's going to be a little bit early, but it is still... No, it's not going to go inside. I mean, it's just coming a little bit, like 1 second too early, but he can push that in, and it's going to be still 141. So that is a great rescue from the lost situation. And now we can see Rablix coming for it. Probably not going to do the toss because the angle is not right for it. And just will reverse that in 130 something. It should be still 127. So that is a 40-point difference. And just like we spoke with Alex, it is 0.7 bails.
Yeah, well done. I'm going to leave the math to you, especially this early in the morning. I think that's the smart thing to do in those situations. If you're second to the barn for the first bail, why risk trying to do the drive-by toss in? Because either way, you're up against it, and you might as well like maximize potential for disaster. You want to minimize it, actually, I should say. So smart move, I think, usually to just take the safe approach and make sure you're getting it in, because if you were to miss it and increase that gap, we saw Team Charlie against Vermeer's Flamboyance in that second round. They had like a 40-plus point gap, and that kind of a gap is really hard to make up at the beginning of a round. Even though there's still a lot of time to go, you put yourself really in a position where you have to press now like 4 or 5 extra bales. So as long as you're within that less than 20 point mark, you're going to be more than likely okay.
Yeah. I need to confess something. So, I mean, you showed your cardboard sheet yesterday on the camera of what you are looking at. So what I did yesterday, that I made a small Excel sheet that is calculating the first bale difference with the different multiple different figures. So I can see the percentages, I can see the bale counts, I can see the point counts, and so every time when there's a first bale shown, I don't have to trust my math anymore. I can trust Excel. As it will tell me the different ways, different ways of doing it. And I have a couple ideas. I'm going to be extending that tool to also have some other stats for it available. But yeah, that's what I'm using. So when you see that you're going to be trusting my math, you're actually going to be trusting the Microsoft Excel.
Okay, well, there you have it. We do have our 12th minute drops. I think it was bridges lowered, and I didn't catch what the other one was there. Neither team seems like they've gone for it as of yet, though. Both teams ready to deliver grain already.
Yeah, that is pouring in, and they are definitely delivering it. We can see that DJK is still collecting it as well. Rabble is unloading it, so the early multiplier game is going on. We have the first drops coming in as well. We can see them there far away on the background, but they are gone already, and nothing that special on there. So we're going to be waiting for the 8-minute drops instead, and that's going to be the key focus, as we have seen multiple times on the past as well. Sometimes teams are picking up the something from the first drops, but that is not happening that often, to be honest. I mean, sometimes there's something, but it's quite rarely that they will actually go for them. And the multipliers, as we can see, 2.0, and now about 20k, 27k, so DJK leading with about 7k of collecting the grain for now. And teams are just doing the work. No bales coming in. No combos are yet in store, of course, as the bales, only the first bale is delivered, so nothing that special happening there. And it's just the sweet grind on the fields. I mean, I guess they have installed some speakers on the tractors and listening some great music at the same time, like Iron Maiden or something, like very powerful music to get the right atmosphere to start delivering the points later on.
Yeah, you've got to get yourself hyped up for sure. It's always fun to do these events, and I'm just crazy enough, I think, to get up at now 2 a.m. I've gained an hour by moving to the Chicago area, which is nice. So these are actually easier to do with that extra hour for some reason. I feel a lot better. But yeah, the FSL action itself is always a good energizer for me. And by the time the first match gets going, I'm excited and ready to go. We are only 2 matches in so far today, too. So we still have 2 more quarterfinals and both the semifinals and the final to come today. So plenty more action to come. And this one with 9 minutes to go, too close to call, of course. A lot can happen. Portiva's coming in now, Maddie, with another load of grain. They're about to get the multiplier in their favor for the moment. And in fact, they're just going to get it to 2-2, and that's probably smart because grain multiplier could come up in the 8th minute. And if you deliver it now and it comes up, you've kind of shot yourself in the foot a bit. So probably a smart move to leave that, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. I can already see, like, when you get finally the office studio done in Chicago, and I know that in the morning you're going to be like relocating from your home there, and we had a discussion earlier that it's not so far away. So maybe you can like run there and listen to Eye of the Tiger at the same time. So then you get on the right mood in the morning, very early in the morning. Just running to the studio. Yeah, we gotta kill this show. Listening to Eye of the Tiger at the same time as you're jogging, going to the shower, and then it's like all hyped and pumped up for the broadcast. I can see that happening. But also what I can see happening are the drops that they are coming in. So the 8-minute drops and the huge amounts of grain being collected by both of the teams, 55K. So definitely both teams are trying to get something from the drops, and it's got to be grain multiplier available there. And that is definitely, I think both teams are just wondering, yeah, we have so much of the grain, we get the multiplier, we can unload it, and that's going to be it. But then they are up for a surprise because both teams have about the same amount of grain available. So the multiplier will be, of course, working for both of them. And we should be getting back to 2.0 after all this unloading is happening.
Cortiva do have a slight favor in the weighting of that. Theirs is 1.6 on the grain multiplier compared to the 1.5 for Deatka. That's just due to the score line right now. But Cortiva are also waiting to grab it later in the window here. They still have 15 seconds to get it, and Rablix is going to grab it now. So there it is. I don't think that 0.1 is really enough to make much of an impact, but nonetheless, it is in Cortiva's favor here. Like you said, the grain amount is pretty even, and the teams are pretty much going to cancel each other out here. It's now back to 2-2.
Yeah, they have plenty of time. It's 1.5, 1.6. I'm just wondering if there's anything to do with the timing, how they use it. But yeah, it seems that the DJK, they will just unload everything. Cortiva, they are just preparing. So and they still have about 50 seconds to do it. So they might actually end up with a slight advantage. I mean, that 1.6 it's slightly higher, and they had about the same. I think actually Cortiva had just maybe 1K more of grain. So they might end up with 2.1. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to expand my Excel sheet to also include some kind of a grain multiplier calculations, it seems, because it would be definitely helpful on this kind of a situation. But that is just my gut telling me that if they unload everything right now before the multiplier is going to run out, as they should, they might. But yeah, we shall see in about 15 seconds. We know.
Yeah, so all of the grain's been delivered now for Deatka, and it's up to Cortiva now. And they are going to end up with a slight advantage, so that did make the difference. It was a 0.1 difference in the multiplier, and it was a 0.1 difference now in the main multiplier. So a little bit of a good moment there for Cortiva. So now they're going to get 2 extra points per bale. And I would assume that neither team is going to bother with delivering any more grain at this point. So it's going to be as it is now all the way through now. And it's 202 to 202 tied up at the moment with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, DJK, they managed to get a couple bales in while Cortiva was unloading. I saw one bale going with a 2.3 multiplier still. I'm not sure about the other, but still they managed to get a couple bales in before kind of like they lost the advantage on the multiplier. So that is a great job. And then, like you said, Kermit, they had the tied situation some minutes ago, but now it has changed completely. Well, not completely. It's a 42-point difference. So they managed to deliver two bales with the 2.1 multiplier, and now as we have 4.5 minutes about remaining, it is just about delivering the bales. And what is happening meanwhile is that DJK has been bailing, so we can see 16 bales available for them, and also Cortiva has been doing some, but they're like 5 bales behind. That multiplier,
wow, look at all this.
It's going to be 2 points more for bale, so they will need about 9 to 10 bales to be so when they deliver basically 10 bales, they should be getting about the same amount of points as DJK gets from 11 bales. So the bale difference is not going to be a factor, really. It's all about the efficiency in the end, and maybe getting that 1 extra bale earlier to the barn.
Here comes the super drop in his bottom boost. This could be a huge moment for the team that grabs it. Would make it a lot easier to score these points. It looks like it's going to be Deatka that are going to grab it. A little bit of a delay there. Oh, he's trying to bait Cortiva into wasting time and going for it. But this is also, you're wasting your own time at this point. Just grab it and get going. There we go. Cortiva not falling for it. And so in the end, only really wasted his own time there. But bottom boost, and we saw just a moment ago that Deaka have a lot of bales sitting at the barn already. So they've got 30 seconds remaining on this, Maddie, and they need to try to get all of these in. The problem is they don't have a tractor with a loader. Now in comes Falwy. So they're not going to be able to utilize it as much as they could have. Falwy needs to grab a few more. 15 seconds left. Still time to get these in.
Yeah, that's going to help a little bit, definitely. We don't see, I mean, we saw sort of like 5 to 6 bales go with the multiplier as far as we had the camera on that location. Cortiva, they are starting to kind of like operate around the belt. It's less than 3 minutes remaining, so that is definitely needed as well. And we can see those 2 bales getting in. That's 42 points from those, so they will be getting 410. But they will not be able to close the gap with those. But yeah, if they can really get all the bales in, all 13 which they still have available, then they should take the lead from DJK. But yeah, as always, it comes all the way down to the efficiency around the belt, what's happening and how they will organize them. That one bale on top, it's a little bit tricky, but seems to be settling down quite nicely on top of the other one as they are placed on the belt. So all of those, they should go in. But yeah, if you're gonna drop it not on the belt, it's not gonna go in. So that's a fact.
Definitely. I think that bottom boost was such a blessing for Deaka to be able to pick up because they had so many bales around the barn. They've now gotten all of those in, and they do have time to score these 7 if they can get them in soon. I think Cortiva are going to run out of time to get all of theirs in as it looks right now. And in fact, Lami's going out to bail a few more. So by the time he gets back, he's probably going to have to put those into the bottom. It does look like Deaka are looking good with a minute and a half to go, Maddie. Things can still change.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, the gap was, it was about 100, now it's 100 and it's actually 180 points. So that is basically 9 bales, the difference. And when we look at the number of bales, they just don't have the bales to kind of like come back from that. So if DJK will do the job as they seems to be doing, getting all the bales in, and if Cortiva, I mean, they actually need to get like 5 more bales from the fields and get them in the barn. So I don't think it's gonna happen. And so as long as DJK will just not do any mistakes, they have 4 bales available. I don't think that Cortiva actually has a chance to come back out of this. But you never know. The gap is still about the same, 170 points for now, and it's gonna be complicated. And we can see also JP coming with with some bales. They have 3 remaining, so they should be ending up with about 750 points. And to get 200 more, Cortiva, they just barely have the bales, but they really don't have the time. It's just 25 seconds remaining, so there's no way they can get all of those bales on the second floor. They can try to do some kind of a last-minute rush, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, no, they're running out of time, unfortunately, and 104 points behind. And meanwhile, Falwy is going to score another 38 points before the round ends. And it looks like Deaka Ehrenfeld are going to take the first of the best of 3 here against Cortiva, and a really good performance by them. Again, we talked about it before this, coming in the 7th and 8th place teams in the standings, 33 bales to 29. The grain multiplier was in the favor of Cortiva, but in the end, they just didn't have enough bales in. And I think that bottom boost was a huge help as well, because would they have been able to deliver all of their bales without it? I don't think so. So that definitely helped them win that first round. And I don't know, though. Both those teams seemed pretty evenly matched to me.
I mean, you said it. You said that don't bait with the super drop. Just go and get it. And immediately on that second, they went for it. So maybe you have some special communications for the players. I don't know, but yeah, definitely they followed your guides, and then they just got the points from it. So definitely, you're completely right. They managed to get the slight advantage from it. They had more bales delivered in, and as they didn't have to put them on the belt, and they got the good points from it as well. The multiplier 1.9 for them didn't really play a factor in the end, so a lot of time was spent on the grain game. But of course, you always need to be prepared what the enemy will be doing. And it was a pretty
Right.
even game all the way till the end. The scoreline was just more than 100 points for difference, but still it was a pretty even match, and that is exactly what we expected as well. As the teams are both having the seventh, well, not the both, but they are having the seventh and the eighth place on the circuit points, and now DJK, as they got the first game, if they're going to continue the same way, they will definitely keep themselves ahead of Cortiva on the circuit points as well.
Yeah, I think those two teams were very evenly matched. I would have been interested to see without the bottom boost what the result would have been, because I feel like it worked out really well for Deaka in the fact that they had a lot of bales sitting at the barn and they were able to score probably close to 10 or more in that moment. And that was a huge help to them to just get that barn area cleared out for more bales to come in. And we ended up seeing Cortiva left with 4 undelivered that they would have scored 84 points from, which would have been a huge help for them. So, it could come down to those kind of moments again between these two teams. Pretty close in the table, pretty close in that first round. And I'm interested to see how the second one plays out. For Deaka right now, they're 1 win away from moving on to the semifinal. So for Cortiva, they've got to respond and find a way to force that third.
There's definitely a chance for it. I mean, as said many times, it's a pretty even setup or the lineup which we have from this team. So it's definitely doable for Cortiva as well. And we just have to wait and see if they will find the kind of key, or if the drops are doing something, or if they will take the strategy that they will play, for example, the multipliers or the grain game somehow differently. That could always make a difference. So we'll just let's see the bans and the picks, and then we can start speculating more.
Yeah, I expect it to be the same. Both teams went with bottleneck last time. I would assume it's going to be very similar. No real need to go crazy and change things up. I don't think Deaka especially will want to change things. Cortiva could potentially throw a wrinkle into the mix, but I would assume that they're going to go similar setup too and just hope that the drops go more in their favor. One of the telehandlers is out. Cortiva likely to ban the Manitou telehandler now. Let's see if that is the case. Indeed, it is.
Yeah,
someone suggested earlier that we should change those. We should nickname them the Trella handlers. I think that was Felden in chat because of what Martin was doing with the telehandlers earlier on for Trelleborg, tossing them into the top of the barn. But yeah, similar setup here, and good luck to both teams. I'm excited for another close-fought match.
Yeah, I mean, Telehandler, it's definitely a nice name, and we actually already used that on the last game as we were commentating it with Alex. I think it should be like a round price going name that, who last time did something crazy with it, he will get the name. So Telehandler, or it can be like a Lami handler, for example, as well. So I think it would be a nice thing to do that if you shine with the telehandler on some special occasion, like we saw the showing at some stage coming from the side of the belt, that they were like reaching all the way to the second floor. So we could kind of like make it a name that changes by the performances, and then it's going to last until somebody else is going to do something crazy with it. Maybe, I don't know. But it's nice touch that we get this community always suggesting things that we can do differently. And in a way, I mean, we are quite often also listening, to be honest, as well. We try to do the best job we can. But there we go. The players' picks are done as well. Nothing that special really going on here. We can see the narrow tire tractors once again being played, the same utilities, the same perks. The same team perks as well. So this is business as usual, and you're completely right, Kermit. You said that now it's not the time to make so many big changes because it was a so close series, so it can still change based on the drops and the performances of each of the players. So the teams might be just looking for a slight improvement on their own doings on the same strategy, and that is probably what the teams are going for.
Richie going on foot for the John Deere Combine. There for a minute, I was like, who left their tractor? But it makes sense when you have the runner perk. You can go really fast on foot to just set out on foot for the equipment you want on the pod. There wasn't really any fights for equipment from the looks of it between these two teams, so each team had their own equipment in mind and were able to secure it. And now we're on to the first bale, and Rablix has got the Krona baler, and he's heading towards the barn area to start pressing this one.
Mm.
Get your Excel sheet out, Copter. Are you ready?
I can't calculate these by Excel. I mean, these are just based on the gut that I have, how long it's going to take for them to go there. But we know that, 14 minutes exactly, that is 140 points. So this is going to be about 140 points. That 141.
Ooh,
So they will
nice.
just make just like a couple tenths of a second before the second's going to change. Rablik's meanwhile at the same time having some issues. And that is actually quite far away. Quite often when the swing is not going to be working out, it's going to go right next to the door, and now it's going to pinch it between the tractor and the wall as well. Yeah, he can still try to shove that in with the tractor, but it's going to take some very important time. He should be back on the field, 113, and that's more than one bale, definitely.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think what happened there for Rablix was he clipped the entryway, the barn door, and was already unloading to try the drive-by. And the one real negative that Krona baler does have, Maddie, is that it is bulky and it's hard to swing in there. And yeah, that's not a good start for a team that is up against it and having to win this to force the third round. They're going to have to find a way now to score some extra points throughout the rest of the round to make up for that.
And the gap, I guess you still want to know, the gap is currently 190% of a bale.
Wow, look at you.
There we
I
go.
was more impressed
There we
before
go.
you gave away your secrets, but I'm still impressed nonetheless.
Nah, it is just, the math formula. I mean, modern day requires a modern solutions. I guess we are at least trying to live in the future. But yeah, I really can't say that, having an Excel sheet is much of a secret, to be honest. But still, the life goes on and the game goes on as well. I think it's going to be just a matter of time when I add some kind of like a pancake calculator on the Excel as well.
Crazy Tool and Herbicide are our 12th minute drops. Herbicide, honestly, either of these could be beneficial. Most of the time in the 12th minute, though, teams aren't ready to press bales, and instead they're usually running 2 combines. So if the teams are going to go for one here, I feel like they're going to pick Herbicide. Dayaka, meanwhile, have already delivered some grain. They've got it at 3-1, so maybe they do want to use Crazy Tool real quick and get them delivered. But now here comes Cortiva to answer back with their grain delivery as well. So it's not going to last for long, that multiplier advantage.
Yeah, they don't have the time because they don't have the bales. So Rablix will be there already at this point. But I mean, if they would have some bales, they could put them on the belt and the belt would get faster as Cortiva starts unloading it. So yeah, it could have done something, but as they don't have the bales, like you said, it's not going to happen. And while they realize it, it is also quite a big of a risk, to be honest, to change the strategy on the fly. So if you get like a super tool and you have a very small narrow window of delivering the bales, it can go completely wrong. I mean, it's a huge risk. And as we spoke at the start of the game, that the teams they don't want to change the strategies at this point. They just want to go on what they were doing and improving on the little things, like things inside of the strategy. So it makes no sense in the end. So I can completely understand it, but I wouldn't mind seeing some early bale deliveries either.
Yeah, and it looked like both teams didn't even bother with going with the 12th minute drops there. So not even Herbicide was brought into play, so they just kind of went missing. But 141 to 113, we're still just sitting at those first bales that we're kind of used to that at this point. Here comes Jeppy with some more grain for Dayaka. And going to leave that there for now. 2.1 to 1.9, Maddie.
Yeah. But no bales. But the grain game is definitely building up, as we have seen so many times. And yeah, for 8k of a difference. So it comes all the way down to the timing once again. Because Cortia, they have all the chances to collect the same amount of DJK. So depends how long it's going to take. So even though we have a slight difference right now, in the end, usually they end up with the same amount, more or less. It's just a different time when they reach it. But it's going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds for the drop, so of course they don't have the time endlessly. And if the drop is going to be including silo closed or a grain multiplier, then of course you need to be fast and you need to time it right. So then it's better to have the desired amount of grain earlier than later. But okay, there we go. The unloading starts before the 8-minute mark. So Cortiva kind of like betting on the fact that there will be no multiplier. And maybe they're even hoping that there's a silo close that now as they unload it before the 8-minute mark, they can put the silo close to DJK and then they cannot counterfeit it. But they should be pressing the bales and they are not, because if DJK pressing the bales, they have 7 of them. So I can see some risks on this grain strategy for both of the teams. But if Cortiva's going to win the risks, I don't think that they have the bales to take advantage of it. So DJK, they can win on this one actually pretty hugely in the end. But at the same time, we can see Cortiva just, they will stop unloading it and they will start collecting more. But the multiplier will stay at 2.0. And there we go. Grain multiplier, silo closed. Now we are talking, Kirby.
You know what, though? I think for Cortiva's sake, they're really lucky that Bale Multiplier hasn't shown up here in the 8th minute, because Dayaka have 8 bales pressed already, as you were mentioning, and that could have been absolutely disastrous for them to be able to score those extra points. So dodged a bullet there, did Cortiva. What do you go with here? Do you go with the grain multiplier? I feel like, you know, if your opponent goes for it, then you've got to go for it. But if you go for silo close, it's going to actually last longer than grain multiplier. Both teams are going to pick silo close at the end of the day, and that's actually a win, I think, for Dayaka, Maddie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, they have the bale, so they're going to utilize the 2.4 multiplier on this situation. So even though both teams are picking up the silo closed, they did manage to unload it. They started unloading even before the drops were coming in, and they will end up with the 2.4. So now they have about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes actually, almost of time to deliver the bales. And there we can see JP just coming on the belt. So now it's going to be time to make, I think they can make something like a couple hundred extra points. Well, not extra points,
right,
but points if they're going to be very efficient. So now they just have to get the people here. We can see more people coming in, but the time is running out. The silo close is going to keep for 40 seconds for now for DJK. And that is the time until Cortiva starts to unload. And then, of course, the multiplier will start shifting. It's very important to get the bales on the belt. Also, it's good to realize that when Cortiva starts unloading, DJK's belt will get faster, and that's going to help a little bit to get those bales in, with at least with a 2.0 multiplier.
Yeah, they didn't really maximize that moment, and in fact, I think they're only going to score a couple here if Cortiva are ready at the silo to get their grain delivered. Unfortunately for Dayaka, they didn't have the bales yet at the barn, and they also didn't have a stacker at the barn when they picked up the drop. So, and those are getting a little bit sketchy. Are they going to make it? It looks like they might just go in. Nope, that one's going to slide off.
But that's good.
So there is another one.
If it would have stayed there, these 2 bales might have dropped. So I think it was good that the one actually dropped. So they will make some points, 260, and now both teams, they can start unloading. I think Cortiva, they were just a little bit slow to get back on the silo to start unloading. I think they I'm not going to say wasted, but they waited for an extra 10 seconds or something like that. So there was definitely a time when DJK could have lost the advantage on the multiplier, but now it's about the same. So, yeah, I think Cortiva made a slight mistake there, that they were not on the silo in time to start the unloading when the silo close stopped. And DJK, the silo close lasted a little bit longer for them. So now they can actually kind of like take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, Cortiva are up against it. Like they trailed in the first bale. They're trailing in the bale count now. They're also currently still trailing in the multiplier, and if Dayaka are at the barn, and they are, Fawi is going to score some more extra points here. Cortiva cannot get this grain in fast enough. And in fact, they may be able to get it flipped back now before Fawi scores those. But 110 points they're trailing. I think this is just this first one at least is going to be a couple of extra points. And now Cortiva have run out of grain, and the multiplier is going to stay in the favor of Diaka, and that is not good news for Cortiva, Maddie, because they trail in the score, and now they're getting 2 less points per bale as its bottom boost again for our super drop in the 4th minute.
Yeah, it's definitely not helping out. We saw in the last game when Cortiva actually had a 2.0 multiplier help, and they still lost the game. So now as DJK has it, it's not going to be any easier. And I was just watching the bales which went in while we had the silo closed wars going happening. So I think the DJK managed to get a couple bales in with a 2.3 multiplier and some bales in with a 2.2 before this. So they didn't put any bales less than 2.2 multiplier before the kind of like this current situation. So all the bales, they have been timing pretty well.
Look at this.
As we can see on the scores already, Folwy tries to just shove them in. And there is no combo coming out of that, but they have the bottom boost, so that's going to be almost next to 500 points, and they already have more than double amount of points than Cortiva. And they try to go for the combo. Let's see what Cortiva can do about it. 7 out of 10. So that is close. That is 8 out of 10. That's going to be just 2 remaining. Can Cortiva get the combo? Yeah, they will deny the combo, but they will get the counter bale combo. So that's going to be some points for them, but it's not going to help as they are almost still about half the points behind.
30 counter points there for the Bale-tastic counter, but I think they need a lot more than 30 right now to make up this difference. With 2.5 to go, it would take a huge disaster for Diaka, for Cortiva to win this. And then those two are falling off, and that's not what they need right now.
Yeah, the disaster came on the wrong side, unfortunately.
For sure.
So Richie tries to stack them 3 on top of each other and put them on the belt. Didn't work for the first time. Let's see if it's going to work for the second time. Looking at the bale counts, both teams have a pretty, well, even situation. So we don't see the bales for Cortiva, how they could like match the current gap. And with that 1.9 multiplier, that's not going to help the job at all. So it's going to be very hard for Cortiva. And if I'm completely honest, we have still 2 minutes to go. But I don't see how Cortiva can turn this around. So the change came very suddenly. And to come out of this situation, that's going to require some magical skills. I think if JK would be like a privately messaging Cortiva's players, maybe they could come up with something. But but with the current means, I don't think that anybody else can help them.
No, it's not looking good for them. It looks like they're going to go out yet again at the quarterfinal stage. This is the 3rd time they've made it to the quarterfinals, but as of yet, they've not been able to get over that line and get into the semifinals. We've had an oops, meanwhile, for Diaka, but we're not seeing it. It could very well be an intentional driving through the moat to get back to the large field quickly with Bottleneck in play. Richie is stacking 3 on now. Are those going to stay a little bit of a wobble at the beginning? But it looks like this time he will get all 3 to go in. It's just not going to be enough.
But I mean, BJK, they are already leading Cortiva by 20 points on the circuit points. And if they're going to win this one, going to proceed on the semifinals, they probably will be, and they will be passing Valtra, and they might probably will be passing Lindner as well. So they could be going all the way to the 5th place on the circuit points, and that's a huge change when you think about the whole situation with the grand finals of the season. So that is definitely making a difference. But of course, the game is still going on. We haven't seen how My Insanity and the other teams are playing, so let's wait for it. But how it's currently looking for DJK is that they could be benefiting quite heavily. And there we go. Folwy, does he have the time? He's going to go there. The counter will come, and Folwy gets the last bale on the 2nd floor as well. So that's going to be DJK getting the 2nd game in a row. And let's see the bale counts. How many bales did they actually deliver? There we go. The scores are coming in, and it's going to be 31 versus 27. So
wow,
the difference is not that high. Is there anything that you would like to say, Kermit, about how do you see the kind of like the key changing moment of the game?
Well, it all started, I think, at the very beginning. The first bale was the first step in the gap of the score. The bottom boost certainly helped as well. You saw almost half of the amount of bales that Deaka delivered went into the bottom during that bottom boost period. There was counterpoints for both teams as well, but Deaka just played two really solid rounds. Nothing like super spectacular, nothing crazy or record breaking, but two really clean rounds. They didn't have a lot of mistakes, if any at all. And they're moving on to play the winner of our next quarterfinal, which will be My Insanity against Agral. My Insanity sitting in third place. Agral, it's their first time in the quarterfinals this season, Maddie. So I'm interested to see how this one goes. And I think that you'll be taking a break now and watching the action while Alex is coming back to join me. But we look forward to seeing you again here in a moment, Copter. And I'm sure you'll be in chat with all of our fans talking it up as well. So everyone, go get some water, get some pancakes, some coffee, and we'll be right back. Hey, we're back. Kermit here with Alex. And Alex, we just saw Deaka Ehrenfeld with a really strong showing through 2 rounds, sweeping that one. Real quick, before I get your thoughts, Alex, I just want to shout out, I love that new video that's playing during the break. So shout out to our video team, our audio team, the producers who are producing the stream now. It's been really awesome to have us on camera this weekend as well. So shout out to that team, all the FSL team behind the scenes. It's been a great weekend so far, and we still have plenty more to go. This is our last quarterfinal of the day. But what do you think about Deaka Aenfeld's performance, Alex?
And that was actually a really exceptional performance. I thought they were really disruptive, especially in that second game, managing to wait, drop a load of their grain, and then only when Cortiva had closed the silo, closing the silo themselves, and getting that nice little boost to the multiplier, and then actually scoring some bales with it. So many times we see teams not taking advantage of a multiplier advantage, and they did maybe didn't get as many bales in there as they could have, but they did at least get half a dozen bales nearly with that score, and that really gave them the boost. And then that bottom boost at the end just came up perfectly for
Very
them.
nice.
And they had the same thing in the, I can't remember the second game or the first game, where they were trying to fake out Cortiva picking up that 4-minute power up, and wasted a bit of time there, but it still ended up working in their advantage. And yeah, I thought they played a really good disruptive game, and yeah, it was good to see.
Yeah, they played really well. We're going to see the highlights now, and pretty decent showing. Here's Jeppy, though missing the mark on the first bale. It ended up not costing 141 instead, as temporary feed has risen on my end at least. There we go now, and we see Falwy coming in with the John Deere Combine. Falwy again now bringing 3 bales in to the barn area. And Alex, I think Deaka just played 2 really solid rounds.
It does seem like they did. They were just going for it and just solidly getting bales in, bailing to, you know, and out there bailing, and we're just a really well-oiled machine. They did have moments of small mistakes, but nothing major, and you can see there that Cortiva were having a similar thing. There's the point I was talking about actually in the first match, where they waited out there probably a little bit longer than they should have to grab that, trying to fake out Cortiva. Didn't affect things in the end. They still managed to win, even though they were at a slight disadvantage on the multiplier. But yeah, they were just solidly bringing stuff in all the time. And then that beautiful 141 that they got on the second round with Rablix making an uncharacteristic error in not getting that first bale in, and getting a lot of points difference between them because of it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties over here.
Sorry,
your voice and the video are getting choppy on me, so I didn't hear what you said there. But hopefully things have smoothed out a bit now, and we're going to see now. There's Deaka in the second round getting that bottom boost, which they used pretty effectively. They got 15 bales scored through the bottom. There was the counter from Cortiva. Later on, there was also another bale combo counter by Deaka that canceled that one out. Oh, I missed that one in the live broadcast, Jeppy and Falwy coming together there. But yeah, I think Cortiva have looked pretty solid getting to the quarterfinal stages the last few tournaments, but they've not yet been able to get over that mark. But for them, like, I think they were just unfortunate to come up against a Deaka team that really is playing some solid rounds. Like I said, it's nothing too crazy, no record-setting performances, but getting the job done when it matters the most. And I'm interested to see how far they can go today. We've got My Insanity against Agro coming up in just a moment, Alex. Let's switch our focus to those teams now. We've got My Insanity, who are sitting in third place coming into the weekend. And no matter what happens, they beat Bednar yesterday in the play-in round, who they were sharing third place with. So because of that, they're going to be in sole possession of third place, no matter what happens for them. And then Agro, on the other hand, this is their first time this season making it to the quarterfinals. Do you think they can pull off the upset here, or do you think My Insanity is going to move on without too many problems?
It was interesting. Yesterday, Agro played a cracking match to get in here. They were a little bit of the underdogs, a little bit unexpected. They very much are the wild card of these finals. So we could very well see an upset, especially as Man Santi don't really know exactly what to expect from them. Agrol, of course, being the new name for Kawana Gaming,
Yes.
who were playing last season. As you said, this is the first time into the finals this year, so we'll see what they do. But it does mean they get into that all important top 16 as we enter into. Or as we're coming up to the finals in a couple of months, the overall finals for this season. So it will be interesting to see whether they can beat My Insanity or whether My Insanity will progress to the semi-finals to play Diokka.
I think My Insanity have been one of the most impressive teams for me this season. They have one runner-up appearance. They have made it and gone out at the semifinal stage as well, and also gone out at the quarterfinal stage. And if you go back and look at their performances, they've lost really in tournaments only to Trelleborg and Fermier's Flamboyance when they've made it into the quarterfinals and beyond. So they're definitely one of the best teams in the league. And for Agrol, it's a huge test for them in their first quarterfinals to see if they have what it takes against the teams up at the top end of the standings for Season 4, Alex. And we're seeing Bottleneck use the traditional Season 4 meta strategy. Pretty similar setup so far as well on perks, at least. And I assume that we're going to see Under Pressure and Runner switched up here between the two teams. But what do you think? Do you think Agrol can disrupt My Insanity's play enough to get the upset here?
Quite possibly. I mean, both teams have gone for Bottleneck, so we're seeing a very sort of standard setup. We don't have a complete ban on the telehandlers, and I'm slightly surprised that neither team has gone for a telehandler because of how effectively we've seen those used today. We do have the Vulture out, but I think that's because the Massey Ferguson has been banned. There's nothing here that I'm seeing at the moment that is massively disruptive gameplay. Looks like we're heading for a very solid setup. We do have both teams going for the same combine here, and it just goes to My Insanity. They just get in there and manage to grab it. Haynes ignoring.
Nice moment. Guys, don't forget about the giveaway. The link has been going around in chat. Farming Simulator 22 is the giveaway this weekend. One copy. The winner will be picked later on today.
Yeah, Haynes ignored that class
All right,
Case
now we see
Baylor
Bath going for the
so
Baylor
many
there.
Teams like. And they have, and it means that Agrol have managed to grab it, which is a little bit of an odd thing. You know, you normally, if you're driving past something, you'll grab it to deny it to the other team. So I don't quite know why they've done that. A 141 first bail for My Insanity. And Bath coming in with the first bail for Agrol, and it is going to be a late one. Wow. And I think this is because they had to go and get that Case Baylor. And he's coming around and in, what's it going to be? 13:30 on the thing. That's going to be a 110. Oof. So a good
brutal
31 points. Both teams coming in.
Yeah, that's a big moment for Agrol. Not the start you would want against a team like My Insanity, for sure, to fall behind by 31 points from the start.
And Oh, wow. They're coming together between Reno and Bath, and it's just knocking that Porsche overload out of the way, delaying them slightly from overloading. And I am... Yeah, and now they're going to go and open it, unload. Both teams. There seems to be an awful lot more rain for My Insanity at the moment than there is for Agril. As, yeah, now Bath is unloading from the second combine. Now we're heading... Yeah, looks like My Insanity is going to go and drop their first grain as Agril are still loading. How My Insanity have managed to get so much grain so much quicker is a little bit of a mystery. But they are now emptying it out, and Agril are still loading up. 2.3 multiplier, 2.4, and they're definitely pulling out a bit of advantage. Direct delivery and bridges raised are our first two drops, as My Insanity hit the 3 times multiplier and just stop shy of wasting any extra grain. I don't know if they have any left in that trailer, but certainly they have a good advantage at this point. No bales on the field, so they're unable to score from it, and Agril are now going to come and even things back up.
All right, I think I'm back and good there. The distance that I am to everyone else, I think, is working against me here at the beginning of this round. But luckily, we have talented casters and Alex and Maddie on standby to fill in when needed. And it's been a fantastic weekend. It's always a pleasure to work alongside all of you all. And it's been great to be on camera, of course, too, like we said at the beginning. My Insanity is looking good so far, as you were saying, Alex. It's still too early to tell, but Agril definitely are going to have to fight back here. We're about 2 minutes away from the 8th minute drops. What happened in the 12th minute? Did I miss anything there?
Not really. It was fairly standard. To be perfectly honest, the more important thing that was happening in the 12th minute was My Insanity coming in and doing the earlier grain drop, putting Agril on the back foot a little bit, meaning that they then had to react and then had to sort of get a little bit out of position. No bales available, so they weren't able to actually take advantage of it. And again, My Insanity coming in ahead of the 8th minute drop and positioning themselves earlier than Agril. And yeah, immediately unloading. Oh no, they're not. They're going to go and grab those combines and get them set up. As Agril are still entering. I think this is due to their late first bale. This is why they're running a little bit behind My Insanity. And I think it might be why we saw a little bit of grain on the ground. The teams tend to do this. If their combine gets full, rather than sitting there and waiting for the grain trailer to arrive, they'll dump a little bit of grain on the floor and just to keep them going, keep them producing that straw, and then when they can unload it, they'll get it unloaded. Interestingly, in comparison to these teams, when we saw Trelleborg earlier, Trelleborg at this point were not still driving their overloaders and getting stuff directly from the combines. They would be bailing at this point, and this is the interesting difference we've seen between a lot of teams this weekend. Most teams are still driving the overloader, still moving the combines at this stage, whereas someone like Trelleborg isn't. They've already got the baler out there, they're already creating bales, and they're already scoring points with them at this 8th minute as well.
I mean, if you want to beat Trelleborg as well, when you come up against them, you are going to have to do the same thing. I mean, when they're getting consistently 50 bales or slightly over 50, it's going to be hard for you to beat that no matter what you do. If you have a slight advantage in the multiplier, I don't think it's going to matter. Like if you're able to get some combo points, not going to matter so much either. Like it's crazy to see like how good a lot of these teams are and still see them lack in that same amount of total bales that they get delivered. And it's easy to say like, okay, we're gonna score some points here and beat this team. But as you continue to progress on into the later stages, the amount of bales that you're scoring gets more and more important. As it looks like we're gonna have My Insanity go with bale multiplier here, and Agrol got there just in time to grab it as well. They do have a slight advantage in the bale multiplier, but they only have 3 bales pressed, and I'd be willing to bet that they also don't have them at the barn and ready to score at this point, Alex.
I would suspect that as well, and you can see My Insanity now coming in to take full advantage of that bale multiplier. These are the only 3 bales they have that are available for this, but I fully expect all 3 of them to go in. Whereas Agril, you're right, only have, well, they have 6 pressed now, but I'd be amazed if they're anywhere near their barn ready to score in the next 40 seconds. And we've got a 2.3, 2.2 multiplier. Look at that, 33 points. And Agril do not have the grain to match it up. So all 3 of those bales are going in at 33 points. That is huge. That's 100 points from 3 bales. And Agril are not going to have enough grain. In fact, don't have enough grain even to bring it back to a 2.0 to 2.0. That is a massive disadvantage to them. They are going to get 1 bale in time for the multiplier. Can they get 3 in? Yes. So they haven't quite lost as much as you might have thought. Only 3 points difference in what Agril have managed to get in this time, and My Insanity have managed to get in this time.
I think it worked out in Agril's favor that they had the slightly higher bale multiplier by 0.2, 1.7 to 1.5, because they were trailing in the score and the multiplier was already against them. So that did help them in the end. Really, it only is like the first bale that they're suffering from still at this point. They're matching My Insanity pretty well otherwise. And with the right super drop, and if they can get it, Agril could very well be back into this one. And very well could win still. 355 to 206. We're 40 seconds or so away from that super drop. Multiplier switch even could be helpful if Agril are ready to score. The multiplier switch doesn't last very long. I think they might be better off with something like just straight up bale points or Lord Baler, maybe even bottom boost, but they have to start getting their bales into the barn area now, because depending on what the super drop is, they need to be ready to take advantage of it. Here comes Baffin with some more bales. Damien, meanwhile, stacking some on. So at the moment, only Reno is out in the field and available to go for this super drop. We're about to see what it is, Alex. In just a few seconds, My Insanity might be better placed to get this when it is bale points. And for My Insanity, it would be 20 bale points, 66 bale points. Reno is not going to get it to it in time, though. And My Insanity get it. So that really is like an 86-point swing that they just missed out on in a way. If you think of it that way, they could have had 66 points and said, My Insanity get 20. Agril really could have used that there, Alex.
The interesting thing for me at the moment is I'm keeping a close eye on the bale numbers, and My Insanity are outpacing Agril in bale creation. So the numbers are keeping roughly even, but My Insanity are getting more delivered and more points scored on a constant basis. So they are actually producing bales at a faster rate than Agril for some reason. And I can't quite figure out why. Maybe it's Agril are going a greater distance to get their straw, possibly. But there's definitely more bales coming in for Mind Sanity, and this is keeping Mind Sanity not only ahead but increasing that lead on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Without that
very,
super
very
drop,
difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, without that super drop, I don't think Aggro are going to be able to pull this off because, like you were saying, they're matching Mind Sanity pretty much like for like at the moment, and it doesn't look likely that Mind Sanity is going to stop scoring bales anytime soon, as there's 2 still on the belt and about 6 or more around the belt. So, unfortunately for Aggro, what they need at this moment is some kind of mistake. Maybe Hannes going into the moat there and getting the baler stuck, but he comes across the safer route very smoothly. PB, meanwhile, putting some more bales onto the belts. I don't think Aggro have necessarily played badly here. It's just that first bale was the first thing that went against them, and 66 points from the super drop could have really put them back into contention. But they've also been scoring 2 less points for every bale for a while now. So when you're trailing and you're scoring less points per bale, you're going to find it hard to get back into the lead and get the victory. A minute and a half to go, 648 to 520. These scores are going to change a lot over the next minute 20, as we're accustomed to seeing, but it does look likely that Mind Sanity will take the first of the best of 3 here.
And Damien doing some actually fairly neat stacking here, getting bales in on a really good rate. Keeping it so that they're coming in and getting them on the conveyor as soon as they do. While Mind Sanity has only the 1 bale kicking around. They do have still that 150 point gap, and they have a bale advantage, and they have the multiplier advantage. So quite how, yeah, I don't think with 30 seconds left here, there's much that Aggro can do to bring this back. And this does
right.
kind of show on a top, why Mind Sanity a top 3 team.
Yeah, Mind Sanity has been one of the best performers in the league this season, and for Aggro, like we said at the beginning, it is going to be a big test for them. I think they need to just write this one off now and come back in the second round, try to clean up that first bale first and foremost, and then hope that other things go their way. But it looked like it was about 888 points. If they may have scored some more right there as time was expiring, Mind Sanity. Let's see what the final was. Yeah, 888 in the end, 35 bales. And so that is a good performance by Mind Sanity yet again. But if you compare that, again, if Mind Sanity move on to the semifinal, they'll be playing Diaka Feld. We've got Vermeer's Flamboyance and Trelleborg already in the first semifinal that'll take place after the conclusion of this one. But, I don't want to take anything away from Mind Sanity here, but as they move on in the tournament, that was good enough now. Will it be good enough later? 35 bales, 888 points. You got to start getting closer to that 1,000 point mark as you get later and later in the tournament. So good showing for Mind Sanity. For Diaka, they've got to clean things up or they're going to go out here in the quarterfinal stage.
Very much so. It is. In fact, other than the match with Trelleborg earlier, we haven't seen a bale count above 35. I don't think any other team this whole weekend has had more than 35 bales other than Trelleborg. And so, yeah, I think any team facing them at this point has to be producing that number of bales or has to have a way to disrupt them from producing that number of bales. I think Fermiers might go the route of disrupting them to try and prevent them doing that. But yeah.
Right. We have seen Trelleborg once or twice this season miss opportunities where they've had combo points scored against them, but we don't really see combo points scored in the manner that we used to with Transport Company out of the mix. So trying to rely on something like that isn't, a really good strategy. But nonetheless, we've got to focus first on My Insanity and Agral here. And My Insanity one win away from another semifinal appearance. And My Insanity looked strong in that first one. And I would expect a similar setup here. We're about to get started for the second of the best of three. Can Diatka find a way to disrupt My Insanity? Or not Diatka, but Agral. Can they find a way to disrupt My Insanity here? Because I think that I know this is one of your favorite topics, and we've talked about it a lot, Alex. Like, disruption is really important in the FSL. Disrupting your opponents, unsettling them a bit, getting them out of their comfort zone. And I think if Agral has any chance of winning this second round, that's one of the things that they need to do.
I think that's part of the reason why Agral actually lost the first game. They had that unforced error at the start, ended up giving them a massive disadvantage on the first bale, and that put them on the back foot throughout the whole match. And you saw it in that they were able to produce as many bales as My Insanity at the end, but because they were late on that first bale, they were then late creating bales, and that just meant they had less bales overall to score points with. And it lost them that first game. I think for them to be disruptive here, A, they need to be a lot faster with their first bale, and B, they need to be very careful about when they pick up power ups and when they deliver their grain, and just try and do it at times that puts My Insanity on the back foot rather than letting My Insanity put them on the back foot.
There we have it from Spencer, aka Odwalla Gaming, in chat. Astragon were actually the only other team to get above 40 today, but unfortunately for them, it was in both of those rounds against Trelleborg. So yeah, if Astragon had played anyone else with that kind of a performance, they probably would have moved on. But yeah, it has to be brutal to get 40 plus and still see yourself not moving on. It'll be interesting to see as the day progresses what kind of bail counts we're going to see. My Insanity, meanwhile, going for a very similar setup. In fact, both teams have picked the same equipment, the same perks, and we've got Bottleneck in play as we're used to as well. So only the next 15 minutes will decide which of these teams will move on. Can My Insanity complete it in the clean sweep and move on to the semifinal, or can Agral force that third at the best of three? Here we go. Someone from the blue team crashing into the starting gate. That's going to set them off by a few seconds and may allow Damien a window to get to the Case Combine here. Not the best approach to it, though, but it does look like he wins out over Hannes from My Insanity in the end. So a good start there for Agral. That first bit of disruption that we've talked about, disrupting your opponent at the pod and beating them to equipment that they want, is a good way to do so. PB now is getting the Massey Combine off of a pod, and My Insanity just a few seconds late here. Let's see if Agral can get that first bail in ahead of them.
Actually, a brilliant piece of disruption there from Agral. Agral managed to get Ideal, the Case, and the New Holland Combines. So the only Combine they left for My Insanity, next to the Ideal that they'd already reserved, was the Massey. That does put My Insanity actually at a big disadvantage, with Agral now running both of those Ideal Combines. First bail coming in for Agral. Baff is backing up, and it's going to be a...
Oh, no.
He's not quite in the right place. A 119 out of 119. Oh, wow. So both teams fairly slow on their first bail, but they have got equal points. So slight advantage at the moment, I would say, going to Agral. They've got the combines they want. They've managed to disrupt My Insanity a little bit by forcing them into one of the lower, one of the less popular combines. Really good start from Agral, coming out of the gate fighting in this second game.
Yeah, very good start. A lot better start, at least, than the first round. for Agro, but I do think that they missed an opportunity to have an advantage in the first bale there. Not sure what happened that caused the delay, but I expected them to at least have 5 to 10 points in advantage on the first bale, and it ended up being spot on even. As we see Hannes and Jan and Baff and Reno for their teams, respectively unloading the grain into the Horse Titan. And teams at this point trying to get the grain unloaded from the harvester so they can keep going and pressing bells. PB dumping some out, but presumably so that he can keep moving forward and not lose momentum. So not the worst strategy to waste a little bit so that the combine doesn't stop. Every little moment counts. And
it is a bit of
both teams will be ready to deliver grain.
It is a little bit of a problem, though, with the fact that they've got that smaller Massey combine. Losing a little bit of grain, it takes them longer to produce it, and so they're going to have a bit of a harder time keeping that grain level up. And in fact, you can see they are 2,000 litres less than Agril are at the moment. And we've got slowdown picked up by Agril at the 12-minute mark. And it looks like Mindsanity have not picked a power up. They're just going for that grain drop-off as quickly as they can. Trying to, again, put Agril on the back foot. But I don't think Agril are going to be very far behind them.
And now they have picked up speed limit, My Insanity, so theirs is going to last a little bit longer because they picked it up later. Both teams now at the silo, delivering their grain, and so far, both of these teams just canceling each other out. It's going to come down to the later parts of the round to see who can get some separation. It could be the 8th minute drop that could start to change the shape of this one. It could be later in the round, but so far, pretty even between My Insanity and Agro. This is the second of the best of 3. If you're just tuning in, My Insanity won the first round. If you've missed the rest of the matches so far, Vermeer's Flamboyance beat Team Charlie, Trelleborg beat Astragon, Dayaka Aenfeld beat Corteva Agriscience in the first 3 quarterfinals, and now Diaka rather awaits the winner of this one. Vermeer's Flamboyance against Trelleborg in the semifinal will be coming up after the conclusion of this matchup. You'll have Virtual Farmer and Cat Spy Copter on the call for that one. And that one, I'm kind of one part Alex jealous I won't get to cast it, but also one part excited that I'll just get to sit back and watch it as a spectator as well, because we've been looking forward to that potential matchup between the top 2 teams in the standings in Season 4. That'll be coming up after this one, as I said. But as of now, what do you think about this one? Like, so far, a lot better for Agril, but things can still change one way or the other for them.
I think the thing to watch with this game at the moment is which team starts pressing bales first. Both teams very much even up to this point. If anything, I think Agril have put Mindsanity on the back foot a little bit, but if Mindsanity can start pressing those bales first, I think that's going to give them a bit of advantage, give them the ability to again get the Agril back on the back foot, especially as Agril have those 2 ideal combines. They have the ability to put extra grain into the silo. And looks like Mindsanity have dropped their grain or have got their overloader there first. But I think that's simply because Agril are out there producing more grain. And you can see there's a 4,000 litre advantage at the moment to Agril. And that is simply combine related. The fact that they have those larger ideal combines, have 2 of them with more space. And Agril are positioning themselves now. Who is going to start creating the bales first? Because I think that Mindsanity are going to need to, because they're going to be on the back foot for the last 8 minutes or so of this match.
I'm interested to see what this 8th minute drop is going to be here, Alex, because grain multiplier could be game-changing here, but both teams are pretty even, so you would assume both teams would go for it. Instead, we've got Bridges, Raise, and Bale Multiplier. And unfortunately for both teams, they don't have any Bales press. In fact, My Insanity, right as I said that, has now pressed 1. So maybe they'll grab Bale Multiplier and be able to score a couple, but this isn't going to be as effective as it could be. Both teams up until this point only really focused on the production of grain and not yet really focused on the bale production. We're at the 7.5 minute mark now. No bales at the barn. The drop is at the barn. So is My Insanity ready to get some of these bales in and grab this drop? We see Hannes at the silo, so it's not going to be Hannes doing it. PB is somewhere on foot, presumably trying to get to a tractor with a front loader on it. We might... Okay, here it is. Now they are getting Bale Multiplier. There is Jan going for it. Baff is going to get... Is he going to get there in time? No! Just missing out.
He didn't get it!
No, he didn't, and this could be the moment for My Insanity to take advantage.
My Insanity trying to even things up now, and it's 2.2 to 2.0. There's still plenty there for Agril. This is all going to be about whether they have enough, whether that extra 3,500 liters they've got is enough to take it to a 2.1. My Insanity trying to take advantage of the bale multiplier. They have no bales anywhere near their barn to take advantage of it. And is this going to run out before they manage to get it? Is it going to be an advantage at all to them?
Yeah, they need to get at least one in to get some sort of advantage out of it. They have 25 seconds to go, so they have enough time if PB can execute the delivery of these onto the belt. Their belt is going a decent enough speed.
If it is.
It's going to be close. At least get one in here, PB. It's going to be really close, Alex.
Is it going to make it? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, it is. No, it didn't.
No, it's
just
not.
as it ran out. It is exactly even on the scoreline. My Insanity now going to go into the lead, but a huge missed opportunity there. It looked like it was going to be advantage My Insanity when Agril missed out on grabbing the bale multiplier, but Agril have dodged a bullet there by My Insanity's failure to take advantage of that moment. That could cost them in the end, Alex.
It definitely, there is a 2 bale advantage at the moment to Agril. That is the 40-point difference between them. It's, this is neck and neck, play for play at the moment, and as soon as Agril get these bales in, that is going to even up the scores. It's going to take any chance of a combo away at the moment from My Insanity. That's just, that's not good.
I'm actually really surprised with like how well Agril are performing here. I think it's kind of been a shame. I can't recall really seeing them in any other turn so far this season, Alex. And here they are, kind of going toe-to-toe with My Insanity. They could still lose out here with 4 minutes to go. But they're looking pretty good, especially in this second round now.
And My Insanity forced to place bales at the bottom. Oh, bottom boost. And Jan needed to go for the bottom boost. Pity that couldn't have come a little bit earlier when they had that bale stuck to the bottom of the fork. That would have been really useful to them. But it's 279 to 279. But bale advantage is now with Agril. Those points having to go into the bottom have caused a big problem for My Insanity, and they're going to be really hoping to get a combo in. They have no bales back at the barn to take advantage of it, though. So again, they're a little bit out of position at that 4-minute mark, and it's resulting in them not able to take full advantage of the advantages they've been given. They are bringing bales back now, and PB is also out there, so they've got nobody back at the barn to load anything in the bottom. 10 seconds left on this bottom boost. Can Haynes get it in? He's not going for the bottom. He's got 4 seconds. He could have got Bales in that bottom boost. Hasn't taken the opportunity. And as a result, the bottom boost runs out and he's just stacking them outside. And now they need to get them on the belt. A decent number of bales here for Agral. They are currently able to get ahead if they can get these bales in. Again, just 40 points behind. They get these bales in and they will get themselves into the lead. Just these 2 bales to do it. And then Damien needs to get the rest of the bales here. Oh wow, they've got double the bales that My Insanity have at the moment. And they just, if they can just load them in, if they can just get them onto that belt, they can pull into the lead. My Insanity are managing to stay in the lead at the moment, just purely because the bales haven't been delivered for Agral, and it's all down to their stacker getting these bales on the belt. When My Insanity run out of them, because they are about to run out of bales at the barn, unless some more come in fairly soon. And Jan is bringing some in. So now is the opportunity for Agral to even things up before these come in. And if they can, then they're going to be in a good position. And no, they're dropping off the belt. Perfect opportunity to catch up. And unfortunately, the bales have dropped off the belt. They've not allowed them to head. They've not allowed them to catch up. That is not good.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of every moment now. You can't be doing that in these crucial moments. A minute to go now. It's a 100-point lead for My Insanity. Agral has the bales, but do they have the time is the problem. This is going to bring it to within 20 points. They can still pull this off with 45 seconds to go as Bath brings more bales in. There's 3 more, but I don't think they have time to get all of these in. PB now is also scoring some more points for My Insanity in the meantime. But for My Insanity, they have no more bales at the belt. This is Agral's chance to force the 3rd round of the best of 3 here. There goes 2 more in now. 559 to 639, and unfortunately, I think for Agral, it's just going to be that they're going to run out of time. They're having to put bales into the bottom now, and that is not what you want to do when you're trailing. This is going to bring it within 10 points. This would even it up if they actually would take the lead with these 2 into the bottom, as well as the one into the top.
Oh, it's
639
even
to 639, 649 to 649, and My Insanity gets it right at the end with 1 into the bottom. 659 to 649. Wow. That was exciting.
That should not have been that close.
Oh, man. Yeah, Agral had every right, really, to win that one. I think the bottom boost for My Insanity was definitely a huge help. As you can see, they got 11 bales scored into the bottom. But, man, Agral just ran out of time. 3 bales undelivered. If they had been able to deliver 1 more of those, they would have won via the tiebreaker for bales scored into the top of the barn, Alex. Wow, that was crazy. That was enough to get you excited in the morning. Wow, so My Insanity moves on. Great showing by Agral. I'm really impressed. Their first time in the quarterfinals, they went toe-to-toe with the 3rd place team, My Insanity, and performed really well and came within just a moment of forcing the 3rd round of the best of 3. So we have the big one coming up, the first semifinal, Vermeer's Flamboyance against Trelleborg. I'm going to step away and go watch it with all of the awesome people in chat hanging out with us today. Copter will be back alongside Virtual Farmer for the call of that one. Before that, we'll be back after the break with highlights of the matchup of My Insanity and Agral. And until then, keep being awesome, everyone. Go stretch, get some water if you need it. There's still the semifinals and the final to come. Lots of awesome Farming Simulator League action. See you then.
Welcome back, everybody. I am once again joined here by Copter. How are you doing, Matty? Did you enjoy those last couple of games?
Oh yeah, I was definitely watching it from the sides, and well, kind of like hoping actually that Agrol would have it what it takes. The last game was definitely very intense, but well, it was my insanity who collected the prize to get on the semifinals. But Agrol, we spoke about them yesterday. We haven't seen them playing on the stage before, and I think they put a great showing as their first time on the final day.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Especially that second game, they picked up their mistakes that they'd made in the first one, took it right to the wire with my insanity. Just one bale shy of winning that game and taking it to 3. I think that there's still some great things to see from Agril. They're a team who we've seen improve over the last 2 seasons. And I think we're going to see more of them. They're certainly a team that deserves to be in these finals. And
Yeah, I
we're
really
going
hope
to
that.
see and we're going to see a replay of them in a moment.
Yeah, we're gonna see the replays, but I really hope that they will continue playing the same way as they do. I think they definitely have been improving, and they have a chance to get on the second day on the next tournament as well. So we'll see what's gonna happen. And of course, I mean, my insanity. We have seen them to play. They have been having a great performance. In multiple tournaments this season so far, so it's not really a surprise that they win it, but I think was closer than at least I expected, and maybe most of the viewers expected.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a close game, that second one, and I don't know how they could really change it much in order to um, to beat My Insanity. I mean, My Insanity are one of the top 3 teams in the FSL at the moment, and they're in there. They're scoring those high first bale points. Mistakes like that won't have helped. Won't have helped them in the first game. That caused all sorts of issues, and they kind of had that issue throughout the whole first game. They were a little bit behind. They were making a few unforced errors, and they never really were able to produce enough bales in that first game as a result. And that's why you got that 200 to 300 point difference between the two teams. Second game, much better. You can see they're beating My Insanity to combines. I mean, they took 3 of the 4 combines in that second game and put My Insanity on the back foot. They then went in there. They were putting My Insanity on the back foot throughout that whole game, and then My Insanity got a couple of lucky breaks, things like that bottom boost and bits like that kept them in the game. And it's just these last moments where you can see it's just these last couple of bales that go in the bottom for My Insanity win it for them. And yeah, incredible game.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, I wasn't biting my nails, but I was close of doing it as I was watching the final bales, and when it was like a 649, and then the last bale came in, getting those extra 10 points. I was like, yeah, so close. And I didn't calculate it, I didn't do the math, but I was wondering like what the situation would have been if there would have been a tie score situation, how it would have gone from there. But anyways, that's the game. Great job from Agrol, and now, of course, we can see the semi-final. So we do have Vermeer Flamboyance versus Trelleborg. I think Kermit was talking a little bit about this game, saying that he is watching it from the audience, and we shall see if, as we know, that it's going to be quite early still on the North America. So maybe the rest of Kermit's family can sleep, or maybe he's going to be just shouting that heavily that the whole apartment will be alive.
And that's the thing. The game that we've got coming up now is between the top 2 teams in the FSL. And this is the thing. Vermeers have been amazing this season. They've done exactly what Vultra did last season. They've come along. They've played better and better over the course of the season. And they've got themselves in that second place position. Now, there is only one team that has won the every FSL tournament this season, and they are going up against them now. And this is the moment where we get to see if Fermiers are able to play their very well disruptive game against Trelleborg and disrupt them. This is a game to watch very closely, and I'm looking forward to it. And here
I'm
it
thinking
is,
about-
Fermiers Flamboyant versus Trelleborg.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about this game is that, of course, we have the Fermier Flamboyance versus Trelleborg. So whoever's going to be winning this one going to be proceeding to the final. So that is clear. And I have said it multiple times that Fermier Flamboyance, they have a decent chance versus Trelleborg. So definitely this could open the way for Fermier Flamboyance to kind of like, get to the final, beat Trelleborg, and also win a tournament. But it is also, I mean, if I'm honest, when we look at the bracket, when we look at the other side of the second semifinal, and I think that if Fermier Flamboyance, if they are able to win this one, that also opens the chance for the other teams from the other semifinal who's going to be approaching to the finals to get a win. I think Fermier Flamboyance definitely is the only team that can currently beat Trelleborg, but then I think that on the semifinal, we do have teams like My Insanity who have a chance of beating Fermier Flamboyance as well. So it's not going to be that easy that, who's going to be winning this one, going to be going to the final, and they're the strongest team and they will win. I think this, if Fermier Flamboyance managed to turn this on their direction, it kind of like opens the door for the other teams as well.
It very much does, and oh wow! I'm just looking at this, and again, Fermier's straight in there with a disruptive choice early on. They've banned a Baylor. They've spent a point to do that, to try and put Trelleborg on the back foot a little bit. And you can see they've also chosen no Baylor. So they've chosen to ban a Baylor rather than pick a Baylor. And we haven't really seen teams do this today. So it's very much going to depend on what Baylors they can get hold of, because they're going to need 2 Baylors in order to match Trelleborg.
Yeah, and Trelleborg is reading this definitely. So we will see some kind of challenge happening at the pads. That's what I'm expecting. Let's see. There's no telehandler or trailer handler for Martin, so we can see that they are not going for it. And I mean, when you have Case picked for Trelleborg, you can expect that there might be a fast first bail coming in. We saw 150 points down with the narrow wheel, so that is definitely doable on this game as well. But the telehandlers are not in the play, so this will be definitely interesting to see how this will be played in the end. And has Fermiers already? I don't think that they have done like a huge disruption here that would be affecting the Trelleborg's gameplay so far. So we just have to wait and see. And I think the Fermiers with their picks, they kind of like, if Trelleborg wants to challenge those Baylors, that's going to be affecting the gameplay on the Fermier side instead. But there we go. Just a couple seconds, and then we can see the tractors. They're going to be heading towards the gates and the challenges. These are so important.
Oh, and there's a big race for that New Holland, and JK's going to get it just slightly ahead, and there's no other combine near it, so that's going to cause an issue. Vermeer's getting the big Kuhn Baylor. Martin being beaten to the case. So I would say... Oh,
he's going to take that as well.
Oh, that is going to hurt. Look at that. Vermeer's grabbing every Baylor.
That's a great start for them. I just love seeing this. So they have been definitely thinking about this for a while, and I don't know if this is like a stunning Trelleborg a little bit or what's the case. Wow. We just have to wait and see how it's going to be played, but definitely a great start from Fermiers. They will do exactly what we hope for, that they will cause early disruption to the gameplay of Trelleborg, and they're going to be wondering how they will proceed from here. Of course, they have a backup strategy in place, so that's not going to be the thing, but still, it's going to be slowing them down at the start, and we don't see... I mean, look at we are like 13 minutes and 50 seconds, and there we go, the first bail coming from Fermiers. There's no fast bail coming from Trelleborg. The fastest bail is 126, and who would have expected that? Like the top 2 teams, and the first bail is 126.
I said at the start of this, the thing that Fermiers have to come out and do is they have to disrupt Trelleborg's ability to make bails. They got a Baylor streak. They picked up every single Baylor except for the one that Trelleborg had reserved. Trelleborg have 1 Baylor. They cannot create as many bales as they normally do, and their first bale is a 97. Whenever
That's
do we
far
see
away.
Trelleborg do a 97?
I think if we go 2 tournaments back, I do remember that Trelleborg decided not to do the first bale at all, and they still won it. So it is not yet called, but it's definitely a intriguing situation. Like I can already imagine how much Kermit is currently like baiting his nails or beating his nails or whatever. What's gonna be his choice of keeping his levels down. But the start is interesting. We can see Trelleborg, they have been collecting some more grain, so they are definitely having more of it. I think they were leading about with 6 or 7 or even 8k if we go 1 minute back, so we'll see what's the situation. Of course, the 12-minute drops are coming in soon as well, because time has been just flying. So when you have a great company like Alex, you have great teams like Fermius Flamboyance and Trelleborg, the time is just flying, and it's just a couple seconds away. Actually, the drops are here. Let's see what we have.
You could see how much Trelleborg are on the back foot because both of their harvesters had to wait to be unloaded. That doesn't happen. If Trelleborg are such a well-oiled machine that their harvesters do not sit there. They don't have to drop grain. They don't have to. They don't have to sit there. They just unload because they're so well-oiled. And Trelleborg are massively on the back foot right now. And in fact, I don't think any of those 12-minute power-ups help either team. Fermiers have taken time out to go and get the slowdown, and Martin is now having to run to catch up to make sure that they are matched.
Yeah,
this is incredible play.
Yeah, this is great play from Fermiers. They are kind of like keeping Trelleborg at bay. So Fermiers is actually currently, I'm not going to say in the lead. Well, yeah, basically on the points they are. But I mean that they are driving the car. And Trelleborg, they are currently the passengers. So they are kind of like matching what they are doing and trying to catch up. So it's definitely Fermiers. They have taken a very good control of the game so far. So now it's just to see how well it's going to go from here. We can see grain being used. Both teams collected more than 40k. The multiplier is going to stay about 2.0 most probably. Or let's see how long they're going to be still like unloading it. But now it's going to be tied. We can see also Trelleborg withdrawing from the silo. So it's pretty much the same. No changes there. And both teams will start recollecting the grain to be using that later around the 8-minute mark. So now we just... Now we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be doing for the next couple of minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple bales coming out as well, because if there's something, you know, we have seen these gameplays happening with the 8-minute drops, that if there's a silo closed or multipliers coming in, then having a couple bales around might be giving you that early lead. And if Fermier Flamboyance, if they want to continue the same pace that they're kind of like the drivers of the vehicle, then I think they should definitely go for a couple of bales and kind of like, you know, try to, in a way, find a way to score a couple more points to put Trelleborg more on their heels.
But this is the problem that Trelleborg have at the moment. You can see that they are ever so slightly behind Fermiers at every point. So it means that Fermiers are going to refill their overloader first. They're going to get onto the balers first. They're going to create extra bales because of that. And then on top of that, Fermiers have 2 balers, whereas Trelleborg only have 1. So they're going to be able to create bales at twice the pace that Trelleborg are able to. Trelleborg are... I've never seen Trelleborg this much on the back foot in a match. Ever. And Fermiers again. So Fermiers again putting Trelleborg on the back foot by delivering a little bit of grain and changing that multiplier, forcing Trelleborg to turn up and deliver.
Yeah, if they can, you know, somehow get a slight advantage from the multiplier at this stage and get a couple of the bales done. If there's going to be silo closed or something coming from the drops, then they can definitely make some more points. But of course, I mean, I'm definitely enjoying what I'm seeing, but it's also good to remember how strong Trelleborg has been on the past, and we have seen some, I mean, like definitely rememberable moments from Trelleborg, how they have just, you know, shown us that, yeah, how wrong we were in a multiple different occasions. So I wouldn't be surprised if they will do it at the same time as well. So yes, I'm very excited how Fermiers is playing, but it's also good to remember how well Trelleborg has been adjusting on the situations of the past as well. So this will be, I mean, I can't wait to see how this is going to be ending up. But just 8 minutes and we're going to know. The drops are here as well. Let's see what they are. Please give me, yes, silo closed and
Silo
crazy
closed!
tool. This is going to be huge. And we can see Fermiers, they are unloading. They are unloading currently as Trelleborg is not, and they will probably go for it. Trelleborg's going to get the silo close, and now Fermiers, they need to get it as well, so they can use this multiplier as their advantage and start maybe, yes, they are doing the bales as well. We can see one bale already on the Fermiers side, so that's going to be great. There we go.
They've closed it with a 2.1 multiplier. That is huge. That means that Fermiers now have 76 seconds, not only to position themselves to unload all this grain that they've got, because they have a little less grain, but they have the 2.1 multiplier, and they are out there still getting grain. That's the thing. On top of that, though, they are out there and they're bailing as well. So yeah.
Trelleborg is doing it though. But now we can see Fermiers also starting to get some bales. So both teams are making the bales. They're going to be using the time as they cannot, unload anything. They're both producing the bales. They're pressing them down. The multiplier, now, yes, Fermiers, they have a slight advantage, but they haven't put any of the bales in, and it's not like a huge advantage. It's a very slight one, just 2 points per bale. And when they unload the grain, so that should be ending up in about 2.0, or it could be actually 2.1 for Trelleborg. But anyways, what's going to be the end result is that the multiplier difference is so small that it's not going to, decide the game. In the end, it's going to come down to the bales after they have done the unloading. And now the teams are realizing it. They will start doing the bales because it's Trelleborg leading on the bales. So there's going to be one hell of a battle getting the bales in at the end.
Now, can Fermiers hold this multiplier advantage long enough to score points with it? That is the next question. There is plenty of extra. No, it's a 2.0 and it's gone the other way. So Trelleborg now at advantage with the multiplier. And JK making an uncharacteristic mistake.
And there we go. Some grain has been used, but they will still leave. We can see a Trelleborg going to unload the remains, and they are maybe thinking that Fermiers, they don't have more. I'm not completely sure. There we go. The unload comes again.
Is it enough?
And it will end 2.0. It's not going to be 2.1, so it's going to be exactly the same. Yeah, but just like a 1k, it's not going to be enough to change the situation. I think Trelleborg actually had a slight advantage on the grain, so they had like a 1k more. So I think Fermiers, they are. I think the grain definitely did the job they were hoping for, and they saved some time as they didn't collect that one extra K, but that's just a couple of seconds, so it's not going to be like a huge amount. But yeah, we have seen now a couple of the bales getting in. We can see Fermiers with 186, Trelleborg with 157. So yeah, it's like a 1.5 bales, which Fermiers are currently leading. And yeah, now it's just all about getting the bales to the barn, and we can see the deliveries are starting to come. Maybe 1 minute or so, we should be able to see that somebody will be starting to operate the belt as well, maybe even less. And I mean, look at Fermiers. They have a nice stack of bales there. There's none for Trelleborg for now, but they are definitely starting to deliver it. But they don't have the telehandler, so we are not going to be seeing the tosses, that is for sure. But they will have to do it this kind of like, it's not really the slow way, but let's see the OG way of doing it. And a good logistics, good order around the belt is important.
Multiplier switch being the 4-minute power boost, it is absolutely useless to both teams. And what we're going to be seeing now is, I expect Trelleborg running out with their 2 front loader tractors and getting out there and bringing bales all the time and trying to keep that baler running, because it's the only way they're going to be able to keep up with the number of bales that Fermiers can create with 2 balers going round all the time. It's a position that Trelleborg have been in before, and so it's not a surefire win for Fermiers. The one thing I do know is that Fermiers have 268 litres of grain left. They are so close to that 2.1 multiplier. I don't quite know why they didn't actually deliver that last little bit. So we'll see what happens. Slight Bale disadvantage for Fermiers at the moment, but they are more than enough points ahead for that disadvantage. And Hayden coming over the safer route a little bit shakily. Has kept all the bales on there though.
Yeah, when we see the end result, and if it's going to be super close, then we're going to be speculating about that 2.1, 1.9 multiplier and the grain which Fermiers didn't use. We'll see if it's going to come down to that. But I mean, the gap is just 11 points for now. Trelleborg has taken the lead. They have a couple more bales, but there's nothing. Oh, that's a mistake for JK, actually. That's going to be costing some time, and the bales are actually flying on both sides, and he can only pick one of them. So that's going to cost some time to deliver the other one, because if Fermiers not going on the lead, they will put the bale on the belt. 2 minutes remaining, and Trelleborg, I mean, look at the amount of bales around the belt. They are not here, and JK needs to do some extra work to get the other bale on the belt, as well as Vermeers. At the same time, they are just scoring the points. They are putting the bales on the belt. And I mean, if this would be a horse race, I would be betting on Vermeers Flamboyance for sure.
This is why disrupting your opponents is so powerful in the FSL. It's not just giving yourself that bit of advantage and putting them on the back foot. Putting them on the back foot makes them make errors. We've seen JK this game make 2 very uncharacteristic errors that normally he wouldn't be making, and it's simply because all this pressure is on. Fermiers have managed to successfully apply pressure to Trelleborg, put them on the back foot, and cause them to have to rush and work that little bit harder. And when they have to rush and work that little bit harder, these mistakes creep in, and it allows Fermiers to pull out in the way they have.
Oh, Hayden going into the water, but maybe that's calculated, so he just wants to get this, the faster passage towards the fields. But this is going to be, I mean, I'm just trying to calculate the bale situation and the amount of time which we have currently and the point difference. This is going to be getting so close that it's going to be very hard to tell. But Fermiers, they're getting a couple more bales on the belt. That's going to be 40 points, which is 600 collected. But Trelleborg, they still have 9 bales remaining, and now they're going to be starting to operate with them. We can see Paul just put a couple on the belt. Jake is going to be coming to help. They have a slight hassle with the vehicles there, but they will manage it off. And Martin,
no,
that is huge. He's gonna be stuck. He's gonna be stuck. He's trying to do everything he can, but this is heartbreaking. Martin, please stay alive. SOS, Mayday from Martin, and he needs to leave those bales on Kermit safe place. The safer route and Fermiers Flamboyance. They're just selling everything in. Couple of seconds to go, and it's going to be the faster horse on the race. Fermiers Flamboyance, they will collect the first victory from this huge matchup.
We have 23 bales. They created 28 in total. We have never seen Trelleborg taken to task like this. That is incredible play from Fermiers. And as I said, just shows exactly how disruptive gameplay can beat Trelleborg. That's impressive.
It is impressive, and I'm to be honest, I mean, of course, I was expecting that it's going to go very close, but in the end, that I didn't expect that Martin's going to be making a mistake on a crucial moment, because, I mean, Trelleborg, they have been almost next to flawless when it comes to all the tournaments this season. So those small mistakes from JK, a couple of minutes before that, we had Martin like completely messing up on the safer route. So this is something very uncharacteristic. So I don't know if this is Trelleborg or is this like a Trolleborg?
This is it's one of those things. Normally, when we see a team beat Trelleborg, it's a new tactic that comes out. It's something that Trelleborg haven't been expecting, and they immediately come back and counter it. The trouble here is Vermeers set out to disrupt Trelleborg. Everything they did was, how do we stop Trelleborg scoring points, as opposed to how can we score more points than Trelleborg? And there is no counter to that other than trying to prevent them doing it to you. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how Trelleborg adapt and responds to this. I think we're going to see a very different game from Trelleborg this second one, because they are not used to scoring so few bales and so few points. And you could see Vermeers putting Trelleborg on the back foot so much that we got so many uncharacteristic errors from them. We don't see Martin get stuck on the bridge like that. We don't see JK dropping bales and hitting bridges like that. It was amazing.
It was definitely something that we didn't expect. And of course, how the game started, all the disruptions coming from Vermeer flamboyants at the pads, for example. So I mean, this start is going to be all these bans and picks, and the whole early action is going to be so crucial. So let's just wait and see if Trelleborg has found a way around it, or what is the what's going to be the gameplay from them. So the bans are coming in. Let's see if we have, let's see what's going to happen with the telehandlers, because we didn't see them on the last game. So will this be also something what the Vermeer flamboyants want to ban? No, it doesn't seem to be the case, because they will go for Massey Ferguson. And usually if you want to ban them, you ban them both. So that is not happening for now. But we have Case though. So let's see what's going to happen with the other narrow wheel tractor.
That banning that Case is a very good move. It's not used by Vermeers, and and you can see that Trelleborg have banned the two big tractors, the two cheaper big tractors to use, because Vermeers use those on a regular basis. Although last time they did use the John Deere instead. So are we expecting Vermeers to go for no baler? They haven't gone for a baler again, which is not surprising. They did that last time. It saves them points not pre-selecting a baler, and it means that they can get two of the bigger tractors. So what are they?
If I remember correctly, this is the second time when Trelleborg is losing a game. I mean, they lost one on the early tournaments. They didn't lose the series, but they lost one game. But I don't think that they have lost any games in a couple past tournaments. So I think this is the second game of the whole year which they lose. So I mean, even if this whole situation goes upside down, that kind of like tells how significant the gameplay from Vermeer's flamboyance was.
And I'm not surprised at all to see that telehandler be Martin's selection. That did cost them time and points last time, not having that telehandler. So yeah, that being picked makes a lot of sense. Not surprised by the selection by Vermeers. In fact, I think that is the large tractors that Vermeers selected last time. So I don't think they're any worse off or any different to where they were. It'll be interesting this time to see if they manage to get all the balers. We've got the teams off, and Martin is running. Oh, this is a close run for this ideal combine. It's all going to be who can get round the back quick, and goes to Trelleborg.
It's a close call, definitely. You can never tell. I mean, it all the way comes down to the angle which you're approaching, and the mechanical keyboard combination that you got to be using to get inside of it. How well they are. It's just a matter of milliseconds, to be honest. But this time it's going to be Martin who's going to win that one. Tita needs to run quite far away. So Trelleborg, they are not disrupted at the start, and we can see that they are starting to make that first bale, which is looking actually pretty promising, as they're so close already with the baler. And we can see Tita just getting that harvester from quite far away. Jake is going to be disengaging from Martin already, and this is looking to be a good first bale. I'm not expecting it to be 150 points, but it's going to be definitely a good one. Let's see how the swing is going to go, and it's going to be 147. So close to the one which they got on the earlier game. They'll get the early lead, and that is about 50 points more than what they had on the previous game.
I will note that once again, Vermeers got a baler streak. So they got all but one of the balers off the pods. So not quite as much disruption as last time, but it does mean that Trelleborg have to use the John Deere baler, and that Fermiers basically have access to all of the balers, can even the the ones that press less and the faster ones, and so they're in a good position. They're not in such a good position with first bale. That is a very slow first bale in comparison to Trelleborg. So Trelleborg much less on the back foot this game. Fermi is still very much playing their disruptive gameplay though. So interesting to see whether they're able to push Trelleborg and force Trelleborg to make those unforced errors again.
Yeah, I mean, Martin winning that ideal from the pad, that was the difference. If that would have gone for the Fermier Flamboyance, then probably they would have had the first bale, to be honest, because that was the kind of like the key to get the fast first bale. So, and we saw how close that was. They were running, it was just a couple of milliseconds between them, and that was the crucial moment, and that's how the Trelleborg was able to get the first bale. And of course, Fermiers, they needed to run quite far away to get their own harvester to be able to produce the first bale. But anyways, let's continue. So just 25 seconds from the first drops, Trelleborg leading with 38 points, so almost with 2 bales, and that's definitely a significant lead. If we think about the last game and the first bale in the end, it didn't play the role as Martin made the mistakes in the end. But if Martin and Trelleborg as a whole would have just continued to operate normally, getting those bales in, getting the points steadily, I think that the first bale would have made the difference on the final points. So yeah, the first bale definitely can be a huge factor. And now we can see Trelleborg actually increasing the multiplier for them and just unloading the grain as the both teams have been collecting it. So Trelleborg, they want to do something at this stage.
And you can see the difference between last game and this game. Trelleborg beating Fermiers to various bales and two various pieces of equipment starting off means that Fermiers had to go a little bit further. They're on the back foot. They're delivering their grain later. It means ultimately they'll be pressing bales later than Trelleborg as well. That will give Trelleborg a bale advantage. And all of this stuff that happens in the very, very beginnings of a match are now affecting things in those last crucial 4 to 5 minutes. And we will see now whether Fermiers are able to pull this back, even up the timings before those bales start coming out. Because once those bales start getting pressed, you want to be doing it at the same time, if not before.
Yeah, I want to see how this is going to be played, because I was thinking about the first game, or after the first game, that I mean, if you want to win Trelleborg, you have to have a great strategy. But we know how good they are adapting, so you have to have 2 great strategies. So with the first one, you're going to disrupt them, as we saw, or do what kind of strategy you have. But anyways, a winning strategy for the first game. And then we can see Trelleborg maybe are slightly adjusting to it. And then you have to have a secondary strategy that you're going to use, kind of like, bait Trelleborg to do something which they couldn't do normally, and then play from there. I don't see that happening for now, but I do have a feeling that Fermier Flamboyant, that they probably have a secondary strategy which they have planned, because I think that they have definitely made a goal that they will win Trelleborg, and to be able to do so, you have to have 2 strategies which Trelleborg is not going to be guessing, and they have to be different from each other's.
Yeah, I think right now there's not quite so much pressure on Trelleborg as there was last match. I'm not expecting the silly mistakes to be made, or the unforced errors to be made, I should say. And they seem very, very relaxed coming into this. And it is simply because Fermiers are now behind them in everything they're doing. And it's not really giving Fermiers that ability to apply the pressure. I am very much looking towards what Fermiers is going to do to change that. And in actual fact, you saw with the delivery of the grain there, Fermiers have caught up. They're not quite as far behind Trelleborg as they were at the start. The thing I think they have to worry about, Trelleborg have both of those ideal combines. And that has been a really big advantage to lots and lots of teams today. And I fully expect Trelleborg to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, this looks quite, I would say, like a normal gameplay so far. We haven't seen any big moves, but we haven't seen like anything happening on the middle game so far. So grain is collected, the 8-minute drops are coming in. So I'm just waiting to see if there's like the wow moment coming at some stage. That's what I'm kind of like waiting, because every time when you have Trelleborg playing, you have to be ready for it. But yeah, now when we have Vermeers here as well, kind of like they have been able to win one game, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the wow moment from them as well. Or maybe this is going to be just like a traditional stacking battle at the end. But let's just wait and see. But it's not far away. The drops are going to be telling their story in just matter of seconds as we have the drops coming in. We can see Tita just going for the silo. Both teams, they have 60k of grain collected. We can see Vermeer still going actually above it. And there we go. Silo close and bridges lowered. So, I mean, silo close definitely. We can see actually Vermeer starting to unload already before the drop has time, but they can make the multiplier here, and then to get that we can see Loco running for the silo closed, and they will make it 2.3, and they can even make it more because Trelleborg is coming late, and it's going to be 2.4 for Vermeers.
106 seconds Vermeers have to get a bale and get it loaded, and Trelleborg have 9 bales already. So this is where Trelleborg can't let them open and can't let them be in this position, because they already have 9 bales, which is incredible. And Vermeers now needs to be scoring points. They need to get the bales that they've got in, the 6 bales they've got in. They need to get them loaded up, and they need to be making the most of this advantage while they have it. They've got 69 seconds left.
Yeah, it's longer for them. I mean, Trelleborg is only 35, so they can actually still unload more grain when the silo close is going to be empty for Trelleborg, and they can actually make the multiplier even higher. So by getting the bales now on the belt, it's going to be still faster, and with those remaining 25 seconds, if they can change the multiplier, then they should be able to get the bales faster inside with the higher multiplier as well. So there's a lot of different chances here. We haven't seen that yet happening. All the 6 bales are still on their inventory. We haven't seen them stacking them on the belt either, so this could be a lost opportunity if that is not happening. And we can see Martin coming with the telehandler, so he's going to be just putting the belt already next to the belt. We can see more bales coming for Vermeers, but no points coming in. And now it's going to be Vermeers unloading more as Trelleborg silo is going to be still closed, so they can actually make a huge multiplier for them. Now we can see Tita, and he wants to drive. Is he going to drive? Is he going to do the same which he did yesterday? He's trying to do it. No, he wants to put them on the belt. So 3.0, but it's going to be very slow. And I think the Trelleborg will start unloading ASAP. So the points coming out of these, they will start unloading. But also Vermeers, they're trying to counterfeit it at the same time. They're unloading as well. So there's going to be a couple bales coming with a very high multiplier. Belt being stopped from the Trelleborg side. Paul is going to be pouring the grain to the silo. So this is full of action.
There we go. Vermeers in the lead. Now, they've got a 2.5 multiplier, and Trelleborg needs to even up this multiplier, because they are just scoring points at this 2.5. We've seen Vermeers do this before as well, just taking advantage of big multipliers to score lots of points and put themselves nicely in the lead. And Trelleborg are trying to position themselves ready for when they're going to score lots of points. They've got bales going up. Is that going to score at a 2.0? There's the 2.0, and it's all evened up. And with it evening up there, 276 to 167. But importantly, Trelleborg have the bales. They have so many bales, and we know that they can get them in. It's now Vermeers need to match Trelleborg bale for bale in order to win this.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard, to be honest. I mean, Martin is doing a great job. He's already put a couple more bales. It's going to be almost tied after those 2 bales on the belt. And when he's going to be putting these on the belt, then they will actually take the lead. So Trelleborg is definitely fighting back. And we haven't seen those tosses. We can see the super drop coming in. It's going to be bail points available. So we shall see who's going to be running here. It's going to be Fermius Flamboyance. They are coming in and they're going to be taking Biden. He's going to drop out and he's going to be collecting it. So that's going to be great. That's going to help with the situation as Martin is just grinding on the belt. He's sweating there, doing the work. He was hired to. And this time, no mistakes we have seen. We haven't seen any of the tosses coming in either. But the bail situation, that is definitely worrying me. As we can see, Trelleborg, they are so effectively just getting all the bails here and doing the work. And we need to see the same happening from the Fermius side as well.
If I was a team watching how Trelleborg are playing, I would be looking at how they cut the field. Because the reason why they are getting so many bails pressed and in is because they've got everything so close to that barn. And yeah, that is why they win. That's why they've got lots of high points. In all fairness, though, Fermius coming in, keeping their stacker supplied. Martin is going to do a toss. No, he's not. He's not doing a Trelleborg toss.
This is actually looking very good for the Fermius. I mean, for the first time, I mean, imagine if Trelleborg's going to fall down with a 2-0 scoreline. That would be huge. But yeah, let's see. I mean, there's still plenty of time, 2.5 minutes. But yeah, I'm just so excited about this one, as both teams are just, you know, doing the work, and Fermius are keeping the lead for now. Getting that super drop, of course, helped quite a lot there to keep the lead. Otherwise, the score situation would be about tied. So yeah, this is and now you cannot afford any mistakes. I mean, Martin, he cannot be going to the river. Same applies for the Fermius as well. So if you're gonna be missing your driving skills on the bridge, that might be the end, to be honest. So yeah, I'm out of words for the moment. I'm just so excited, and I'm quite sure that Alex, you still have the words.
The Fermius are just bringing bails in constantly. They are keeping their stacker supplied. It is what is keeping them ahead right now. You can see Trelleborg are having to go out and get bails. They've got so many bails that Martin is having to run out and get them. This is what is keeping Fermius ahead. Oops. And in fact, Fermius are, it depends if Fermius have anything on the belt, but Fermius are maybe for the first time this game about to go behind, and they're not. They still have bails there, and they're still delivering them.
Yeah, the supply is definitely the problem. Yeah, Martin's going to come, not going to do the toss, so we haven't seen. I think they cannot afford any risks at this moment. And that the second bail is not going to go inside, by the way. That's going to go too much on the side, but that's going to be dropping off, so we'll still have 55, so they can still easily shove that on the first floor or even put it on the second floor. We can see Hayden. Let's hope that there's going to be 3 of them. And yeah, they will be coming with the bailer. So, I mean, the bails, I mean, Fermius, they are like, you know, they're definitely eating from the hand. And that's going to be one dropping down. They still have the time to put that on the belt. And the belt is a decent speed. But the belt, I mean, the amount of bails. This is going to go all the way to the last seconds. And Fermius, are they going to run out of bails at the end? Because Trelleborg, they do have more available. And this is looking that they might... It seems that they can definitely take the lead at the end, but it's going to be just 15 seconds remaining. It's going to go all the way to the last seconds, as we can see 717 coming for Trelleborg. We can see Fermius. Let's see, it's going to be 700. Trelleborg will try to do everything they can. They don't have the combo. Fermius is putting the bails inside JK. No, there is no way for the Fermius to come back. It's going to be just 30 points of a difference. Trelleborg, they will fight back.
Oh, man. Now, this is the thing. That, again, Trelleborg, 34 bails. This is not Trelleborg level scores we're seeing from them. Fermius are really holding Trelleborg to task. And I would come in and I would say, actually, that Trelleborg, Fermius had less of an advantage at the beginning of this and still held them within 2 bails of winning.
If they would have won the first bail, they would have won the game. So, I mean, it all the way come down to the challenge from the ideal on the pad. That was the, that kind of like decided the whole thing in the end.
It's just, yeah, being unable to get that first bail in, to being 40 points behind off the bat, and not getting that ideal, having to run the other side of the pods to get a combine. That was it, and that is Fermiers on the back foot. That makes this last game really, really difficult to call, because it's going to be decided partly in that first minute or so, and then partly in the last minute or so. And you can't predict it from that. That's just, wow.
But I'm not going to complain. I mean, third game,
No.
this level of gameplay, just bring it on. I'm ready definitely for it. And I mean, this is the best farming simulator probably what I have seen during the whole season. Fermi is able to challenge so heavily, and kind of like Trelleborg is definitely being challenged. And we don't see JK on the chat currently, like, putting any jokes there. They were very, very confident yesterday, but I think that they might have some ideas. Well, it's not ideas, but they might have some worries. I mean, there is a realistic chance that they might lose this one. And we haven't seen that happening during the whole season, to be honest. They have been just dominating all the time. So these are the games you want to see.
You can absolutely see why Fermi is the second team in the overall standings, because they can come in, they can disrupt a game enough to hold Trelleborg to be 400 points less than any other game they've played today or this tournament. They've dropped 400 points off Trelleborg's score in both games. I am intrigued by this last game. Whatever happens, this last game is going to be amazing. It really is. Because I've never seen a team hold Trelleborg like this. Even when it was Trelleborg versus Cortiva and it was really close matches there, it was still them playing their own strategies and not really disrupting each other very much. This is wonderfully disruptive gameplay.
And on the first one, I mean, we saw the disruptive gameplay coming straight from the start. On the second one, we saw the first Bale battle and the battle from the ideal. So you can say, or you could say, that the games have been decided on the first seconds of the first minutes of the actual game. So the start once again will be very crucial. How the cards going to be dealt for the teams and who's going to be winning what. The picks, as we can see, the narrow wheel tractors are still in the play. So that is not surprising. We have seen that also the telehandlers are in the play as well. So we'll see what kind of a combination we're going to be seeing. I think on the first one, we had one of the narrow wheel tractors banned. We didn't have any telehandlers. Now we can actually see both of them maybe, depending what the team's going to be choosing. So we can see Manitou, yes, for Martin, not going to be a surprise. They had a great success with it on the last, well, I'm not going to call it success, but definitely, let's say that Martin didn't do the same mistakes that he did on the first game when he was not playing the telehandler. And let's see if we have any narrow tires. Yeah, JK is going to go for the narrow tires, so he should be the guy who will be tossing the first bale. And Paul and Loiko, they are still choosing. So what is your take, Alex, on this?
Well, we're seeing the Valtra coming into play because Trelleborg did ban the Fent. Again, we've seen no Baylor selection from Fermiers, but they have banned the Kuhn Baylor, which is basically to make sure that they get a decent Baylor. I think they're going to go for the trying to get all the Baylors off the pod again. They want to disrupt Trelleborg as much as possible, and that is a great way to do it. The fact that they kept Trelleborg's point score and number of bales down, even though Trelleborg had 2 balers last time, was amazing. I think they need to get that ideal. I think that ideal combine is also really important. So Martin is heading for the ideal unchallenged, amazingly. And
yeah, he's going to lose some time when he's crashing into it.
And JK has grabbed the John Deere baler. So we have 2 balers definitely for Trelleborg, so the disruption has not hit there. It's going to come down to first bale there, and JK is straight on behind Martin going for that first bale.
Okay, so we'll see. JK is going to be getting away behind Martin, and that should be about the same what we had on the last one. It's not going to be 150, but it's going to be 140 something. Should be about the same, 147 or something like that. Depends from the seconds. 148, so it's definitely a great first bale. So they will claim the early lead. And Fermiers, they should. I mean, I'm really hoping that they get a good first bale. There wasn't any that heavy disruptions that would have been kind of like blocking to get a decent bale, but they're losing definitely some important time. It's already 13:45 on the clock, and they haven't delivered anything. And we can see
I can see them coming in now.
They are coming in. It's going to be quite slow, 120 something maybe, 118. So that is 30 points. That is less of a gap than what we had on the previous game, but it's still a significant amount of points.
And the really important thing is JK is already hooking up to that overloader, whereas for Fermiers, Hayden is still heading out and still waiting to hook up to that. So it's a bit of a delay. He's got some catching up to do, and it probably means that Trelleborg are going to be out there ultimately creating bales ahead of Fermiers. However, it is a lot less delay than they had last time. So this is actually going to be a closer game overall. It's a tidier game from Fermiers, and there's not quite as much disruption at the start. So it's a little bit different, and I think it's going to be closer at the end than that last game even was.
Yeah, I think both teams, they have a fair chance of winning this. And in a way, I would say that Fermiers, they even have a slightly better chance than on the previous game. So we just have to wait and see. It's going to be so hard to call at this stage, to be honest. So now they will just keep on collecting, and we'll see how much they're going to collect. That's definitely one of the points, because we saw quite big amounts of grain being used. But all the way when it came down, when both teams have used all of that, bridges lower than direct delivery, not going to make much of a difference, to be honest, at this stage. So teams might not even go for the picks. But what I was going to say is that on the last game, when the grain was used quite heavily, still they ended up with the same multiplier. So the grain in the end didn't do much of a difference. Fermiers, they got some extra points on the middle, which helped. But in the end, the multipliers were still the same.
And you can see the difference now in those timings where Trelleborg have delivered a whole load of grain, have stopped Fermiers' belt, and Hayden is only just coming in to deliver this grain. So this is, again, putting Fermiers on the back foot. There's that little bit of delay between things, and it means that ultimately they're going to be a little bit later getting those bales done, unless they can catch up. And we saw them last time very quickly catch up. So it's possible that it's not the end of the world for Fermiers, but the downside is they're not putting Trelleborg on that back foot and putting the pressure on and causing Trelleborg to make the mistakes that we saw in the first game.
I would say that the amount of bales. So I think that there was a couple key moments, at least from my point of view, in the last game. So definitely on the middle part of the game, when Fermiers did deliver a couple of those bales, I think they delivered those. They should have been just a little bit faster with the delivery. They would have been able to get more points from those bales. I think they ended up going in with 2.4 or 2.5 multiplier. But I think that they put those bales like 10-15 seconds too late on the belt. They would have been able to get like maybe even 30 points per bale. That was a slight difference, but of course the whole amount of bales in the end. So I think that if they would have had the same amount of bales as Trelleborg, they would have been able to keep the lead. And it wasn't like a huge problem next to the belt, so it seems that they have something to do all the time. But I think that if there would have been stacks of bales, then they probably would have been able to, operate more faster and kind of keep the lead. But that is just me seeing what I see and telling what I see. So let's hope that This game will be a tight series like the previous one, and let the best team win.
So again, Hayden a little bit slower coming in to drop the overloader off. They need to get this into position and get this functioning. Oh, and get the combines in here quickly. I think they're going to be all right. They've evened things up a little bit, and it's all good. Now it's down to when they start creating bales. Neither team is doing it at the moment, and we'll expect to see those combines come in. It's really interesting seeing Trelleborg's change in play. Having been disrupted so much that first game, they're no longer doing what they were doing in the quarterfinals today. They're not pressing bales at the 12th minute. They're out there doing more grain. They know that Fermiers like to increase that multiplier, and they're not taking any risks of letting them get that big an advantage.
That is true. I mean, the grain amount is huge currently. Trelleborg, leading with couple K, not going to make a difference because they will stop and Fermiers will continue to collect. 15 seconds for the drop, and then, I mean, if there's going to be any drops that's going to be related to the grain, silo closed or multiplier for the grain, that is, of course, a very huge strategical element. If it's going to be something else, then we'll see. And bridges raised and grain multiplier. So the multiplier is in the play, and that is, we shall see. It's going to be 1.5 at least for the other side. Let's see if it's going to be the same also on the other side. But it is definitely an element that's going to be used. But I mean, if both teams going to be getting it, it comes down to the multiplier in the end. Is there any difference on it? So Martin waiting for it.
Waiting.
And
there we go. It.
And Fermiers, they will definitely go
for it. What is it for Fermiers?
Fermiers
is heading out. They're going to get it. It's a 1.7 grain multiplier.
Oh.
That's huge.
Going to be huge.
That is going to give a massive advantage to Fermiers, and that is because they have less. They just need. They've got 77 seconds to drop all their grain at a 1.7 as opposed to a 1.5. That is really going to help. That's going to disrupt Trelleborg no end.
Yeah, it's going to be. I just calculated. So for Trelleborg, it's going to be basically 90,000. But for Fermiers, it's going to be more than 100,000 with that multiplier. Whoa. So that's a huge difference. Actually, it's 102,000 K for Fermiers with that multiplier, the amount of grain which they have. So, and now they stopped. So, I mean, they got to use all the time. There's going to be 29 for Trelleborg. And we got Martin going for the toss. Going to be taking use of that multiplier. So they want to get those early points. But let's see how the multiplier. It should be like a 2 point something coming for Fermiers. Definitely 2.3 maybe, 2.2. Okay, that's going to be good. But they still need to get those bales on the way. They will need that. And at that 1K, which Trelleborg used, okay, there we go, 2.3, so Trelleborg can maybe put it, but they don't have the time to use that during the multiplier anymore. So now, Fermiers, now the grain is used, the strategies have been revealed, and now it's just the time to start doing the work. You need more bales, 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 and bales, as Tita is already here, and we can see that he's trying to get the maximum amount of bales with the 2.3, and I don't think that nobody's going to be taking that away, so they will have to now just settle down to the fact that they are getting 2.3 and Trelleborg 1.7, so that is 6 points of a difference per bale, and that should be working nicely for Fermiers. And yes, Trelleborg is leading, but I guess the question is like how long they're gonna keep that Martin. That's not gonna. Oh, the other one is not gonna go inside. He's gonna be coming slightly sideways, and it's not gonna work out.
And the pressure is back on Trelleborg, and you can see it. A Trelleborg toss that wasn't straight on. Again, all the ones he was doing earlier in the day, absolutely bang straight on, and even the ones that didn't quite go in were just slightly off. That one was much further than we've seen any of them, and that's the kind of unforced error I've been talking about. You can tell when the pressure starts coming on, when that kind of thing starts happening, and with 6 points extra for every bale, even the speed with which Trelleborg are able to create bales is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, 10 bales each. That's basically 60 points, which Trelleborg is going to be losing when both teams are delivering those 10 bales. So, in a way, there's definitely a great chance for Vermeers to... Yeah, I mean, Vermeers, they have a great chance of actually, taking the lead. We'll see how it's going to go. And, yeah, it's definitely Trelleborg under pressure.
Four minutes.
There we go.
This is the point at which, as I said, everything gets really, really important. And multiplier switcher grabbed by Vermeers for 21 seconds.
Why did they take that?
At the wrong point. But there aren't bales there for Trelleborg. Vermeers doing it right. They're controlling when that multiplier switch happens. Make sure it happens for less time.
They knew that Trelleborg was going to be picking that up, so they just wanted to take it right away and see that they cannot deliver it. And Vermeers is getting these on the belt already. The multiplier has changed back, so yes, we can see Trelleborg on the lead, but Vermeers, they're leading on the bales, and they're leading on the multiplier. JK making the mistakes. Martin's going to be rushing. He's going to try to do the toss, maybe. Let's see. But those bales, they are having a slight angle. This is going to be working out. We shall see. He needs to make it. It's going to slide all the way from the belt. That is huge. So yes, both teams, we can see that they are busy. They're busy like the little Santa Claus village before the Christmas, as you need to prepare all the presents. And now Vermeers, I just want to see them getting these like steadily on the belt. That's going to be now almost tied up situation. The bale situation is the same. So yes, there's a chance for Vermeers to still beat Trelleborg. Martin having 3 bales on the fork. That's going to be 2 plus 1. Settling down quite nicely. The last one just a little bit on the side, but they should all go in without any major issues. And Alex, we still have more than 2 minutes of this delicious gameplay available.
Oh, and I will say massive kudos to the 2 guys bailing for Vermeers. I have not seen them put a foot wrong unloading those bales so that they stack nicely for their stacker to pick up and put on the belt. They are saving so much time for him by just stacking really well. And you can see Vermeers coming in now. They're loading those bales on. They're closing that gap up. And a minute and 50-ish seconds to go. And they've got bales coming in. They're keeping him supplied. This is fantastic gameplay from them.
It is.
And they're in the lead. Vermeers go into the lead with a minute and a half left.
Yeah, they have gone on the lead. They have less bales, but still, I mean, if they put all those bales in, they are still making that gap. So it's going to go all the way down in the last seconds. We can see Tita. I mean, no mistakes so far from Vermeers. Paul even putting something on the first floor. And I don't know. I mean, maybe they realize that, maybe we don't have the time. Martin's going to go for the toss. He's going to be trying to do it. And this needs to succeed. He's lifting the arm, and it's in the air. And that will be 34 points coming for Trelleborg from that toss. JK putting more stuff on the belt. That is 1 bale, the other one needs to put. Oh, that's going to fall down. JK, that is what you called, Alex, the unforced error. So they are definitely shaking up. The lead is almost 100 points for Vermeers Flamboyance. And these guys, they are not sweating at all. They are just doing the work. That's going to be more points. Tita waiting with the bale. They still have a couple available. They can make 8,500 with these bales. Loiko just jumping like a kangaroo from the safer route. These guys, they are busy. I mean, time means money and business, and they are definitely set to do it. But I mean, Trelleborg, they're also preparing something for bales. It's not gonna go. It's gonna fall down. JK, you can't solve the puzzle. And it really seems that for the first time this season, Trelleborg, they have been beaten. Vermeers, they have shown what they have, and there's nothing that Trelleborg can do. It's gonna be Vermeers putting a couple more inside, and we have it. We have the fact that Vermeers Flamboyance, they have won Trelleborg. Trelleborg will not be going to the finals, and that is the first time this season. 37 bales, 776 points.
These are some of the lowest scores we've seen from Trelleborg all season. Vermeer's coming in, showing everybody in the FSL how you beat Trelleborg. You disrupt the hell out of them. If you come in and you just disrupt, you will beat Trelleborg.
It's I don't know. It's huge gameplay from Vermeers, and I said it that you need to have two different strategies. You cannot repeat the same which you did on the first game. So I think that the first game, okay, that was great for Vermeers. The second game was like a little bit more tied, and then we saw a small difference. Of course, the grain multiplier was working very well for Vermeers on the last game, but we saw a little bit different end gameplay, and I'm just loving what I see. Definitely a great job from Vermeers, and yeah, I don't know. Do you have any words, Alex? Because I'm running out of them.
I'm flabbergasted. They are brilliant, and I'm going to have to take a break to recover. And I think Kermit's going to go through it with you in a minute. See you soon.
And we are back. What a game we had. And we have Kermit here back on the studio as well. Alex is having his definitely a deserved break before the grand final. But Kermit, I mean, just tell me your opinions or feelings about the last game. I think that was the series of the whole season.
Oh, without a doubt. And, Trelleborg have earned the right to be at the top of the table by winning the previous four tournaments. But today, Fermier's Flamboyants earned the right to move on to the final with a fantastic performance against Trelleborg. I think the most impressive thing is that they won that first round with the disruption that we saw with the Baylor rush. And then they lost the second round, of course, but they didn't let that deter them. We've seen other teams put Trelleborg like on the brink of elimination, but Trelleborg is almost always stronger in those situations. But Vermeer showed why they are one of the best teams in this league today, too. And what a statement win for them here in tournament number 5, Maddie, for sure. I'm blown away. I had a blast watching you and Alex do the cast as well. You guys were getting so excited at the end, and it was a great moment for sure.
Yeah, it was a great series. I mean, I just got flown by the game. It was just so hectic the last minutes, and to see the scorelines, how they're going to be evolving as they are just getting the bails on the belt. We're going to be having some replays, so we're going to be leaving those moments again shortly to see how it actually happened, and hopefully going to be seeing the first thing, which was the kind of like the stealing of the vehicles at the first game, which kind of like set the tone for the whole series in a way that Trelleborg knew that they might be in trouble. And one thing I gotta say, Kermit, I mean, yesterday we made a bold statement that we said that Vermeers could be challenging Trelleborg. I don't think that much of a people actually believed that, and I was maybe a little bit shaky on that comment as well. But in the end, we have seen that they are definitely here to play.
100%. And I mean, it started off really well. To see them get this Baylor rush here, and when they went without a Baylor, I was wondering what they were going to go for. I mean, look how close this one is, or maybe we're talking about a different result. I mean, those tractors were almost perfectly aligned, Maddie, but Vermeers got the job done and grabbed all of the Baylors, and it was a very nice job, especially in this first round. There was really no chance for Trelleborg to get back into it.
Yeah, I think it's the first times when I see on the corner the Baylor streak coming in at the start. But it was a great moment, definitely stealing that, kind of like setting the tone. And I mean, we can see from the point situation at that moment, there was like about 40 points of the difference. So that was like a huge disruptive gameplay. We saw JK also struggling a little bit. We saw Martin later on this series that's going to be coming soon as well. So I think the Trelleborg, they were shaking a little bit after the start, as we can see that they're doing these small mistakes here and there. So as they are still like, following on the score situation, they are not able to, keep the usual like very efficient pace which they have. And
Right.
that is in the end costing the series, as Martin gets completely stuck here and just needs to
Yeah, that was
abandon
a
it.
crucial mistake. Getting stuck there was at the wrong time. I'm not sure it would have made much difference, but yeah, well played to Vermeers, and well played to all of their supporters and fans in chat too. It was a really fun one to watch and interact and see the interaction in chat during this matchup as well. Within typical fashion, Trelleborg bounced back pretty well in the second round, and when they did that, Maddie, I thought, okay, well, now Trelleborg settled in. They forced the third matchup, and you have to favor them in that sort of situation. But again, credit to Vermeers for coming back, and I would argue playing a stronger round in the third round than they did in the first, because they were having to match Trelleborg's bail production. They did end up with the multiplier advantage in that third round too, which I think was very crucial in their success. But all credit to Vermeers, and yeah, one of the best matches I've ever seen, I would say, in the Farming Simulator League. And this has me excited for the rest of the season to see how things start to take shape. It's nice to see Trelleborg struggle and be knocked off their perch a little bit, because now it kind of opens the door wide open, not just for Vermeers, but other teams, if they can pull off similar results in the future.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, Vermeers is definitely a very strong opponent. But I still think that, Trelleborg is it's the hardest opponent you can have. And I think Vermeers is definitely have been doing very well, but we have seen them falling on the past as well. So from the next lineup, of course, we have DJK and My Sanity coming up. So who's going to be winning that? I think that they have a better chance versus Vermeers than they have versus Trelleborg. But I might be completely wrong. And whatever is going to happen, I mean, the semi-final, the next one we're going to be seeing is going to be, of course, a very exciting one, but also the grand final for sure. It will be it will be a very interesting watch to see who's going to be coming up versus Vermeers and how that's going to be played. As we still have the last 3 plays, the end of the last games, we can see JK just spinning those bales, and they are flying in the sky.
Yeah, I'm really like stunned at how these two went, especially when you see the beginning of this third round and Trelleborg were out to a nice little lead between the first bale and everything, but it started to go the way of Vermeers. It ended up being rather close at the end, but Vermeers doing a fantastic job to move on, and we're gonna have Diaka Ehrenfeld against My Insanity coming up in about a minute in the other semifinal. So the winner of that one will take on Vermeer's Flamboyance later on. Maddie, what do you think about this one now? For My Insanity as well, they're looking at what just happened between the top 2 teams in the league. They are going to be in sole possession of third place after this weekend. So they're the third place team. And then you have Diaka Ehrenfeld, who coming into this weekend were in 7th place, I believe. So, do you see an upset happening in this one as well?
I don't know. I mean, my Insanity definitely knows that this is like their moment. They know that if they make it to the final, they have a chance of maybe even winning. So I think the guys got to be very excited. But of course, they have to still solve the kind of like the first step, that is the semifinal. So a very good chance for My Insanity to go to the final, but also maybe even claim more points. But for DJK, on the other hand, I mean, they are, like you said, running 7th on the circuit points. They are already making a good amount of points from this, and probably might be moving up on the ladder. But if they can make it to the final, I mean, they can definitely, kind of like set their place to the stone on the top 5. At least after this tournament, then that would be a huge leap for them when you think about the overall situation and the grand finals and who's going to be playing versus who there on the first round. So I think that they are also seeing the opportunity. I don't remember, I might be wrong, but I don't remember seeing DJK and My Insanity, playing versus each others. I think My Insanity has been very a strong team, but they have made some mistakes as well. So we have seen that they kind of they don't have this. They are not so stable as Vermeers or Trelleborg, even though they are the top 3 team. And DJK, on the other hand, I think that they have been a quite stable team. They have been always delivering, but the opponents maybe haven't been so strong. So I think we have 2 different kind of teams here. One that is very stable, and the other one which is like going ups and downs. So I think it comes all the way down to the fact what kind of a day My Insanity has, or does DJK do those errors which we haven't seen that much happening in the past.
I think, though, if you go look at the history of the results for My Insanity this season, they have not, I don't think they have even lost to anyone that's not Vermeer's Flamboyance or Trelleborg at any point of this season. So you're talking about losing against the top 2 teams in the league. And at one point early in the season, they missed out on the quarterfinals entirely because they were drawn against Trelleborg in the play-in rounds. So they missed out on circuit points that weekend that could have, put them closer to the top 2. So they're definitely they've earned that third place spot, especially by beating Bednar, who they were tied in third place with coming into this weekend yesterday in the play-in rounds. So no matter what happens here, they've moved into sole possession of third place. But you have to say, I would highly favor My Insanity right now. But having said that, Diaka have had absolute, perfect performance earlier against Cortiva. They played 2 really solid rounds with not a whole lot of mistakes made. So they have every right to come out victorious here too.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, of course, My Insanity is the, when you look up from the paper, they are the stronger team. There's no denying of that. And let's see how the series is going to be built. But DJK and My Insanity, they're already rushing to the fields. And we can see DJK going for the ideal, going to be stealing that from PB. So they're going to take that. PB just needs to kind of go for something else instead. So the start, at least, is looking good for DJK. Because Jeppy also going for the Baylor. So that's going to be taken away from Jan, from My Insanity. So the start for DJK, it's definitely a good one. On the ban phase, we saw that the narrow tire tractors were banned, so we don't see any of those. That means that the first bales, well, of course, they will be good, or can be good. Let's see, but there is no way of getting those super high points from those, because but still Jeppy, actually, this is gonna be more than 140. This is actually a very good with that tractor. This is gonna be like a 140. No!
150 matches the record.
150.
Wow.
That's how you do it. And you do
Well
it like
done,
without the
Jeppy.
narrow tires. That is, I mean, I was just trying to calculate the points on my mind, and that is huge. I mean, that is, I would say that yes, it's the same scoreline as which Trelleborg made earlier, but I mean, he did it with a slower tractor, so in a way, that is even a better performance.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the tractors are any slower, and the narrow tires only have an impact if you're driving through grain, and if you're timing it right and you're going on that near side of the small field behind the harvester, there's no grain to drive through anyways. So the Voltra goes 65 kilometers per hour and is actually slightly faster compared to the Case IH with the narrow tires, which goes 60 kilometers per hour. So very well done by Jeppy. I mean, it's not a record. You're sharing the record, I guess, so it technically is a record. You've not set a new one, but to see a Diaka match Trelleborg's record of the first bale is impressive, and it's been a treat for us and the fans to see two 150-point first bales today, Matt.
That is, I mean, we spoke about the teams, and we just said it that My Insanity is a stronger team, but DJK, they're definitely showing that they are here to play with that first bale, so they are making sure that the My Insanity has the mark on their head that these guys are real, and they can definitely beat us as well. So I think a great start from DJK, kind of like setting the tone as their favor, so that is like definitely huge, I would say. I would love to see, okay, this is like going a bit more on the comedy side again, but I would love to see somebody doing like the first bit with a Lamborghini or something like that. I would love to see how fast that goes.
Well, Lamborghini does make tractors. None of them are in the FSL, but I'm not sure if we could get a sports car version of a Lamborghini into the game or not. That would be too much for sure, but would be awesome to see, wouldn't it? I just love like that this weekend some teams are kind of proving us wrong, Maddie. You know, it's easy for us to sit here and make our predictions, and we've already been proven wrong by Vermeers today, and they've upset Trelleborg, and a great start by Diaka Anfeld to get that 151st bale. They've got a 34-point advantage as well over My Insanity to start this one, so a long way to go. You've got to win 2 out of the best of 3 to move on. But Diaka showing us that maybe they can get it done with that early advantage, as speed limit has now been picked up by both teams, and Jeppy is now delivering grain already for our blue team at the moment.
Yeah, they are getting the multiplier. They don't have the bales, so they're just, you know, kind of like seeing if we do this, what's going to be happening on the enemy side or the opponent's side. So we just have to wait and see. Also, My Insanity will start unloading. So Jan is going to be moving to the silo, and they have the means to kind of like tie the multiplier back again, maybe even go further with it. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. But I'm expecting that it's going to stay about the same. So they're just like evening the situation, or will they take it? Actually, nope. They will just even the situation, and yeah, they're going to be running out of grain as well, so they can't do more of the other. Part of the grain is going to be on a different utility or the different vehicle as we speak. We have the drops, by the way, picked, so we have the speed limits coming in for the both teams. It's going to be lasting a little bit longer from the My Insanity side, but it's not like playing a huge role at this stage. I guess teams are starting to prepare what's going to happen at the 8-minute drop, because we have seen how much of a difference they can do. Also, yes, the silo close disruptive gameplay, we have seen that happening, but twice today, the grain multiplier has been a huge game changer, and in both situations, actually, the team who was like on the losing side at the moment, of course, won it in the end. So let's see what's going to be coming out of the drops.
Yeah, we're going to see here soon. The drops have definitely proven themselves to be pretty important today, more often than not. And when you start to get these evenly matched teams, as the weekends progress, it does often come down to the right moments to swing things in the favor of your team if you want to come out on top. It also comes down to who executes better. But it has been nice to see kind of the apple cart upset a bit today, Maddie, because it gives us hope, I think, for next season or next month's tournament, and then the finale the month after. Really, it's really too hard to tell who is going to beat who at the moment. And at the moment, My Insanity kind of are, finding themselves at a slight disadvantage, although Diaka haven't taken advantage of it. There for a while, they had a grain advantage. They've only pressed one bale, and now looks like Jeppy might be ready to start pressing some more for our blue team here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting what pops up in the 8th minute, because it could change things, as you were mentioning. Still a long way to go and too close to call this one, though.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are so much the same, the gray and the bales. So if this is going to be, let's say, silo closed coming in, what I would really love to see is that there would be coming both silo closed and grain multiplier, and then we would have maybe, different selections coming from the team. If it's going to be just either of those, I think the situation is going to be pretty tight. And those DJK's 3 bales, which they have now made, that could make a difference. So if there's going to be a right drop, they can maybe use those at the right moment. It's going to be bale multiplier and grain multiplier. So definitely teams will go for the grain multiplier. And I mean, it's 1.6 for the other side. Let's see what is going to be on the other side. I think it's definitely there's a slight difference will be there. So that can make the difference. And let's see, 1.5. Okay, so it's not that huge of a difference. JP at the same time just showing the bales as well. So maybe he's a little bit frustrated on the cockpit of the tractor. It's not going to be happening. I'll just throw these away.
Yeah, I was actually interested because they had 4 bales. Like, I thought maybe they would have considered the bale multiplier, but I think grain multiplier is definitely the right call for both teams. Let's see in the end if that 0.1 makes a difference for My Insanity. We saw this earlier in the day, Maddie, where a 1.6 to a 1.5 ended up making a difference and giving them a 0.1 advantage in the main multiplier as well.
Yeah, there's got to be a small difference, because My Insanity, I think they had like 57, 58k of grain, and they had a 1.6 multiplier. So that's going to be resulting into 90,000 something with my quick math without the Excel. And then if we take DJK, they had a 55. I think they had like a couple thousand less, and they had a smaller multiplier, 1.5. So that's going to be 80,000 something. So there's going to be, I would say, like about 4K difference in the end, and that's enough to put the multiplier at least with the 0.1 off, maybe with 0.2. That's what I'm expecting to see. That My Insanity, yes, they will have a slight advantage. That is just enough, and that is the small difference. But when we look at the gap, that's going to be 34 points currently, and now it's going to be closing in. But if they will do the same amount of bales, I don't think that multiplier is going to be enough to close the gap. So in the end, yes, the multiplier is going to be helping a little bit, but the DJK, if they just work hard, and not just play hard, but just work hard, then they can actually keep the lead.
My Insanity could have done with just a slight bit of more grain there to get it to 2.2 to 1.8, and that would have been even more helpful, obviously. But they fell just short of that. And you're right, like at this point now, you're getting 2 extra points per bale compared to your opponent. So you've got to get 5 in to basically match like a bale into the bottom. So it's going to take now a lot of extra bales pressed still. They're not trailing by a lot, but they are trailing at the moment. So with 5 minutes to go, it's going to come down to execution now. Who can get the most bales pressed? Who, more importantly, can get them all delivered into the top of the barn?
But DJK, they have the chance of a lifetime, to be honest. I mean, they definitely have a clear chance of winning this. We haven't seen them doing any mistakes. JP going a little bit dangerously from the safer route. Jan is not taking any risks there, just chilling through the bridge, and that's going to be 1 bale that's not going to go inside, but they still have the time to pick that up and put it inside. So DJK, they will start piling and putting the bales on the belt. So they have a great chance, definitely, to even win the first game of the series, which is probably something that My Insanity might not be prepared for. I mean, when you look at the previous games, and you said it, My Insanity, they haven't lost to anybody else, and the top 2 teams on the past, and they haven't faced DJK that often. So I guess that based on the stats, if they have been looking at it, they probably would have known that this should be like a quite clear case. But it doesn't seem to be for now. So this is really exciting. And imagine if we would have a Fermius Flamboyance versus DJK on the finals.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. Meanwhile, Mind Sanity picked up the super drop, which was bail points. I didn't see the exact amount that they got, but that is a good moment for them as they're trailing to pick up those extra points. So remember that at the end of the round if they end up coming out on top. And PB now as well has a lot of bails ready and near the belt to start stacking them, but so do Diaka. And at this point, My Insanity has now gone into the lead. Diaka do have 5 extra bails at the moment and only trail by 30 points. So if it comes down to both teams getting all of those in, it's going to be Diaka winning the first round. And it's going to be an interesting final 3 minutes. I'm not sure if we'll be able to top the finale of that third round between Fermiers and Trelleborg in the last semifinal, where you and Alex were bringing the hype on the cast. But I do think we're in for a special finish here in the first of the best 3 between these two.
Yeah, this is looking good. I mean, definitely same amount of bails. The gap is a very small one. So that is so close from JP. I was for a while. I mean, almost I lost 1 beat from my heart while I was watching that. That is just so close, unfortunately. But I mean, he's gonna made it through. We have the bails getting inside, so the score situation. This is very tight. And we have seen multiple times that the teams, they don't have the time to put all the bails to the belt, and then they're gonna stock the remains on the first floor. So I think they still have the time to put all these. But if you're gonna do any mistakes for now while you are like loading them on the belt, that might mean that you're gonna be losing the battle. But of course, DJK, the multiplier is not working as their advantage. And there should be about 20 points from the remaining bails coming for DJK if they, for My Insanity, if they will just get all of these in to the second floor. So yeah, it's
wow, 20 points in it. Those bail points in the super drop were crucial for My Insanity to give them a chance here to win this, and they're in the lead and they're getting those 2 extra points per bail too. I'm worried now for Diaka that they just don't have the bails to make up the difference. 630 to 625, a 5-point lead. It could come down now to someone making a mistake, crashing their tractor while bringing bails in or something like that in the final minute 25. Too close to call. 26-point lead now for My Insanity.
Yeah, but they only have 6 bails. 3 of them is on the belt, so they have 3 more which they can.
Oh, there it is!
Hannes.
Oh.
But he's gonna be surviving from it. That is your bridge, Kermit, and every time it's causing trouble.
I thought that could have been it. I almost cursed him as well. Like, he saved it in the end, but if he had flipped there, then you all of a sudden give a lifeline to Diaka, who are now actually in a 10-point lead. But My Insanity, if they can get those bails in they just brought in, should go back into the lead. It's back and forth. Like, it's really too close to call. The 3 extra bails for My Insanity that they have right now would make the difference, but can they get them all in and delivered?
Yeah, it's gonna go all the way to the last seconds, but I mean, still 35 seconds to go. So to me, this seems that My Insanity might be winning this just by a very couple of points. But there's still a chance for anything to happen. Though. So let's call it. It's gonna be now DJK going for the lead. They're gonna be putting some more bails. We can see 3 of them. That's gonna be 63 points coming from those. So that's for sure gonna be taking the lead. And I don't think that DJK they have the bails anymore to counterfeit that score situation. Unfortunately, so it's gonna be My Insanity with these last bails who should be claiming the victory. PB.
Oh, that one falls off.
Oh, that's gonna fall down. I mean, if there would have been, 2 more bails for DJK, that would have done it with that mistake. So My Insanity, they will take the first victory, and less bails actually delivered when you compare the stats. So the multiplier definitely was working for My Insanity.
Right, and those bail points as well had to be crucial. I didn't see the amount on it. If someone in chat saw the amount, definitely drop that bit of knowledge for us, because you're talking about there a 21-point difference in the points a very close one. And for a while there, Maddie, to me, it looked like Diaka were going to take that one, but my insanity just kept on plugging away and ended up coming out on top.
You're absolutely right. I mean, for a while, it definitely seemed that DJK, they have the lead, and even though they have a smaller multiplier, I thought that the gap is too big for Mainz and to close. And definitely the super drop made a difference there. So, I mean, if it would have been like, let's say, one bale, so that would have been 21 points, which was the gap. And then I think there was 2 bales more delivered for DJK, so they would have won it without that bale. And
Right.
so that's how it close it went. But nonetheless, I mean, great play from Diatka as well. Of course, Mindset won
Very
it,
good.
but yeah, to be able to put the game so close with the top 3 team, that is a great result.
Yeah, very good result. And I would not be surprised if they came back and forced the third round for sure, because they had a good showing there. If the super drop had gone in their favor, maybe we're talking about a different result for sure as well. So, um, very well should be confident to go the same way and try to execute just a little bit better. We've been seeing that grain multiplier drop in the 8th minute impact the result of games, even with the just slight multiplier advantage. When you get to this stage, every little advantage you can get over your opponent will start to add up, Maddie, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the first bale in the end, because the multiplier is kind of like, based on the score situation. So if you have less scores and you have like let's say that the first bale is not so great, but then we have the grain multiplier coming in, and quite oftenly teams, they haven't dropped the bales in at that stage. So then in the end, if you lose the first bale, then you're going to be winning on the grain multiplier in the end. And that is an interesting element, I gotta say. That is definitely one way of coming back, and we have seen that working out a couple of times now, and that is actually the 3rd time we see it happening during this tournament. Of course, it's more than just the first bale, but there's just so few bales usually delivered between the start and the 8-minute mark, so usually it's the first bale that's going to be dictating it.
Yeah, I mean, the first bail, like if you keep that gap within, a reasonable amount of points and it's not like 40 points or more, you're right. Like if it falls right for you when the drops start coming around and they're weighted in your favor, then you can make up that difference. And I mean, we saw Diatka match the record that was set earlier today by Trelleborg for first bail by getting that 150 there. And that was a huge moment at the very beginning of the
Mm.
round. But then it almost, as you said, kind of cost them in a way, because my insanity did get that little extra weighting in their drops. And when they got the grain multiplier, it was just enough to get them to 2.1 to 1.9. And I mean, 2 extra points per bail doesn't seem like a lot when it's just a couple of bales. But when you start adding it up over time, and add in the fact they also picked up the bail point super drop, they were able to close that gap and come out on top. But you were right earlier. You nailed it. They one less bail, and
Mm.
it would have been a tie score, and the tiebreaker would have gone to Deaka. So, it's the slimmest of margins that can make the difference at times at this level of the Farming Simulator League. And I'm loving it. The season has been, very fun to watch from a caster's perspective. I think from a viewer's perspective as well. The only real shame so far this season is that the teams haven't been able to come together at an in-person event, but hopefully that'll change soon. And we can see these guys in person again, because I would have liked to see the faces of Trelleborg when they finally got the 150 first bail. Same for Jeppy in that last round for Deaka. And I would have liked to have seen the reaction from Fermir's Flamboyance when they pulled off the victory against Trelleborg earlier too. But it's been a fantastic season no matter what, and we're in store for another good one here, I have a feeling, as the teams are off and running and heading for the equipment on the pods. Already a win there for Diaka, getting to that baler ahead of Jan for My Insanity.
Yeah, DJK starting it very well. Jan is going to go for the other one, and I think we saw 2 challenges being won by DJK on the first game, so at least they're going to be winning one. Not so sure what happened with the other one, but let's just follow how the first bale. The first bale kind of like tells the story also about the pad battles, because sometimes when you lose the pad battles, then of course you don't have so great chance for the first bale. But Jeppy, he made 150 on the first game, and now it's going to be already leading as well. It's not going to be as high because it's already 14 minutes almost on the clock, but it's going to be a very good one as well. It's going to be about the same. No, it's going to be 141. Sorry, my calculation were completely wrong this time. But still, they will take the early lead once again. And the Mind Sanity, as they are coming in. Ooh, what's going on here? It's a minor mistake, and that's going to be costing some time, as Jan is going to be not swinging the bale, but reversing it in. And that should be about 30 points of the difference. No, 21. But still more than a one bale. So once again, DJK, they will kind of like be leading the orchestra.
Yeah, I mean, a great first bale, not so great of an exit out of the barn area by Jeppy after that, but 150 and 141, good first bale showings by Diaka, but now can the rest of the round go their way, Maddie? That's what they really need here. It's all fun and games to get that first bale and get a high score, but then you've still got another 13, 14 minutes to get the job done. And Mind Sanity, of course, if they win this one, they move on to the final. Vermeer's Flamboyance knocking off Trelleborg earlier. The number 2 team beating the number 1 team. Trelleborg, for the first time this season, will not win a tournament. So if you're just joining us and you've missed out on that, Vermeer's is awaiting the winner of this one. And no matter which team makes it, it's going to be a fun final. Mind Sanity right now, we see them unloading some grain, and Diaka are doing the same. I mean, we've seen grain multiplier used a lot, so if that drop comes up again, the teams are definitely going to go for it. See how the rest of this round plays out, Copter.
Yeah, that is definitely an option, depending, of course, the silo close is the other one, which they can use if that comes. So I'm not going to lie, that's my favorite 8-minute drop. Silo closed and grain multiplier at the same time, because that kind of like gives the teams to choose from 2 different kind of strategies on that moment, and when they're going to choose the different ones, then the fun begins. But that is not coming for now, but we have silo close coming on the 12-minute mark, which is an interesting one, because we haven't seen it for a while coming on 12 minutes, and we have seen some quite early grain drops. So maybe, just maybe, if somebody's going to be collecting on the last second available, or maybe now, as JP is already getting here, that could do something. And there we go. It's going to be picked.
Mind Sanity.
Oh, it's going to be crapped, and JP, kind of like the unloading will be denied, and they will go for the same, definitely. So this is a nice element of getting it already at the early stages. What I think about the DJK otherwise, I mean, we saw JP spinning that tractor with the baler. And we also see him doing quite close calls on the previous game as well. So I think that JP is playing quite much on the edge. He's definitely having a hurry. And those small mistakes on the safer route, they have been, well, now they were finally costing something as well. On the first try, he kind of like got away from it. But now he needed to pay the price. And there was some seconds lost.
Yeah, and also what surprised me there is as soon as Mind Sanity closed down the silo, Jeppy was already nearby, and his teammate Bienin here was running the combine, but it was Bienin who hopped out and went over and grabbed silo close, so it doesn't seem like either team came out ahead, but those seconds lost where he could have been out harvesting and putting straw down could very well become that minor difference that ends up swinging it in the favor of Mind Sanity. So they kind of canceled each other out. There's no multiplier advantage at this moment, but who knows? Any second lost could come back to bite you in the end, as we see Hannes now bringing the ideal combine in to the silo area, and I would imagine that both teams now are going to wait for that 8-minute mark and see if grain multiplier pops up. I don't expect anyone to deliver grain right away here. It is still a long way to go, though. But at this point, you probably only need 1 combine, and you need to start running 2 balers. In fact, Mind Sanity are going to deliver some. So will Diaka answer back
Maddie, do you think, or will they wait to see what that drop is?
It's a risk, but yeah, they will. Okay, I didn't get to answer, so we can
Well,
see
there you
that they are
go.
definitely answering into it. But yeah, I was just wondering. Imagine if we would have another silo close coming in on the 8-minute drops, and that could have been like a very disruptive. What I really like, what I'm seeing, is that DJK is making the bails this early.
Right.
And actually now we can see My Insanity doing it as well. So if there's gonna be something disruptive, that's gonna be kind of like locking the multipliers for a while or something, they can take the advantage of the situation. So many times we see that teams, they are kind of like playing with the grain, playing with the multipliers, and when the moment comes, they have no bails to use with the multiplier they have gained, and that's why I really love when teams are actually pressing the bails. Like you said, 12-minute mark and after, before the 8-minute mark, and that is definitely something that I love seeing. But only 30 seconds, and then we'll see what will be coming out of the drops and how that's going to be played. But I think that the teams are currently using more grain than I expected that they will do before the 8-minute mark, because they are completely empty. There's nothing. And the multiplier is 2.0. And imagine if there's going to be now something, disruptive on the drops, then the teams are going to be wondering, like,
I'd like to see Bale multiplier here.
Yeah.
And there it is. I got my wish. I think both teams will want to go for this, especially looks like Jeppy and PB, I assume. Yeah, that's PB from My Insanity, are already at the barn with bales, and the drop is right there outside of the barn area near the big field. We had a question in chat, Maddie, by Tony Myth asking how big are the headers for the combines. For the ideal, it's 12 meters in width, and it also varies. Like the John Deere and the Case have the widest headers at 13.7 meters apiece, and then second biggest is the New Holland with 12.5. But yeah, the Ideal has the biggest tank, and it has a more manageable sized header, so definitely can see why it is favored by most teams in almost every match you see.
Well, Bale multiplier has been picked, so we shall see how they will now use the bales.
Evenly weighted,
My Insanity
too.
has 15 bales, and DJK has the bales moving inside as well, so that's going to be, 35 points, if that's... no, 30 points, sorry. I was adding it on top. Of course not. So, but the both teams, they have the same multiplier. My Insanity, they did use their time to pick that up, and they have been preparing the bales, so it seems that they have a great chance of getting more bales in with the multiplier.
Oh
they
my, that's a lot of bales.
And they still have 50 seconds to go, almost 1 minute. And if PB just, does the job like he normally does, they should be able to get the at least another 5 bales inside, maybe even all of those, and that would make a huge difference on the score situation. Yes, DJK has been putting the bales on the belt as well, but they are missing some bales next to the belt, and they also don't have that much time with the multiplier remaining. So we shall see what's the score situation when
these last
the multipliers are gone. I mean, I think they will get at least 2 more. I mean, My Insanity, they had 2 bales, and there was just, there we go, another one coming, and the speed of the belt is decent as well. So they're doing a great job. They should be getting at least 400 points. And now it's going to be getting tight, so maybe not with the multiplier, but it's going to be still taking the lead without the multiplier. So that is a good thing.
441 to 420, and it's going to be in a moment 460 to 441, assuming that Diaka aren't about to score some more points too. There it is now. This one could come down to the super drop again. We saw that making a difference for My Insanity in the first round. And these two teams have been really evenly matched so far.
I mean, it's very close currently, but I would say that there was a gap before the drops. And I would say that My Insanity definitely used the drop better. They had more bales available next to the belt, so they kind of closed the gap with that drop, definitely. The bale multiplier made a huge difference. Without that, I would have said that DJK, they have a better chance of putting the series to 1-1 and go for the third game. But now I think it's a very even situation. And just like on the last game, it can come down to one single mistake happening anywhere. I'm not going to be cursing, I'm not going to try to curse, but that is a fact. I mean, you have been doing a great job with the cursing so far, Kermit. And one thing that I was just wondering, that I have to say that when you were telling about the header widths of the harvesters, so I was just wondering that you probably were using your great cardboard sheet, and I'm just wondering how much syrup has been spilled on that one so far.
Not enough. Trust me, food and drink other than water does not come within 10 feet of my PC setup at any time. I had a disaster back in the day. I took a break from streaming as Bottom Boost is our 4th minute drop. I got redid my setup and was ready to go on the stream and was super excited. Everyone was there, all of my community, and then I knocked coffee off of the desk and it poured through the top of my computer case and fried my GPU. And so never again will anything come close to my equipment. I learned from that lesson the hard way. I got a graphics card upgrade out of it though, and one that I didn't really plan for. So it wasn't all
Yeah,
bad, I guess.
something good came out of it. We had the bottom boost. It's going to be DJK who actually picked that up, so they will go back to the lead and they can just shove the remaining, well, not all of the remaining ones, but the ones which are next to the barn just on the first floor, because the JP coming in don't have time to use the bottom boost anymore, so he needs to put them on the second floor, just drop it right next to the belt. And but yeah, DJK will now take the lead, but we can see Mines Sanity catching up. That's going to be just 10 points of a difference when that one bale on the belt is going to go inside, and we can see that they also have more bales in store as we have 2.5 minutes remaining. So this is going to go all the way to the wire. And of course, I mean, all of us, we have made the mistakes with the food and drinks. I'm not going to be sharing my experience from the red wine on the broadcast, but I can say that it was pretty bad.
Because you spilled it, or because you partook too much and then messed something up? That's the only question
I mean,
have
I
now.
needed a new gaming chair because the previous one was kind of like gray, but it wasn't after. So, but that's going to be a different discussion. We can have that on the different stream maybe. Let's see. That's one is going to fall down definitely. It's not going to do any harm for the other or the next one. I think PB was just waiting for a while. That for sure it's going to be just dropping down and not going to take the next one away with it, because then it would have caused maybe something. But the last 2 minutes they have started, and we can see PB just operating. He was a very stable performer on the last game, and Fall we didn't do much of a mistakes either. So this will be definitely interesting. There is a slight advantage, I would say, for DJK currently. But they only have 6 bales, and there's going to be 4 bales more for my Insanity. But the question is how much time they actually have to use that. PB making a small mistake there once again. That's not going to go inside, and there's a small risk that it can actually do something for the next one, but it's going to fall in time.
Yeah.
So this will definitely give a chance for DJK to kind of like try to rush with all the bales available and be the superhero of the game.
Oh no! He corrected that at the right time. I thought he was headed for the moat at that moment. But yeah, uncharacteristic by PB, usually one of the best stackers in the Farming Simulator League, and having a few drop off here, has time to make up for it. But if they start dropping again now with 45 seconds to go, it could swing this match in the favor of Dayaka. It's 8:51 to 8:40 now, 8:60 to 8:51, and it's going to continue to go back and forth, I think, through the end of the round. My Insanity have the bales to win this, but can they get them all delivered? They're still bringing some
So
in.
close.
8:80 to 8:51. It is close.
Let's go.
Very close.
Yes, it does go. It's going to be so close, 20 seconds to go, and the defense is just 31 points, not the bales.
Now.
And there we go, more are coming in, so it seems that
Mine
Insanity is getting the last bale. There's just 1 bale remaining, and Insanity 1 point of a difference, and the seconds are running down. Is there anything? Oh, 1 bale is on the bale. There we go. Insanity putting the final bales. I mean, I said it already earlier. I lost 1 stroke earlier. I lost another one on the incident with the DJK on the bridges, and just now like seeing like where's all the bales. It was almost like sitting on a McDonald's without getting a Big Mac in front of you.
I am gonna need my wife to start like fanning me from off camera if the competition keeps up like this in the Farming Simulator League this weekend. it is getting heated in here. 960 to 931, 39 total bales to 28. It it really came down to just the total amount of bales there in the end, and even like putting one into the bottom there at the end was helpful for my insanity. But we have seen two really good semifinals, and I think or quarterfinal, yeah, semifinal. Wow, yeah, Diatka. All credit to them for making it to the semifinal stage. Our final is set now, Matt. It seems like it's gone quickly today, but we're gonna have Firmier's Flamboyance against my insanity coming up here in a moment. Wow.
Yeah, that's going to be the final. And of course, I'm going to be taking a break from the final. You're going to be seeing me on the end studio. So it's going to be Kermit and Alex who will guide you through. But I'll be here. I'll be watching. I'll be with you guys on the chat as well. So it's going to be definitely one very great final. So looking forward to see that. And of course, Kermit, keep up the flag. And of course, Alex going to be, once again, screaming on the background.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, especially if we see similar performances from My Insanity and Fermius Flamboyance that we just saw from them in the semifinal stage. Really excited to see this matchup in the final. One team will win tournament number 5. The other will finish runners up. We'll see who right after this. Go stretch and then come right back. Oh man, we're back. Oh my goodness. We are in for an absolute treat. I have a feeling in this final, if today is anything to go by, Kermit back with Alex, and Copter is giving his heart a rest after those two crazy semifinals that he did back to back. Alex, you were sitting and watching it along with everyone in chat. What do you think about My Insanity's performance there?
That was insane. That last game, especially the final minutes of it, are just heart
crazy.
in the mouth moments. Watching them go back and forth was just, oh god. These two teams, so we've got the second and the third team overall playing in
Right.
the final, and both of them have been playing amazingly all day. And I can't wait.
Yeah,
It's going to be brilliant.
Vermeers has to be pretty confident after knocking off Trelleborg, becoming the first team to beat Trelleborg in an entire match. We've seen Trelleborg drop rounds previously this season at certain points, but they have yet until today to have been knocked out of a tournament. Vermeers has gotten over that hump now. They've achieved that goal, but they can't rest on that, Alex, because this is a huge moment for them to win the tournament as well. And just because you beat Trelleborg doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to walk over My Insanity either, because My Insanity has been one of the strongest teams in the league so far this season too. And I feel like this is going to be one of the best matchups we've seen. I don't really know what to expect from these two. If Vermeers comes out with the same level of disruption that they were showing against Trelleborg, My Insanity might find it pretty hard to win this, but they could very well win this tournament as well. There's prize money on the line. There's circuit points on the line. Before we get to the final, we're going to see the highlights now from the semifinal between Diaka and My Insanity. And here was a record-matching 151st Bale. We had yet, up until this point, Alex, to never see 150 points scored on a first Bale. And now we've seen Trelleborg and Diaka Ehrenfeld pull it off in the same day. That kind of just tells you how today's quarterfinals and beyond have been going.
And it is amazing that My Insanity came back from that 100, being down on that first Bale by how much they were with that 150 from Diaka to win this. And considering, I mean, the whole thing in these replays is you're seeing that My Insanity were making unforced errors as well, but they weren't enough for Diaka to win. It's and it was just ridiculously close in both matches.
It was really close.
And Diaka, I think, are a team to watch. I think they're a team that are, again, improving as we saw earlier today. They're making small mistakes. They iron those out. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, coming into the weekend, they were in 7th place. They've gotten 50 circuit points by making it into the semifinal. So they are now 20 points, or 30 points rather, ahead of Vultra, who are in 6th place, and only 10 points behind Lindner, who 5th. And in 4th place after this weekend will be Bednar, since My Insanity knocked them out, unless Diaka Ehrenfeld win, or they're out. I'm all confused. I'm flustered today. It's been a heck of a day. I don't know what's up and what's down anymore. My Insanity, though, meanwhile, can really put some distance between them and Lindner in the standings. That's where I was trying to go with that thought. But My Insanity, Diaka Ehrenfeld put on a great showing, and it was always going to be hard to follow up Vermeers Flamboyance and Trelleborg. It wasn't quite the same level position, but it was a really good matchup nonetheless.
And I think My Insanity are solidifying their position in 3rd place here. Even if they win against Vermeers Flamboyance today, they can't actually surpass them, and it means that going into the final tournament next month, we're very much looking at solidifying or the top 3 places. I think it'd be very difficult for Bednar to come in and overtake my insanity again. They've got to get all the way to the final at the very least, and possibly even win just to equal them.
Yeah,
And so yeah, it's a very much a solidifying of the standings at the moment. And Dioka, depending on where they do in the next one, they could get as high as fourth place and get that last bit in the top four.
yeah, they've been performing well over the last few seasons. It was really unlucky for them that they couldn't move on to the final. They were right on the door and knocking on the door, but just didn't get it done in the end. But those positions in the circuit standings are super important. We're just about to get underway now with the final. Vermeer's Flamboyance against My Insanity. The higher you finish in the circuit standings, the better your seeding for the final. And avoiding the top teams, your top competition early on is really important when it comes to the grand final, especially because it is double elimination. So there's a little bit of a margin for error for teams to make when it comes to the finals. But yeah, let's see what Vermeer's goes with here, because we saw them in that first round against Trelleborg. They didn't reserve a bailer, and then they went and got all of the bailers off of the pods and really disrupted Trelleborg's usual strategy of getting up near 50 bales or more. That's not going to be possible with only one baler. But now that Vermeers have unveiled that against Trelleborg, I'm not sure if they can surprise My Insanity with a similar setup. So My Insanity, though, I expect Vermeers to try it. So My Insanity has to be ready to go get the baler that they want off the pod. Let's see how this one plays out here. Both teams going with Bottleneck and the Ideal Combine and the Case Bailers. So this time Vermeers are actually reserving a baler. So up against a different opponent here, and they're taking a different approach. Do you think that's the right call, Alex?
I think it is. I don't think having reserving a baler for themselves is necessary. A big thing. I don't quite understand why they didn't do it last time. It's Vermeer's whole tactic, and part of the reason why Trelleborg struggled so much to counter it is because it is all based around disrupting their opponents, and it's very difficult to counter a strategy like that when it's all about trying to disrupt you in the first place. You can only try and mitigate it.
A team
absolutely
performing disruptions really well is like Virtual Farmer's dream. I think I started doing the casting with you and Silver News with like in tournament number 3, I think in March of last year, slightly before I got hired full time by Giants. And you have been saying since that first tournament with you guys, like, disruption is key, and it often is, especially when you get into these evenly matched teams. And up against a team like Trelleborg, you have to find a way to disrupt them, and it's not an easy task either. We've seen teams try it and fail spectacularly. Vermeers did a great job, but this time Vermeers is getting beaten to the equipment on the pods. And a good start really by My Insanity. Here is Tita now with the Ideal, though.
Yeah, although Vermeers have managed to grab 2 ideals somehow.
That's always good.
So I think this ideal is the one that was reserved by My Insanity. So there's a little bit of disruption there from Vermeers doing that. My Insanity did beat Vermeers to that Case Baler, which is kind of the one you want to try and stop the other team getting. So it hasn't worked out quite so well there. But Vermeer is coming in for a very fast first bail here. We're looking at about a 140 from them, which is really good. And, they've not done the flick, so it's not quite as high, but it's still a 133 ahead of My Insanity. Yeah, and just coming in now.
Good start for Vermeers, for sure. It's going to be not a huge gap. It's the smart move by Jan to just take the safe approach and make sure this goes in. So 133 to 117. And so that's less than 1 bail with the 2-time multiplier. So not the worst scenario, really, for My Insanity early on in this one. And again, we've seen My Insanity in that first round against Diaka in the semifinal. they actually were behind on first bale about a similar amount of points, but they ended up getting the drops to weight in their favor because they were trailing. And it gave them the slight advantage in the end with the grain multiplier drop. And they were scoring 2 extra points per bale towards the latter part of the round. So something similar could happen again and go in their favor. We'll see how this plays out, though.
Definitely seems at this point that Insanity are the team that's on the back foot. You can see with this comparison that Fermiers have got their combines unloading quicker, and they're in a better position. Both teams following a very similar route, though, for their harvesters, sort of emptying on that first round and then coming round and picking up the other harvester in the second field, so that they are able to minimize the distance they go. Now, Mindsanity have had actually a pretty good pickup here. So many times I've seen harvesters dropping grain in order to make it round that corner and pick up in the right place. And it looks like Mindsanity managed to avoid that.
Bridges lowered in direct delivery as our 12th minute drops. When you're running 2 combines at this point of a round, direct delivery isn't like a horrible drop to get, but it's not really usually that worth it in the end with how slow it adds to your multiplier. And with both teams ready to deliver grain anyways, it'll be interesting to see if either team wants to go for that. Bridges lowered, not really useful in the 12th minute, I would say, because teams aren't really ready at the 12th minute to even start coming in with the bales. So let's see what the teams go for, as we see Jan and Hayden both delivering their grain at the silo. Vermeer's slightly ahead of them. Neither team as of yet has picked up the drop, and there's only 7 seconds left to pick them up. If one team can snag it over the other team and get direct delivery, it could swing it, but neither team is going to get the drop in the end, so it's going to end up being at pretty much even. Look at the bar above the multiplier. Even that looks even, 2-2, and so pretty much as they were.
My apologies for that intrusion.
That's all right. I heard. Yeah, I heard it a little bit, and I was like, "Oh, there's the little ones." My only worry is if my cat starts screaming at the door is my only issue. But she's been behaving herself, so yeah, no worries. And they just wanted to get in. They heard the FSL was so awesome today, they had to come see it for themselves. So.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very excited about it and going, oh, we want to be part of this. We want to be part of it. But yeah, it's oh, I'm all thrown off. It's really interesting, these comparison shots, seeing where these two teams are, and you can see that this gap that existed at the start still exists now. We've got far more in the overloader for Fermiers than we have for My Insanity. And it's what this is going to end up meaning is that Fermiers is able to start creating bales ahead of My Insanity. And that could give it a little bit of advantage.
It's a little bit of a risk to start putting a little bit of grain in, just in case grain multiplier does show up here in the 8th minute. We're a minute 20 away from that. I expect Jan to answer back and even things out, but he's going to stop right there. He just put enough in to get it back to 2-2 so that Vermeers can't score any extra points at the moment if they want to start taking bales in. So this could work out in the favor of My Insanity again if grain multiplier shows up in a minute from now. It could very well not show up, and then it won't make a difference. But if it does, it could be a huge moment for My Insanity to kind of close that gap that was created with the first bale points.
You can see how Fermiers are trying to keep their combines up this end of the field now, so that they have to go the shortest distance possible once they're full. And that means that they'll be able to very quickly drop them off ready. Whereas My Insanity are actually going a bit further the other way. So it's interesting. They're going to have to get their combine to go a little bit further. 8-minute drop coming up in the next 15 seconds as Fermiers get their combines into position. Is this going to be something that aids them a lot, or is it going to be something that that maybe isn't so useful as we've had a few times?
Yeah, well, it's Bale multiplier and Bale drop. So if you can get a right combination, as we see Fermiers increasing their multiplier, they have 4 bales pressed, and if they have someone that can get to the barn with some of those bales and they can grab Bale multiplier, they could score some extra points. But my insanity now, Hannes is arriving at the silo and is bringing the ideal in with more grain. So my insanity are about to answer back and even this out. So let's see if either team can score bales and get extra points here. There's still 23 seconds left for them to grab the Bale multiplier. I assume they will. Meanwhile, PB having an absolute nightmare and trying to get his tractor unstuck. We must have missed this early on at the beginning of the round. He got it stuck and has not been able to use it this whole time. That could be
and he
the
can't,
end of the
he
game.
can't move that ideal. Do they have another front loader tractor? Oh no, he's managed to free it. Eventually managed to free it.
Oh, he dropped the weight.
I don't know if he can get his... He can't get the weight. He is going to have a bit of a nightmare with that. They do have the Vultra, which has the front weight on it, so they can switch that round and put that on there. But yeah, that is not good. That's a lot of wasted time as Fermiers are bringing in bales. Doesn't look like Fermiers may get a 2.1.
My insanity doesn't have enough grain. Yeah. They don't have enough grain, and that's I think that the two ideals is the difference. More crucially, I think like with the PB's mistake there is that there wasn't anyone with a stacker able to get to the barn. They still have some time left, but Fermiers is now going to score. It looks like at least 3 bales with extra points, not just the multiplier for the Bale multiplier drop, but the regular multiplier as well that you see with the yellow background near the scores, and the time is in the favor of Fermiers Flamboyant. So 32 points per Bale. There's about to be another one going in, and Fermiers is increasing their lead with under 6 to go. And we're going to see a replay here. And this is also PB coming in without the weight, and look at it. It's just tipping. It's all over the place. That safer route gets even less unsafe without the weight on the back of the John Deere. Wow.
Some serious unforced errors for my insanity here. And yeah, you can see he's now got the weight from the Vultra on the back. Helps to stabilize that. I'm actually slightly surprised that teams don't switch those weights in the first place, because that weight that's on the front of the Vultra is actually a heavier weight than the one that is on the one that comes on that little John Deere. So it actually makes it even more stable putting that front weight on.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately though for my insanity, they're going to need the super drop to go in their favor. We saw it go in their favor in the first round of the semifinal against Deaka. But I'm not sure if it going in their favor, the super drop is even enough at this point. Fermiers 377 to 203. They have one more Bale pressed as well compared to my insanity at the moment. So it's not looking good if you're my insanity here in the first round of this final. If you're just tuning in, this is the final of tournament number 5, Fermiers Flamboyance knocking off Trelleborg in 2-1 in the first semifinal of the day, and then My Insanity getting the sweep over Deaka Ehrenfeld in 2 really close matches in their own right as well. And that set the stage here for this final. And yeah, 69 Bale points would be helpful. My Insanity, though, they've had 2 of their players going for it, and so a little time wasted where they could be out pressing more Bales. So
and
was
yeah,
it worth
both
it?
Not both enough their bailers. That's not good. That's a little bit of a drop of communication there. And it's just giving Fermiers that opportunity to keep piling on the points. And Fermiers have the Bale advantage as well. They've got 5 extra bales. They're out there pressing extra bales while My Insanity isn't. and there's 100 points in it. Everything is against my insanity at the moment, and I
not
don't
looking
think
good.
there's a huge amount they can do.
No, not at all. Good bit of work here by Tita. Gonna grab the 3 on the front of the John Deere. And this John Deere, the 6120M, is so popular in the Farming Simulator League for a reason, Alex. It can grab the 3 bales. It does it a lot more stably, especially if you can keep the weight on it compared to the Lindner, which is a little bit more wonky and bouncy. But yeah, it's you can see why it's the favored triple stacker. It's either this or the telehandlers, I think, is what is most coveted by teams. But we're often seeing those telehandlers get banned. Occasionally, we'll see this tractor banned too.
Well over 100 points in it between these teams now, and things have evened up a little bit in the bales, but that's really because Fermiers has been scoring points with their bales, not because my insanity has been able to press more. In fact, the number of bales has properly evened up, and once again, Fermiers has gone into the lead. So yeah, this is very tough for my insanity. If Fermiers get all of their bales in, there is no way that my insanity can win this, especially as they are 2 points per bale down with every bale they score.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for my insanity to be in. I think at this point they're just going to have to look forward to the next round, because Fermiers, as we see right now on the screen, are not going to slow down scoring points at the moment either. Lots of bales coming into the barn and plenty of time to get these into the top of the barn, get 21 points per bale. And if they get all of these in, it's going to be getting close to the 1,000-point mark for Fermiers Flamboyance. They have been a really strong team all season long, but even more so today. And they are continuing their form in this one. 45 seconds to go now. It's a 120-point lead and about to be extended. 101 now, but 2 more bales in and 2 more on the belt now for Fermiers.
I am still very impressed by the unloading of the bales by Fermiers. They're 2 balers. They are very, very good at getting those bales stacked off the bottom of the bale, off the bottom of the back of the baler when it comes in, and it means that they just have such an easier time of stacking them in. And that last bale, is that going in? Yes, it is. And a victory there for Fermiers, all over my insanity there. Impressive.
Yeah. Honestly, I expected it to be a lot closer. Without those 69 bale points, my insanity would have really been far behind. I was off by about 100 points or so on my calculations. It ended up being close to 900 points for Fermiers. So not quite where they wanted to be, Alex, but nonetheless, they're moving on into the second round here with a chance for Fermiers to win this tournament. And Fermiers, I've been saying it for a while now, they are definitely the most improved team so far this season. And you were talking about how good they were executing the delivery of the bales near the belt. You can see the time and the practice that they have put in to hone their craft, and it is paying off for them this season. And no more so is that evident than so far today. And if they can win one more round, they will win this tournament.
And you can see it in how they're playing. We were talking earlier today about how in order to beat Trelleborg, you need to be getting in 40 to 50 bales to score enough points to do it. Fermiers have not scored more than 35 bales today. Every single game has been 35.
Yeah, they're just
bales
proving
or
us
less.
wrong.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing, basically.
And the way they beat Trelleborg wasn't to try and score more bales than Trelleborg. It was, how do we make Trelleborg score less bales so they score
Which
fewer
is
than
smart.
we do? Which is very smart. And
Yeah.
that is how they play. It is absolutely not how much can we score. It's how do we stop the other team scoring more than we are.
Right.
And it's a completely fresh strategy. And I love it.
It is.
I've been waiting to see a team do this for 4 years. And somebody's finally doing it. And it's brilliant. And it's making for the best gameplay I think we've ever seen in the FSL.
Don't get me wrong. I like all of these teams. At FarmCon, I was able to meet Trelleborg, some of the guys from My Insanity, Astragon were there as well. It was awesome to meet those teams in person. I love the guys from Trelleborg, but I am very happy to see them upset and beaten today because it shows first and foremost that they're not unstoppable. And with one more regular season tournament to go, and then the finals the month after that, it really kind of opens the door really to maybe someone else can win that final. Like if Vermeers can beat them, can they beat them again? Or maybe another team watches back this tournament and sees what Vermeers did and they start practicing that same sort of strategy themselves when they come up against Trelleborg. It's been a very important weekend as far as seeing the quality that is at the rest of the table. Vermeers is in second place. We know that they've been right on the cusp before this tournament of knocking off Trelleborg. My Insanity has been knocked out by Trelleborg a few times this season already too. But these two teams, very good in their own right. And then you look at the table below them, the rest of the team, and there's a lot of teams that are starting to climb up the table too. And from about fourth place on down to eighth place or even lower, you couldn't really predict between those teams who could knock each other off. So there's a lot of more parity in the FSL at the moment. And we're going to have, no matter what happens here, if Vermeers wins the second round or if My Insanity forces the third and goes on to win the third, we're going to have a new winner of a tournament for season 4, which is, I think, a huge moment here in tournament number 5. I expect similar setups here, Alex, from these two teams, but My Insanity needs to find a way to do what Vermeers did to Trelleborg and find a way to disrupt them a little bit if they want to stay alive here.
I think this is a very exciting moment actually for the FSL because so many times you see a team come up with a winning strategy and then it just spreads through the rest of the FSL and the other teams like wildfire. Now, if the winning strategy that everybody sees today from Vermeers and goes, oh wow, it's to disrupt, that is just going to make for the most amazing matches going forwards. Because everybody trying to disrupt everybody else is just going to make it so competitive. Because it's no longer about, as I was saying, how many points can we score? It's now, how do I stop the other team from scoring more points than me?
Do you remember that standoff we had? I can't remember if that was this season or last season, but it was like there was a chance for combo points to be scored or counter points to be scored, and both teams were just sitting at the barn with the bale ready to put it into the bottom. Like, no, I dare you. No, I dare you to do it. No, you do it. And like, you know, seeing high scores, seeing 1,000 points or more, seeing 50 bales is a lot of fun, especially when it comes down to the last seconds. But it's fun to see like defensive play styles and disruptive play styles from time to time too. And Vermeers have definitely been proving us wrong this weekend and showing that you don't need 45, 50 bales or more to win in the Farming Simulator League. There are multiple ways to get the job done. And at the end of the day, it comes down to execution. And I think the key thing for season 4 so far, Alex, is that with the changes that were made to the client coming in, the removal of Transport Company was always going to be a bit controversial because it was what you would call the meta strategy at the end of last season. But it didn't really always show the true case of who was the most skilled team in that moment. It added a little bit more of a factor to luck to it. And the great thing about season 4 and the changes that have occurred is that the execution and the actual individual and combined team gameplay of how well you're executing stacking bales and delivering bales and timing things right is more important. The skill level matters more. And that is super important. And you've seen it with these two teams this season who have put in extra practice to improve their craft. They're up at the higher end of the table and looking like forces to be reckoned with. As Mind Sanity is going to have a 6-point advantage on the first bale this time around. So they trailed the first bale last time, Alex. Now, this time leading. A long way to go here. I'm excited, not just for this game, but the rest of the season and for the future of the Farming Simulator League beyond.
It is a very exciting time, and I think we can only see closer matches going forward. Teams playing like this is going to result in slightly lower scores, slightly fewer bales being delivered, but closer matches as a result. Those nail-biting finishes. I mean, who would have predicted to have 2 semi-finals today that all of the matches that were in them were really, really close, all of them coming down to the last few moments, and all of them just played nail-bitingly well by all 4 teams. And the same thing is happening now in this final. It is close. It is both teams trying to disrupt each other, and it's just making for the most brilliant gameplay.
It really is. And you know, it's exciting for me because the FSL is in its 4th season. We have 2 more tournaments, including the grand final of the season still to come over the next 2 months for season 4. But really, as an esport, if you compare it against some of the others that have been around for a while, the FSL is still rather new. It started and then kind of like had the disadvantage of a global pandemic hitting like right when it was starting to get going as well. So it's had to go, you know, kind of back and forth between online only and online and in person through parts of last season. And things were still unsure about how events were going to proceed. But I think the future is bright. Hopefully it will continue to grow. There is, you know, always questions that we're asked, especially me as an employee of Giants, like, will it ever be on 22? Will it come to console and things like that? I don't have those answers for you. Just remember that, you know, I love being the dreamer. That's part of my role. But there's a whole lot more people, my colleagues, that are realists. And at the end of the day, Giants isn't a huge company. We have a successful series on console and PC that we develop. You got to assume that there'll be a mobile version again at some point too. We get asked that question probably more than any others. And then we've got to find the time as well to develop the Farming Simulator League. So it's definitely a lot going on for a relatively small company in comparison. But I'm really just pleased by the quality of what we can put out with the people that we have. And I'm really excited to see the Farming Simulator League. You can see it even in the teams that are participating this season. And we've got here a Swiss team in Mind Sanity against a French team in Fermier's Flamboyance. We've got German teams. We've got Czech teams. We've had a team in Sim Game Alliance participating from North America during the online events so far this season. We've had teams from South Africa participate and from Australia as well. And we've got fans tuning in from all areas of the globe as well, and you guys definitely help it be successful as well. So thanks to everyone for, you know, helping increase that awareness, and as we go forward, I think it'll only continue to get better.
Looking at the timings for both teams now, it looks like Fermiers are that little bit ahead. Ooh, just clipping the building there, but yeah, Fermiers a little bit ahead. They're going to have a little bit more time on their hands to start creating bales and getting harvesters in the right place, which puts My Insanity a little bit on the back foot again. And My Insanity are ever so slightly ahead at the moment with the bale or the points multiplier. Why Fermiers? I'm not quite sure why Fermiers have got the Massey Ferguson combine.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Um, I can't really answer that for you, but no one knows better than them why, I would say. Definitely, it has the second smallest grain tank after the Russell mash, so it does have a bigger header compared to the Russell mash. It's a fun word to try to say. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Two ideals for my insanity is a nice advantage to have, but it doesn't always make the difference. As long as you can match your opponent in the total amount of grain that you get delivered. It's going to be interesting to see what the 8th minute drop is going to be, Alex, because there is a lot of grain out there for both teams and a few extra 1,000 liters right now because of having the two ideals for my insanity. If grain multiplier shows up here in the 8th minute, we could see my insanity with a nice little points advantage for the rest of the round. We're about to see what it's going to be. And it's not. It's speed up and speed limit. Well,
Oh.
bummer.
That's not going to change much.
Yeah, let's see. Tita's going to go with speed limit. So does my insanity, how do they cancel it out? If they do, they got to go grab one now. Do you slow down your opponents or do you speed yourself up? Let's see what they go
going
with.
For speed limit rather than speed up is absolutely how Fermiers play. If that is not how can we get an advantage from this, this is how can we disrupt our opponents.
Oh no, Hannes is stuck with the ideal.
That's not good. Can he get into position? Yes, he can. But moments lost, and it looks like my insanity are going to be a little bit delayed getting the grain in. In fact, yes, Fermiers are slightly ahead. They're going to maintain their multiplier for a while.
Yeah, is it long enough to score some extra points? I'm not sure. Hannes is there and ready to empty these ideals into the silo as well. Here comes Hayden now with a few bales, but no front loader. But here comes Tita. If Tita can get at least one or two of these in and score some extra points, he's going to have to be quick to do so. My insanity, meanwhile, has 21,000 liters of grain still to deliver, as we see Jan bringing some bales into the barn for them. What's going on though? Like, where's the rest of this grain? Is it out in the? Is some of it in the Massey? It can't all be. Oh no, that was Fermiers that had the Massey. So there it is now.
No, here it comes.
I'm not sure what the delay was. That was a bit risky because it looks like Fermiers scored one. They scored one before it went to 2-2, I think. And so my insanity actually end up with an advantage the rest of the way, though. So good bit of patience, really, in the end.
That's the difference between that Massey Ferguson combine and having the second ideal is what that is. So
definitely
slight disadvantage for Fermiers at the moment. And they've got an oops. So I'm guessing somebody's gone out via the waterway.
Yeah, we're seeing those oops often be intentional. It's kind of a letdown for me when I see that flash up on the screen, and then it just ends up being someone intentionally driving through the water to get out to the large field quicker. But that's just a smart bit of strategy and adaptation that we've seen by teams, because with bottleneck in play a lot of this season and 2 of the 3 drawbridges up at all times, that is the quickest way to get back out to that field. Just drive through the water. It's a little bit sketchy. You got to make sure you don't hit that retaining wall so hard that you flip
one more
your
bale.
tractor.
There we go.
Oh, bale-tastic for Fermiers. Oh,
I was watching that closely.
That is bad timing for my insanity. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good news. 50 combo points for Fermiers and a good moment for them. Now, so that makes they're getting 2 points less per bale, but now they just scored 50 combo points. That makes up for a lot of bales now that they can sacrifice to my insanity.
I don't quite know how my insanity have managed to get so many more bales though than Fermiers. It's been a bit reversed, and up to the point of that combo, it looked like Fermiers were in trouble. But yeah, they've got a lot less bales than my Insanity. So they've got a lot of work to even this up. And it's a multiplier switch.
And it looks like Fermiers is going to get it.
17 seconds. It should be enough for them to score a couple of bales.
Yeah, Tita's already there. These are going in. These are going in. At least these two. Wow, so another good moment for Fermiers then. They are looking good at the moment.
Them a lot. And I was wondering if those were going to go in at the lower multiplier, which would not have helped my Insanity, but no, it has run out. There's a good 130 points between at the moment.
7, now 8 extra bales and the extra points. Someone do the math quick. But it's not over. That's for sure. It's not over. Like, there's a long way to go. 3 minutes is not a lot of time, but in the FSL, this is where the bulk of your bales are going to be scored in the final 4 minutes or so. Looks like Loiku maybe like brushed up against that fence a little bit and slowed himself down. Maybe intentionally actually slowed down, because here comes Tita.
Yeah. Tita
and hiding behind him.
The safer route.
Oh, well done. Well done. Give 50 points to Alex of that. They don't count for anything, but give him some brownie points. I really don't know who's going to win this. I mean, it could be my Insanity, but they have to get all of these in now. PB can't go out in the field anymore. He's just got to sit here and stack these up.
They've got so
many have the telehandler,
bales,
which is nice. Later in the round, he can extend that arm out and put some like higher up in the belt just to make sure they get in over the line before time expires. But they do have a mountain to climb at the moment, and it's not like Fermiers are just going to stop scoring points. 18 bales in 2 minutes is a lot of bales to try to score, and now 19. They're still out pressing. You've got to score all of them into the top, too, to try to close this gap. Into the bottom will not do at the moment.
And we know Tita is a fantastic stacker. Just absolutely.
Both of these players, 2 of the best in the league at stacking for sure. PB was a bit shaky in the first round with the John Deere, and even shaky in the semifinals. But now with the telehandler doing a little bit cleaner of a job. But 1:25 and 15 bales to go, is that enough time to get them on? And they don't have another stacker in their other 2 tractors, so to get them into the top of the barn, it's gonna have to be PB that does it with that telehandler. 105-point lead for Fermiers, a minute to go.
I don't think it's enough. That's the trouble. The number of bales seem to be staying at about the same difference, and so that means that either Fermiers are able to score points quicker with them, or PB's just not able to get bales loaded any faster than Fermiers.
PB is going to run out of time to get all of those into the top. If he was able to get them on the top, then my Insanity would win and force the 3rd round. But it doesn't look good at the moment. 20 seconds to go. They're going to have to push some in to the bottom. And in fact,
this is so close.
All 9 bales aren't even at the barn now. Like, there goes a few in. And in fact, my Insanity's taking the lead by 10 points with 5 seconds to go.
There is a bale coming in. Is it going to get in? 702 to 702. Last moment.
And it it's the tiebreaker. Bales into the top is the first tiebreaker. Let's see if that's what did it. So it does go to the 3rd round. I did not think it was going to end up being close. It actually wasn't bales into the top. It wasn't bales into the total. It was the first bale. No, it's the first bale that won it. That's the tiebreaker order.
I'm going to show everybody the fact sheet as to how far down the tiebreaker.
Yeah. I've got it here too. Let's do this. Get us on camera, people. Here it is ridiculous for me.
So there it is. Look. So it wasn't the score. It wasn't the bales top. It wasn't bales total.
It wasn't bales total.
First bale.
I've never seen it go that far into the tiebreaker before. I mean, today just continues to get better. And I honestly, I was sitting there like, Vermeers have this. And then all of a sudden, they were scoring those bales. And just to get the ones into the bottom to get it tied made the difference. I mean, this is like crazy. This weekend has been insane. Today feels like it should be the grand finals with all the stuff that's been going on. Like teams are bringing their best performances of the season, and it's been absolutely
tiebreaker that much.
Oh my goodness. So what an absolute barn burner of a match, Alex. How about that? Any brownie points for me? I've been told that my puns aren't very good, but I feel confident.
I do dad jokes all the time, so I'm not much better.
My goodness!
Wow, and we got another game to go.
I mean,
that's.
I don't know what to say at this point. If they top what we've already seen today in this final match, I mean, it's all on the line now. One of these teams is about to win this tournament here in about
how do you
20 minutes from now.
Though?
I don't know if they can, but if they do, you're going to scream so loud that it's going to register on the Richter scale if they top it. Oh man,
the chat is just catching up with that. It's just, oh man, I'm just
wow. It can go further. Like, imagine if we ever top that tiebreaker, it would have to go to the amount of grain, and then beyond that is like the team that is fastest to claim equipment off the pod. That's the final tiebreaker. If we ever top what we just saw with the tiebreaker, that's going to be absolutely insane too. But Alex, we were talking about it in the lead up to the final and during these matches, like how much we've seen the quality across the majority of the league really start to become a lot closer. And we're seeing it right here in this one too. We have seen Vermeers knock off the number one team in Trelleborg. They're in second place this weekend. They're going to hold on to that spot no matter what happens here. But My Insanity will go into sole possession of third place no matter what happens in this round. But we're talking about the second place team and the third place team here. And they are proving that they have earned it. An absolute crazy couple of matches. I really don't know what to expect here now in this final match of the final of tournament number 5 of season 4.
But this is what I love about this disruptive gameplay. None of it is a surefire win. There is a little bit of things have to go your way. But at the same time, when you win well. And when you lose, you only just lose. And that's the thing. And that's why it's so effective for Vermeers to play this way. Because they are able to beat even the best teams out there using it, which is why
I'm blown away right now.
Position.
I mean, I'm just sitting here like if they're topping that in this one, it's going to be absolutely insane. I feel like Vermeers must have like been thinking like we've got this, and then all of a sudden it's tied, and it's easy like to see visually who wins because the victory shows that color. But even then, I was like, what the heck was the tiebreaker? I wasn't sure. I thought maybe My Insanity had one more bale into the top. No, that was even. Was it the total amount of bales? No, that was even. My goodness, for it to come down to first bale, if that had been reversed and it was the first round, Vermeers had the better first bale. So, like, first bale doesn't always win you the round if you outperform your opponent, but that's something to keep in mind. It has added importance if you're equal through the first 3 tiebreakers. Oh man, goodness.
Oh, I am just utterly blown away by that. How is this final game going to top that? Let's find out as the teams get started.
Yeah, here we go.
PP running for that John Deere. Everybody ignoring the ideal.
Oh, look at that approach by Vermeers. Are they going to get it? Oh, that was a beautiful bit of driving to deny My Insanity. Wow, I don't know if I've ever really seen teams approach it like that. Yeah, now they're trying to go for this Baylor rush again. They're going for the New
last
Holland
two Balers
now.
are up here, and they're close to them. This could be a Baler rush. Although
Oh, here
it'll
comes
be,
My
I know,
Insanity.
he's going up for the top one. My Insanity's going up for the top one. It is a Baler streak, and it's forced My Insanity to a particular Baler. I don't know which one. I think it's
Was that the
Baler.
Yeah, was that the Coon or the Case? Because
It's the Coon,
yeah,
because he
that's a
got
big
beaten to the Case.
You're right. So I mean, not really the best selection for a Baylor,
Wow.
but at least they avoided not getting one. And yeah, 141. Firmers is like, you know what? We're not gonna make the mistake of not outscoring My Insanity on first bail this time. In fact, it's gonna be a pretty significant gap by the time My Insanity get there. If we get to that level of tiebreaker again, it'll be insane. I doubt that happens, but you know, stranger things have happened.
That is massively disruptive, though, because My Insanity are now hugely on the back foot. Their first bail is going to be noticeably different. I mean, it's going to be multiple bails that they've got to score to make that up. And yeah, this is a great start from Fermiers in this final game. Putting My Insanity immediately on the back foot means that My Insanity are going to be bailing Bales later, dropping Brain off later. Everything is now an uphill struggle for My Insanity at this point.
Haydn destroying a bit of grain here as he's having to line up for Loiku to come in with the ideal combine to unload. There's enough grain out there on the fields that won't really matter. Wow, I'm just kind of speechless. If we get a crazy finish again, like, this is already in my eyes, Alex. I don't know how you feel. You've been doing every single season of the Farming Simulator League. But for me, this has to stand out as the best tournament that I've ever worked. And we've seen some really good tournaments. Last season, we saw, you know, different teams winning a lot more often than we have this season. We're going to get our first winner, not named Trelleborg, in season 4 here today, no matter what happens. But man, it seems like the perfect storm this weekend. We finally got the English casters on camera. We've had an uptick in the production value from our video, audio, and FSL events and production team. I hope and I assume that the German broadcast is going well. We've not been able to see their beautiful faces this week since we put ours on screen. But yeah, it's just been a fantastic weekend for the FSL, and we still have one more regular season tournament to go after this, and then we got the grand finals, and it's just shaping up to be an amazing end to the season.
Yeah, it's we've had FSL tournaments before we've had 1 or 2 matches that have just been incredible, just so close and so wonderful. I don't think we've ever had a semi-final and a final where every single game has just been absolutely incredible and really close. And
I mean, even going back to the quarterfinals today and like seeing the performance that Astragon had, and you know, getting 40 plus bales against Trelleborg and getting close to 900, close to 1,000 points, and still losing a round. I mean, the quality has just been insane today throughout the entire rounds. And even though we've had some matches that were straight sweeps and 1 and 2 straight games, it's still been really close across the board for the performances for all 8 teams that made it here today.
And I don't think I've ever seen a set of games from Trelleborg like this either, where we've had one which just shows why they're the top team so effectively, just how incredible they are, followed by a second one where somebody's come in and disrupted them and forced them to make errors like that. I've never seen that kind of play. Or 2 games from them so different, you know, and that to me doesn't speak to a problem with Trelleborg. That speaks to me how amazing Fermiers have been today, how much they've changed everything just by playing the way they've been playing. And every single match they've come in and they've gone, right, this is how we're going to play, and you guys have got to adapt to us. And it's been brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
It has been, and we've got 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go still in this one, too. First Bale went into the favor of Vermeers. We've not had any other points scored as of yet. So Vermeer's looking good at the moment, but honestly, up until the final 5 seconds of the second round, I thought they were going to win in 2 straight games. So I don't know. I'm not going to predict anything these final 9 minutes. I'm just going to ride out these 9 minutes, Alex, and we're going to get excited at the end. I hope it's going to be another close finish. Whoever wins this is going to earn it today. It's been a fantastic day for sure.
And Vermeers now slightly ahead in the multiplayer. They've got 2.1 to 1.9. Jan for My Insanity is running up the hill to go and grab a tractor, while Hayden is hooking up to the baler, I think, and is going to start getting some bales created for Vermeers. The 2 ideal combines will be an advantage for Vermeers as well. In fact, I think I saw, haven't they grabbed a couple of the other combines as well? I mean, they are just really good at grabbing equipment at the start.
So, Alex, I don't know if you knew this or not, but if you look at Hayden's name for Vermeer's Flamboyance, he has OW after it, and he's actually, for several years, was a professional esports player for Overwatch up until 2020. And so now coming in to the Farming Simulator League in a completely different style of an esport, but performing on a very high level and playing for one of the best teams in the league. So I think that's a cool little like nugget of information for people that aren't aware, to just kind of show that like Farming Simulator League is growing in popularity. You're seeing teams from all over the world starting to participate, more and more interest all the time. And it's great to see this sort of thing.
Of course, My Insanity being an esports team themselves, having they play lots of other esports.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
And are
that too.
So it's
My Insanity were a
big
good team.
So.
They were a good team last season, My Insanity. I would start to class them as like one of the great teams so far this season. Like, and they're going to be in sole possession of third place no matter what happens in the next 6 minutes, 40 seconds or so. But yeah, My Insanity and Vermeers both, they're showing that like practice and putting in the hard work ahead of the official tournaments pays off.
So 7 bales created for Vermeers so far, 9 for My Insanity. So My Insanity have turned things around a little bit. They've got the extra bales coming in. So Vermeers have got to watch that, got to keep on top of it, make sure that they don't fall too far behind. And in fact, they haven't. They've now evened up the number of bales as My Insanity comes to even up the multiplier. They have no grain left, and they are just shy of evening up the multiplier. This is not good news for My Insanity.
No. And what the things that went well for them in the second round are now going against them, as we see PB tossing them in with the telehandler into the top of the barn. That could be helpful if they can start just getting those bales in quickly, because they are definitely up against it here with 5 minutes 20 to go. Things can still change, though.
Being told in chat, T2 is also a Civ 6 champion. That's pretty cool.
World champion.
So,
wow,
yeah.
that's really cool. I've always loved those games myself, and going back like to my younger days. I won't tell you which Civ was my first one, but it's a lot lower than 6.
I will tell you, my first Civ was Colonization. It was the first one I played. And these days I like playing Beyond Earth. Is my favorite Civ.
Nice.
Or Civ adjacent, I should say, because neither of those are actually games.
Right. All right, we're 35 seconds away from the super drop. My Insanity needs the super drop, and they need it to be something that's beneficial. If Vermeers beats them to that, it's going to be really tough for them to come out victorious. They're 130 points behind. They're scoring 2 less points per bale compared to Vermeers. They need this super drop desperately. With PB having a bit of an issue here with the telehand, they're now able to get them back on.
I don't know. That's the second time I've seen him load bales that way.
Oh, so it's intentional.
Bale withering, 2 bales. And it's gone to Vermeers. They've withered a bale of My Insanity. Again, things going against My Insanity in this final. And, oh, yeah.
I like what Cygnus said in the Twitch chat, saying the English stream has become a fan club for Vermeer's flamboyance. It makes me feel so good. Yeah, it's awesome to see that, not just here, but like everywhere. Like, this game is so international, and of course, like, if you're fans of the French team and you're French speaking, hopefully you can understand what we're saying mostly. But more often than not, English is becoming like that, international language. So I feel like we have a pretty nice international audience. We just had someone pop in chat and say hello from Brazil, and we've got people that tune in from all over. We appreciate every single one of you, no matter who you are here supporting. But I do love seeing the hype in chat for Vermeers. We've been seeing that all season long, and I think even more evident today as they are knocking on the door of winning their first tournament here. Tournament number 5 of season 4. We're about to crown a new tournament winner here in about 2.5 minutes, Alex, and Vermeers are 205 points in the lead at the moment.
I am going to... no, I don't know if this is right, and I apologize if Google Translate's got it wrong. But bonjour les téléspectateurs français.
Oh, very nice. You know what? That's way better than I would have done. So well played, Alex. I think that the French fans will appreciate that. All right. 2 minutes to go, and I said I wasn't going to say anything, so I'm not going to say anything. But look at the score. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, man. I mean, this is kind of a shame that the score currently is as it is, and it's going to be the final match of the tournament, because the way that the second round went and the way that most of this weekend's tournament has been going, we have seen things that we've never seen before. We have seen some really close matches. It's now a 150-point lead. It just changed as My Insanity scored some more points, but oh man, it's definitely been a tournament, I think, that has uplifted the spirits of a few teams. It's not only uplifted their spirits, but uplifted their circuit points and their standings in the table. Not just these 2 teams that you see in the final, but other teams as well that have gone out today in the quarterfinal and semifinal stage. There's definitely going to be a lot of movement in the circuit point leaderboard after today. We'll show you guys what the leaderboard looks like at the end of the broadcast here coming up shortly. It was nearly 300-point lead there for Vermeers all of a sudden.
This is the thing. If you give Vermeers an inch, they will take a mile. And, oh no! Who's that? Who's that down? That is Vermeers. They are down.
You know what? They're celebrating, though. They're just going to look at Hayden. He's riding along on the tractor. And you've been getting some credit for your attempt at French. They said that was great. Hello, that was not bad. Best caster worlds. Like, well done. Virtual Farmer is going international. Who knew it?
When you
thought you'd seen it all this weekend, they're riding up the belt, and they are going to win online tournament number 5 of season 4. A team not named Trelleborg has won a tournament. Vermeers knocked Trelleborg off in the semifinal. My Insanity gave it their best effort, forcing this third round after losing the first one. But Vermeers bounced back with a really strong performance. And again, proving the casters wrong. You don't need 45, 50 bales scored to win. There are other ways to get it done, and that has been like a huge talking point, I would say, of this tournament. It's nice to see something else working and the disruptions really coming into play. Wow, and Copter's rejoining us, and I hope you got energized because, man, watching that as a spectator must have been as fun as it was for me to watch Trelleborg in the other semifinal getting knocked off by Vermeers. You've got the pancakes behind you now as well. You've given the crowd what they want on the screen.
We missed those yesterday. He's made it more obvious.
So,
there they
Copter,
are.
Tell me what you thought watching that final.
Well, I mean, of course, the tie situation on the second game, it was so close, going all the way down to the first bale. So it was such a tight moment, definitely. Of course, the last game of the series kind of like summarized it up. I think Vermeers, as they in the end won it, I think that they really deserved it as well, because they're the ones who kind of like, took down the beast, which we know as the Borg. And so I think that it's very well deserved. And of course, great play from Mindsanity as well. But yeah, it's amazing to have a different winner after all these tournaments. And I really like how the whole situation is like, getting closer. All the teams are getting closer to each other as we are like closing the finals at the same time. So this is definitely like a great curveball that's coming our way at the end of the season.
Yeah, definitely. And Alex, we've seen things that we've never seen before today. We talked about how you've been around all 4 seasons, but if you could compare what you saw today across the board, like so many crazy moments that we'll remember for a while now.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen an FSL like this. So many close games, so much disruption, so much great play, and so very exciting. I'm absolutely loving it. It's fantastic, and it just means wonderful things for the future. And yeah, we're gonna have a quick look at replays for the last match, and it just
it was crazy
grabbing that Baylor.
Yeah, and here we see Mindsanity getting to that one ahead of Vermeers as well. It ended up not costing Vermeers in the long run. This is when PB had lost the weight off the John Deere when he got it stuck against the Combine, and a little bit more sketchy without a weight on the back coming across the safer route, wouldn't you say, Copter?
Yeah, the safer route. I think the safer route as a whole has been. I think it has been a whole lot safer than what we have seen. Of course, Martin made a small mistake earlier today, but the safer route as a whole, it has definitely brought the enjoyment during the whole season, and I think that the teams are fine, like trying to find the perfect ratio of the speed and the danger when they get across from it. But that's what I have to say about it.
Yeah, we had a question in chat. What do they win for winning the tournament? So in these individual tournaments, it's 4,000 euros for the first place team. The runner-up gets 2,000. The semifinalists that get knocked out at that stage get 1,000, and the quarterfinalists get 500 euros. More importantly, though, I would say like the circuit points are arguably more crucial because it gets you into potentially a better spot for the grand finals where the real prize money is at stake. Throughout the entire season, there's over 100,000 euros at stake, plus Nitrado server vouchers, Noble chairs as well. Vermeer is going to get a Noble chair and might be sitting comfy in the future for winning this tournament as well. Here we are now into that crazy second round. I mean, it's 5 seconds ago, and it's like, oh, no, Mindsanity won. No, here comes Vermeers with a veil. Who won? What the heck is the tiebreaker? And it went all the way down to the third tiebreaker. The first bail that Mindsanity scored ended up winning them that round. I have never seen that before. And if we top that ever in the future, that'll be insane. Alex, you and I were calling this one.
The grain after that.
Yeah, you and I were calling this one, and Mindsanity did a fantastic job of forcing the third round, but then Vermeers just came out really strong in this third.
They did, and they just turned it around. They came they came in those final moments and the final sort of 5 minutes or so, they got themselves that extra bit on the multiplier. They got themselves the extra bales. They kept up with my insanity until it evened out, and just kept disrupting and disrupting and disrupting until they won it at the end. And won it by a good margin, to the point where they're parking tractors in the water and dancing on the bales at the end. That is crazy.
Definitely crazy. Man, I mean, so the great news is that only like 6 weeks, and then we get to do it all over again. Tournament number 6 of season 4 will be taking place on October 22nd and 23rd, and then in November we'll have the season championship as well. We're about to see the standings here in a minute. Just off the top of my head, we already know Trelleborg are holding on to first place. Vermeers has closed that gap a little bit. They've actually gotten 40 extra points to help close that gap over what Trelleborg got this weekend. And My Insanity are going to be sitting alone in third place as well. And then looking beyond that, we're starting to not have as many tied teams now. Bednar in fourth, Lindner in fifth, Diaka Ehrenfeld in sixth, Vultra in seventh, Cortiva in eighth, Astragon and Power Team Esport currently tied beyond that. And then still further down, more teams on the board. You just got to be in the top 16, Maddie, to make it to the season championships. There's still time for other teams next month to try to make a quarterfinal and get into the standings.
Yeah, there's still definitely a chance for somebody else to still claim their place on the grand finals. I'm still really impressed how DJK made the progress this weekend as well. I mean, they claimed now the 6th place, so they climbed it up above Valtra actually, and that was actually a very good performance on the last game of the day for them as well, the semifinal. I mean, they had a chance of winning it as well, and that would have leaped them all the way to the 5th place, and who knows how far.
Right.
But yeah, definitely nice to see some changes happening on the circuit points as well, and great weekend in general. That's pretty much everything I have to say at this stage.
Alex, I mean, we saw Vermeers, finally be the team to dethrone Trelleborg. So beyond them, though, like next month now coming in, other teams will want to improve their quality as well, because like Maddie just said, there is a lot of room for teams to move up and down those standings depending on how they perform in tournament number 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting things to heat up a bit now. I'm expecting much more competition, much more disruption. I think we're going to see a bit of a changed FSL next time, and it's just really good to see that this stuff is now coming to the fore, and we should have some really close, really good games going forward.
It's been a fantastic weekend. We're about to wrap things up. We've seen things like 151st Bale, a crazy third tiebreaker. All kinds of insane things have happened this weekend, and we're going to do it all again hopefully next month as well. It's been awesome as well to be on camera finally for you guys, with myself and Maddie and Alex along for the broadcast this weekend. So we'll see you October 22nd and 23rd, 10 a.m. Central European time, 4 a.m. Eastern time. Until then, keep being awesome, everybody.